Please take your seat. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. My name is Abdou Al-Kibsi. I'm the Managing Director for Programs at the Center for International Private Enterprise. And I cannot express how much it is of an honor to see this room filled with such a remarkable group of leaders, partners, and friends who share a common goal: strengthening economies, defending democracy, and proving that market-driven investment can be a force for good. The theme of today's conference, Building Resilient Economies Through Market-Driven Investment, is not just a slogan. It's a call to action. Around the world, corrosive capital continues to undermine governance, distort markets, and erode trust. But our gathering here today demonstrates that there is another path, one built on transparency, accountability, and partnership. Each of our panels today builds on this theme. First, the panel on good governance, better business will set the stage, showing that strong institutions and sound governance are the foundation of resilient economies. Then, the panel on business leadership in building economic resilience will highlight how private sector actors are not just investors, but critical partners in pushing back against corrosive capital. Then, the panel on unlocking constructive capital will explore how to direct investment to strengthen trust, transparency, and opportunity in emerging markets. And finally, panel on practical tools to map, identify, and track corrosive capital will equip us with the knowledge and resources we need to act with precision and impact. Today is about solutions. It's about learning from each other, about building bridges between sectors, and about demonstrating that democratic values and economic strength go hand in hand. To officially welcome you and set the tone for this important day, it's my pleasure to introduce a leader who has championed CIPE's mission for years. Mr. Greg Lebedev is the chairman of the board of the Center for International Private Enterprise and senior advisor to several organizations, including the US Chamber of Commerce. He previously served as president and CEO of the American Chemistry Council, COO of the US Chamber of Commerce, and held senior government posts at the State Department and White House. He was nominated by Presidents George H.W. and George W. Bush for senior federal appointments. Mr. Lebedev holds a JD and BA from the University of South Dakota. Please join me in welcoming our chairman, our leader, Mr. Lebedev.
Thank you, Abdu. When people say he's done this job for years, I feel like he's introducing baby Doc somehow. Well, good morning, everybody. I'm glad to be here. I think to see so many people from so many different places, I think this is an important conversation that Abdu outlined for the day, and so I think, and it's at an important time. As you guys know, CIPE just celebrated its 40th birthday. And during its 4 decades, we've worked with 7 US administrations. And each had, as you would imagine, its own distinct view of America's role in the world. They also have a sense of how it should or should not advance its interests. Actually, it's the beauty of American democracy. Elected governments supported by a market-driven economy reflect the changing views of its citizens and the country's evolving place in the global order. Now, this is the song of praise that CIPE has been singing as we've operated throughout the world for the last 40 years. And we've been able to work with the different policy personalities of each of these administrations, Republican and Democrat, for one particular reason, because we adapt. Like any business, we adapt to changes in the marketplace, because our primary obligation is to determine where and how CIPE's considerable expertise and experience can best contribute to a new administration and help them realize their global objectives. That's the very reason we were created by the Congress. Of course, sometimes, as we've seen recently, sometimes adaptation is easier than others, as we also tell that to our children because it makes us somehow feel better about things. But we were frankly pleased to see that so much of what CIPE has championed over the past 40 years aligns with the Trump agenda. CIPE is recognized as a leading NGO that promotes market-driven economics that advantage American and other business, and actively and simultaneously, as Abdu said, confront malign actors like China, Russia, Iran, Venezuela, others, that regularly work in third countries to undermine local economies, sap the strength of the host country, and eliminate American economic competitiveness. So we've convened today's forum to hear from smart people like you from all over the world to inform us about where and how CIPE should be deployed to help strengthen local economies, to confront malicious interventions, and ensure an economic environment that will invite American and other companies to actively compete and invest in those markets. I'm proud to say that CIPE is unique on the American stage because our mission has always been to promote economic freedom anywhere in the world, because we've learned, as you know, that market-based economics coupled with democratic governance creates amazing prosperity and political strength, which measurably benefits American and other companies and investors and better enables the host country, with our help, to become more resilient and resist the corrupt interventions by sinister third parties. Few, if any other organizations, can claim that charter. Over the course of today's gathering, you will likely hear about some of CIPE's many success stories. Probably many of you have participated in those success stories. And because I love those stories, and because I've got the microphone right now, Let me share a couple of these stories to give you a flavor of the diverse skill sets that CIPE possesses to achieve real impact in support of democratic resilience and American economic interests. As you guys know, rampant corruption in any country or a continent is a clear inhibitor to U.S. investment. And Africa, a major untapped market for U.S. and other businesses, loses an estimated about $50 billion a year in illicit money flows, according to the UN. To begin to reverse that condition and make the continent more inviting to FDI, CIPE created its Ethics One program, which teaches and certifies regulatory compliance, risk management, and corruption deterrence. And today, over 1,000 companies have registered in 12 African countries. And Ethics One is rapidly growing throughout the continent because it begins to solve a problem that badly needs to be solved. Story two. As some of you know, CIPE coined the phrase corrosive capital to describe the malicious interventions by China and others to gain economic advantage and deter U.S. investment. And they mask their Belt and Road Initiative as benevolent foreign aid. For some time now, CIPE has been reporting on their techniques and sharing these findings with neighboring countries to help prepare them for similar interventions. CIPE then developed a one-of-a-kind report, the BRI, the Belt and Road Monitor, which publishes monthly information about recent malign activities anywhere in the world, such as the corrupt infiltration of the Slovakian auto industry, and provides guidance about economic resilience. Story three. Market access is, as you know, a key ingredient for global investment. And Central Asia, because of its distinct geography, has always been dominated by Russian and Chinese interests to the detriment of the United States and likely others. To begin to raise American economic visibility in the region, CIPE, in conjunction with the U.S. Chamber, created what has become known as the B5+1, which is a regional business dialogue mimicking the B7 and the B20, which the U.S. Chamber established some years ago. This now brings together 5 countries, the B5, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and the Kyrgyz Republic, brings all 5 together to discuss regional business opportunities. And the U.S. is the +1. Last story. Andrew always hears me tell this story, so he'll be proud that I haven't missed a beat in my own recollection. Corporate governance standards are the heart of U.S. foreign direct investment. If a company doesn't employ universally accepted compliance and accounting practices, there's no way to assess their corporate health, and thus the investment risk is too great. Egypt is the second largest Arab country, today with over 100 million people, a sizable economy, and an inviting market for all kinds of U.S. and other investment. But a couple of years ago, Egypt's finance minister, working with CIPE, recognized that Egyptian businesses needed to fully embrace international governance standards of transparency in order to attract U.S. business. So he personally went to see the most senior Egyptian business executives to discuss the topic. And he made a startling discovery, which he shared with CIPE. He reported that the phrase corporate governance was too hard to explain. Why? Because there was no word for this concept in Arabic. So he immediately asked CIPE to work with the Council of Arab Linguists, and they created a phrase for corporate governance, which is now used throughout the entire Arabic-speaking world. And just about a month ago, I traveled to Cairo with a large delegation of U.S. businesses, including the likes of GM, Apple, Google, Marriott, so many of which have already positioned themselves in the Egyptian economy and are looking to expand. As you can tell, I love these stories because they illustrate that CIPE has been shaping business environments, building democratic resilience, and promoting opportunities for American business before it was fashionable. And we've been an early warning system about the activities of malign actors when their behavior was only Washington cocktail conversation. There are a fascinating set of panel conversations that are on tap for you all today, and at lunch you'll hear from our good friend and NED President, Damon Wilson, who has been CIPE's staunch partner as we've collectively advanced American business interests and democratic governance and confronted those national actors that actively work to undermine U.S. economic and strategic interests every day. Thank you.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those examples you brought really make us all at CIPE staff and all the partners around the room, I know, very, very proud. So thank you very, very much. And now, to offer opening remarks, I'd like to invite our fearless leader, Andrew Wilson. Let me read his bio first. Andrew Wilson is the Executive Director of the Center for International Private Enterprise, where he has worked since 1996 in leadership roles, including Deputy Director for Strategic Planning and Regional Director for Europe, Eurasia, and South Asia. He has extensive experience in private sector development in conflict and post-conflict settings with a focus on reducing corruption, strengthening business advocacy, and advancing economic reform. Andrew holds a master's in Eastern European Area Studies from the University of London and a bachelor's in history from Lewis and Clark College. He also serves on several nonprofit boards in the US and abroad. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Andrew Wilson.
Well, good morning, and welcome to our conference today that is exploring the themes around building resilient economies. You know, in his remarks to you, our chairman laid out some broad themes that we face as a community dedicated to the twin pillars of competitive markets and resilient democracies. At CIPE, we instinctively understand that strong democracies provide the fertile ground for private sector growth. They protect property rights, fairly govern transactions, reinforce trust, and drive free thought and innovation. And in return, only the private sector can provide the prosperity that gives democracies the economic and stability and opportunity that drives optimism and support for democratic ideals. Indeed, the values of transparency and accountability and fairness that drive corporate performance reinforce the practices of democracy and governance. There's no guarantee that one of these systems will inevitably lead to the other. Rather, the relationship between competitive markets and democracy are mutually reinforcing and require conscious thought and action, active participation, and constant nurturing. For those of you joining us today, I'll let you in on a little secret. Joining us in the room are about 35 CIPE partners from around the world. And we've been using our time together to discuss the challenges the private sector is facing in markets throughout the globe and the importance of unity among democracies in preserving a free and competitive global market. In this endeavor, we've all become frontline partners in the struggle to ensure the private sector has effective rules of the game and that our governments work with transparency and clarity when making those rules. And the themes that we're discussing today are central to that struggle and core to our mission of securing democracy through economic reform, growth, and private sector development. As we'll discuss today, and as our chair laid out, CIPE's work is focusing its efforts in three strategic key directions that we feel are both evergreen in their nature, but also responding to the key challenges to market democracy being laid out by the rise of authoritarian economics, which use investment to drive political and security objectives in an environment that promotes corruption, distorts markets, and weakens democratic institutions in the countries they flow to. They also reinforce a system of mutual support between authoritarian states that, while hiding in the guise of national autonomy, actually create systems of dependence and leverage that are used without hesitancy to influence domestic decision-making. We call this phenomenon the phenomenon of corrosive capital. But as it matures beyond political expediency, I think for our purposes today, we should view as a maturing system of political economics that is in direct competition with our system of free competition, ethical practice, and rule of law. And we at CIPE frame our side of this argument as constructive capital. The three themes I mentioned just now reflect how we view the challenges facing those of us working to improve lives and strengthen a global market in which not only local businesses thrive, but in which our American companies can compete. We at CIPE strongly believe that when an economic system can provide for the growth of its smallest businesses, it can also provide a playing field for our American firms to compete. At the core of this work is our first objective at CIPE, that of advancing economic freedoms. This means protecting property rights, governing effective transitions through the rule of law, and protecting freedom of thought and action. Economic freedoms determine the ability of an individual or a large firm to enter a market, succeed, and grow. And as importantly, to exit a market if success proves elusive. Our second objective is also an evergreen theme of expanding opportunity. If fertile ground does exist, we must tend our garden to ensure that the tender shoots of entrepreneurship can take root and grow. The ability of all entrepreneurs to access markets, labor, and finance are critical, and the hand of governance must be responsive and effective, lest the weeds of poor regulation and corruption choke off growth. The promise of the digital economy, finance, and easy access to trade and global markets are key factors in driving fair grassroots competition that we strive for in this new era. Our third thematic approach, and our focus here today, represents the cutting edge of the struggle between corrosive and constructive capital systems, and we call it economic resilience. But before we can talk about it, I think we should take the time to have a definition of resilience as a term. And I know, kind of like empowerment, it's become one of those terms that's a bit hackneyed and overused. But for our purposes today, resilience and a resilient economy is one that's, first of all, diverse. This is a situation in which our aforementioned economy of opportunity provides a healthy mix of private sector actors, domestic and international, across a variety of sectors. A resilient economy is one that's open and competitive. It welcomes transparent investment from both domestic and international sources, and it treats all forms of investment and value creation as equals within a well-founded system of regulation and rule of law. And as economies trend towards greater influence of industrial policy, we also have to examine how to ensure that such policies do not distort markets or support cronyist economics. A resilient economy is capable of responding to external pressures. Perhaps our most topical factor of economic resilience, this focuses on how states respond to issues of economic security and national security threats. We need only look at the experience of the Lithuanian private sector, whose participation in Germany's supply chains came under threat from Chinese pressure following their country's embrace of Taiwan. China's also weaponized tourism. Countries like Palau have seen departures of Chinese visitors overnight when their policy decisions offended those leaders in Beijing. CIPE's work in this regard focuses on subjects such as investment screening, value chain development and monitoring, corrosive investment, and economic coercion. A resilient economy is capable of mobilizing in the face of internal shocks. As governments and companies can work together to build effective responses to external economic pressures, so too must they work to devise responses and policies towards domestic shocks. Natural disasters and conflict can challenge both public resources and private sector activity. Without planning and dialogue, decisions can be made that affect private sector growth, whether it's access to labor, material, or infrastructure. Good intentions can often have long-term implications, and I think about a discussion I had with a colleague from Ukraine some time ago who was from the agricultural sector there. And he talked about the difficulties of providing a harvest to feed and fund the national war effort when most of the farm vehicles had been requisitioned for the war effort and never returned. A clear case of justifiable need for the public good, but also a demonstration of the need for better strategic planning. So too must we think about the role of the private sector in generating post-conflict and post-disaster growth in economies of scarcity. CIPE's approach to responding to the challenges of economic resilience are rooted in the ability that only democracy provides to talk, plan, and adapt when a community of stakeholders is engaged at all stages in the development of policy and implementation. And the feedback loop that democracy provides between those that govern and those that are governed not only help companies develop more robust plans, but also undergird the stability of a society when economic resilience is challenged. Our discussions today are going to highlight both the challenges that countries face in building economic resilience, but also the unique approaches that CIPE's partners are taking to counter external threats to economic growth and build domestic resilience in the face of these unusual challenges. Too often in the city, we focus ourselves in a pattern of doomsaying and hand-wringing. And although I'm sure we'll have our fair share of that here today, our hope is that today's gathering will also provide you with the insights into things that can and are being done to provide and build resilient policies that support economic growth and strengthen overall societal resilience. And to go back to that overused word of resilience, I hope we prove that by empowering the private sector, another overword used, to be a partner in resiliency by both building a strong economy but also ensuring its overall stability, we can build better both strong economies and strong democracies. And by doing so, we'll build a better global economy in which American business and American values can compete and convince. I'm glad you're all here joining us today, and I really do look forward to a full day of invigorating discussion. And thank you very much, and let's move on with our first panel. Abdu.
Thank you, Andrew. May I ask our first panelist to please come to the... While they're all heading up, both the chairman and the executive director mentioned our partners from 35 countries. We sometimes hyperbolically say from every corner of the earth. They're true, 35 partners from Central Asia, Caucasus, Southeast Asia, South Asia, West Asia or the Middle East, Europe, Africa, and the Western Hemisphere. Truly, from Canada all the way down to Argentina, going through Colombia, Peru, Bolivia, everywhere. So welcome to Washington. And yesterday was just an amazing, amazing event. You're all mic'd up, so let me please introduce our moderator for the first panel on good governance, better business. What a panel we have for you today. Ambassador Lisa Gable is a member of the Global Advisory Council of Displaced International and co-chair of the Women's Democracy Network. A former US ambassador, she is a Wall Street Journal best-selling author and distinguished fellow at the SMU's Hunt Institute for Engineering and Humanity. She chairs World in 2050, the Diplomatic Courier's think tank on global megatrends, and previously served as CEO of FAIR, where she raised $100 million to expand food allergy research infrastructure. Earlier in her career, she held senior roles at the White House, Defense Department, State Department, and Intel, and served as US Ambassador to the 2005 Aichi World Expo. She holds degrees from the University of Virginia and Georgetown University. Welcome, Ms. Lisa.
Great, thanks for having me, and it's wonderful to be with you all today on this horrible rainy day. So I want to take a moment to introduce our esteemed panel who are to my left. First, immediately to my left is Rick Johnson, who's the chair of the Executive Board, Business at OECD. He's also the managing director of International Government Affairs at Citibank and is responsible for the management of Citi's relationship with governments and political figures around the world, recognized as an expert in international trade and multinational corporate business. Also next to him, we have John Dickerman, who is the Vice President of the United States Affairs Business Council Canada. Based in Washington, John represents the Business Council with a focus on trade, investment, economic security, and cross-border issues. Prior to joining the council, he served as the head of North America to the largest trade association representing British business interests, and has a long history and storied career at global law firms in Washington, D.C., New York, as well as the United States District Court and the U.S. Department of Justice. Then we have, we moved people around, sorry about that. We have Taruka Wada, who's with Kaidaran. She's the executive director. This is the Washington office and leads public affairs activities in strengthening U.S.-Japan economic relationships and raising the profile of Japanese business in the United States. She has extensive experience and knowledge in public policy and advocacy, both domestically and internationally, having served Kaidaran in Tokyo and also working with multinational organizations like the G7, G20, WTO, OECD, BIOC, and others. And then finally, we have Neil Bradley, who's the Executive Vice President and Chief Policy Officer and Head of Strategic Advocacy at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. As Executive Vice President and Chief Policy Officer and Head of Strategic Advisory, he's responsible for the organization's overall advocacy efforts. In addition to managing policy development for the Chamber, he oversees its government affairs activities, political programs, and relationship with business organizations. Also a well-known figure in the Washington area, having served for 20 years at the House of Representatives, also serving as a Deputy Chief of Staff and looking at formulation of policy in the Leader's Office. So we're very lucky to have this distinguished panel with us today. And really, as to carry on with the conversations that were started by Greg and Andrew, what we know is that there are strategies to attracting investment. One of those is a predictable business environment. And one thing I think we could all agree on is right now, maybe the business environment is not as predictable as we would hope. And so as we look at issues around how do we manage our partners, how do we look at legal reforms, transparency, and institutional capacity building, the key is building economic resilience and also making sure that investors feel confident when they're making investment. And so what I'd love to do is ask each of our panelists, in this era of unpredictability, what do you see as the primary objectives of your organization as we move into the next 12 months, as we finish out this quarter and we're moving into 2026? So Rick, I'll let you speak to that.
Thanks, Ambassador. And I'd like to say I see a lot of familiar faces in the crowd, but I can't see anything with these lights. I'm assuming you're out there somewhere. Yeah, this is a massive topic, and I've noodled over what to say today for quite a while because there's so many things we can talk about. I thought our prior two speakers really covered a huge landscape of the kinds of issues that all of us care about. But let me start with underscoring, I think, what you just said. I thought about it. You know, we're so obsessed, of course, rightly so, with climate change. But climate has really changed in terms of how to do business. And it's not just global warming anymore. It's an environment of fragmentation. It's an environment of government intervention. And when you get government intervention, as I'm sure CIPE would preach to all of us, you also end up with exceptional exceptions, arrangements. It's a kind of an environment right now for not just business here in the United States, but business globally, where transactionalism is overtaking a values-based approach to doing business. And I think that this is something that unfortunately is a trajectory that I don't see an end to this. Transactionalism being, of course, an important part of what we do in business, but on the other hand, it also can be an excuse. And unfortunately, I'm seeing transactionalism and sort of the means justifying the end as being far too much of almost a mantra amongst so many different businesses, but just generally in culture in general. So we are in a very different climate, and it's a climate that I know Transparency International, I just looked this up, is basically saying that there is at least a stagnant approach to trying to combat corruption in governments around the world. Indeed, Transparency found that the United States, as an example, has slipped in its standing of combating corruption. That's something that I think we in the corporate community really need to pay attention to. Because as we look to those examples of where do we find our moral compass, where do we find the compulsion to be honorable, to act with integrity, to be responsible as business, we're really sort of, I don't know if you want to call it, meandering around, trying to find a compass. My CEO at Citi years ago, in one of his presentations, I thought probably hit the nail on the head for all of us as individuals, but as individuals, we then influence how governments make decisions, how companies make decisions. And his rule of thumb was, whenever I'm confronted with a dilemma, I ask myself, what would my mother say? And I think, when you really have to deal with these kinds of challenges on a day-by-day basis, maybe that simple kind of reference point helps. But it also says something about how we're going to have to deal with these questions, this deteriorating climate. It's a whole of society effort. There's a top-down approach, of course, which we talk about a lot here at CIPE. But I think also there's a bottom-up approach. And one of the things that we in the corporate community, I think, need to really pay much more attention to and get much more engaged in is in this bottom-up side of it. Because when you look to where the societies are getting their moral direction, if you think about religion, perhaps, as one area, that's in decline in most societies today in terms of attendance and participation. When you look at the question of government's not going to necessarily teach you anything in terms of morality other than to prosecute you for being corrupt or violating the law. Okay, fine, that's an element in all of this. But I do think, too, we've got to talk about ourselves in a family context and an individual context, and where are the schools taking us? Very, very sort of fundamental parts of our societies that from the bottom-up side of this challenge, I think we at corporations are going to have to now more and more pay attention to that. And ultimately, I know I come from a banking background, money is critical. So in my mind, and I'll stop, by simply saying that the private sector and all the money that we have to play with, utilize, deploy, we talk a lot about infrastructure development, we talk a lot about a variety of very large projects, but to me, one of the fundamental challenges for companies today is to start to invest and prioritize this topic much more than it has been. As was noted, I'm chairman of the Business and Industry Advisory Committee to the OECD. Anti-corruption is one of our topics, but I don't believe it's enough of a topic for us when we meet with the ambassadors of the OECD, when we meet with government leaders. We've got to elevate, as companies, we've got to elevate this topic. It's got to be more of a priority in today's world than it has been in the past. We can't take it for granted that governments are going to deal with this, or that the larger organizations like BIAC. We have a zero corruption forum that we're now sponsoring. We're doing reports on this. The International Chamber of Commerce, the U.S. Chamber, of course, U.S. Council for International Business. All these major international business organizations have topics of anti-corruption committees, things like that, but they tend to be afterthoughts. And I think we are now in an era, in this transactional era that we're in, where we as companies have to devote, and our CEOs, who are considered by most of these polling now the trusted leaders in our societies, they have to start to emphasize this topic of fighting corruption and moral values, not fighting moral values, but adopting and living by moral values. Much more emphasis than it has been in the past.
So John, why don't you give us sort of your position as one in the Business Council? We have a unique relationship with our next door neighbor, Canada, but you also have a global reach. What are some of the issues that you're seeing right now?
Yeah, look, first of all, thank you very much for having me here. It's a real privilege. It's certainly a privilege to be on this panel. I have a lot of notes here on strengthening the rule of law and transparency and regulation. But when thinking about our priorities and the priorities of the public sector, or the private sector rather, that we represent, I think the point that's most important is one of predictability. One thing that we prioritize more than anything for our businesses is predictability and kind of opportunity, and predictability in regulation, predictability in these areas of rules of law. Consistency is important, for sure. There's no question about that. But predictability more than anything for business when they're looking at investments means a lot. We're in DC. We think often in terms of election cycles. Businesses, as we all know in this room, don't think in terms of election cycles. They think in terms of decades, not in terms of 18 months or 2 years. So ensuring that there is predictability going forward for some of these investment decisions to be made, I think is the issue that's probably most important to us in the context of the discussion that we're having. And certainly one of the things that I'd like to point out is, we have some predictability opportunities already. We have some frameworks for predictability that exist. And Canada is a really good example of that. Canada, for the longest time, has prioritized open consultations, free trade agreements, and discussions in the private sector and in the public sector to ensure what's best for those types of investments. And one of the things that Canadian businesses is looking for is an opportunity for not necessarily a replication of that, because Canada isn't the perfect system. No country has the perfect system. But an opportunity for business to be engaged in the discussion around these agreements and around these regulations. I think what's very important for us is for the private sector and the public sector to come together and to acknowledge, at least from the public sector's side, that the private sector has expertise in these areas around regulatory transparency and what helps and elevates consistency and predictability for the business and investment environment. So for us, predictability, by far the most important thing at this moment.
Wonderful. And Wada-san, it's such a pleasure to meet you. I have a personal history in Nagoya, Japan, having lived there for 2 years, serving as U.S. ambassador to the Expo. So I understand the unique relationship that we have with our Japanese colleagues and the strong business presence that you have, as well as that of a free democratic system in an area that's confronting a push by the Chinese. What are your viewpoints right now on some of the big issues that we are facing?
Thank you very much, Ambassador Gable. I would like to also thank CIPE for introducing me to this great discussion today, and it's a great privilege for me to be seated together with the distinguished panelists today on behalf of Keidanren and the broader Japanese business community. And let me first briefly introduce what Keidanren is. Many of you may not be familiar with the organization. Keidanren is a business association representing Japanese businesses, and we are headquartered in Tokyo. And our membership is as expansive as over 1,500 major companies who are doing business in Japan, including American companies, perhaps Canadian companies as well. I have to check, but many international companies who are doing business in Japan. So our function is to bridge between business and the government, both domestically, not just within Japan, but also internationally as well. We advocate for policies that support sustainable growth, open markets, and democratic values. And Keidanren is deeply engaged in global policy forums, including the G7 Business Summit, which business communities of G7 economies gather, and the OECD through BIAC, under the leadership of Mr. Johnson here. And also we engage with bilateral policy dialogue with business leaders throughout the globe, actually. Whenever the business leaders of certain countries come to Japan and wishing to have a dialogue with business leaders in Japan, Keidanren is a window of, we provide the forums for discussion with the business leaders and also the political leaders who visit Japan seeking for investment to their countries. And as executive director of Keidanren USA, I just recently moved to Washington, D.C., so I'm quite new to this environment. But I represent Japanese companies that have made extensive contributions to the United States economy. And you may be aware, but Japan has been the #1 investor in the United States for 6 consecutive years, and it continues to grow. But these companies are not just investors, but they are long-term partners in innovation, workforce development, and community building. Today, Japanese companies directly employ nearly 1 million Americans, and more than half of them are in manufacturing, making Japan the top 4 employer in US manufacturing for 16 consecutive years. This is a testament to the trust, stability, and shared values that underpin the US-Japan economic relationship. But this level of investment does not automatically come. It has to be earned. This reflects a choice by Japanese companies to invest in countries where the rule of law is strong, regulatory frameworks are transparent, and policy environments are predictable and stable. As Mr. Dickerman just emphasized, predictability and policy stability, they're both important and becoming more and more important for business planning these days. Investors need to understand not only the current regulatory landscape, but also how it may evolve. Sudden shifts in policy or its capricious enforcement, especially those driven by short-term political pressures, can undermine investor confidence and delay or cancel major projects. Predictability allows companies to allocate capital, develop talent, and build infrastructure with confidence. Regulatory transparency complements this by ensuring that rules are clear, accessible, and consistently enforced. For example, transparent licensing procedures, clear criteria for approval, and fair dispute resolution mechanism reduce uncertainty and lower transaction cost. According to the World Bank, countries that improve regulatory framework transparency and reduce political risks see measurable increase in foreign direct investment. And lastly, I just want to add one point about the policy alignment among like-minded countries is essential. Whether it's standards or the regulations or the topic of economic securities, coordinated frameworks among these countries are critical to ensuring level playing field, that democratic values remain the foundation of global trade and investment. So for this purpose, we have high expectations for OECD and BIAC. So we, as Keidanren, continues to commit to this positive policy dialogue with you. Thank you.
Thank you. And Neil, down there at the end, you get to be the closing on our recapping of the most important issues you see that we are walking into for the last quarter of this year and 2026.
Yeah, and I think these issues are going to extend well beyond 2026. I think Rick is right. This is a bit of a new day. And I think one of the things that contrasts this new day with the old day is the fact that really for the last 35 years, since the end of the Cold War, we could walk into almost any room where a conversation like this was taking place and expect that there was broad agreement that rule of law, predictability in public policy making, predictability for business was a good thing and something to be striven for and attained. I'm not sure that's the case anymore. Rick described it as more of a transactional relationships, and I think that's certainly true. And I think it's incumbent on us to figure out how we move from the transactional back to the more rule of law process oriented. I think a part of that is really going back to first principles. Next year America will celebrate its 250th anniversary. Also happens to be the 250th anniversary of Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations. And it's maybe worth thinking about why free markets and democracy go so well together. And from my perspective, I think it's because they both come from the same place. It's an inherent respect for the worth of each individual person. And as we form a society, we show our respect for the worth of the individual by respecting their wishes at the ballot box in the democratic process. We show our respect for their decisions in our economy by respecting their decisions in the marketplace, by allowing them to go to the market in the town square and create things and sell things and barter and trade as they desire. It turns out that both democracies and free economies both need similar infrastructure. They need the rule of law. That's why we have written constitutions and written laws. They need clear processes for how we do things. In a democracy, that means how we elect those for a period of time to lead our government. It also means clear processes when someone's accused of wrongdoing, of how we adjudicate that and how we go through a judicial system. For business, it means clear processes that give you predictability about what's permitted and what's not permitted, and how, when you need government approval for something, it's clear that you do and how you go about achieving that. And in many ways, we've kind of have an erosion of that kind of understanding that's led us to this place where more things are arbitrary, more things are uncertain, and that then leads to all the economic and societal downsides that so many of us talk about. And so whether it's going back to the first principles of the founding, or I liked Rick's suggestion, in some ways it's what our parents taught us. The ends don't justify the means. The how you do things matters, so process matters. And that that's true whether we're talking about what we're doing as an individual, what we're doing as a company, or what we're doing as a society, a country, and a collection of nations. And so to me, I think the most important thing that we can do to get ourselves back on track is remind ourselves at what's at stake, not just from the standpoint of GDP and economic growth, but what's at stake in terms of core first principles.
Well, thank you for everyone. And what we talked about, if we sort of do a recap of key points that were brought forward, predictability, primary topic that each of you discussed. Secondarily is the importance of having business at the table, but a reminder to business that it's about relationships, long-term partnerships. It's not just a transactional, quarterly driven relationship. And then also looking at manufacturing integration. One of the things our countries have done that are represented here is the level of foreign direct investment in manufacturing in different countries in the supply chain. But I think one thing that struck me, and it was where my head was going also, is sort of the morality that we are struggling with, a moral code that we're struggling with. For a period of time, we operated off of a series of principles. In fact, after the end of the Cold War, we went out with the Constitution and had conversations with countries about how they might develop their own constitutional structures that met the needs of their economies, of their people, of their democracies. So if you look at post-war institutions, they're faltering. And it's no surprise. Some of them have been around for 75 years. And before 75 years ago, when we set them up, we didn't have the internet. We didn't have the ability to fly everywhere. We weren't sending our employees out to everyone's countries all the time. So we had a heavy dependency on those diplomatic elements that did. But as you see the rise of China and Russia's invasion of the Ukraine, how should business engage in these discussions? How should we relook at what has been the structure, and where can business play a greater role in that process of both diplomacy? There's always political rhetoric. We live in political cycles and news cycles, but where can you as businesses really maintain that steadiness that's going to drive the predictability that we all desperately need for our investors? So Rick, would you like to go?
Sure, I'll start with trying to sort of repeat what I think I said earlier, which is corporate leadership is now one of the most, and this is according to polling data, corporate leadership is looked to in not just our society, but globally. I should point out, BIAC, for example, represents over 11 million enterprises.
Wow.
And in that context, these corporate leaders are now viewed by society as these examples to follow. They set standards. And it does strike me that our corporate leadership has to become far more aware of their role that they're playing in our societies, and encouraging and talking more about the value systems that you've just mentioned. This is something that, as we're talking about here, the climate has changed. Mm-hmm. And it's no longer just profit motive. It's no longer just, making money for your, according to your charter of your corporation. You are societal leaders in corporations nowadays. And I think that all of us in the business community have to understand that our roles are taking on more than just the way it used to be, given this new climate.
Wada-san, we look at expos going on in Osaka right now, it's around cultural integration and relationships, but also very much around business, maintaining those relationships with a wide variety of countries, 100 some odd countries that are there. Japan has a very sort of structured, long-term trade and business development process. You represent that. And I think it is very uniquely Japanese because you do so much with the external world. How are you seeing how you would like to see these businesses come together as we have China rising, as we have Russia with Ukraine? Where are some of the places where you think we can be stronger together?
I think the stronger together is the exact word that I would use, because in this kind of difficult geopolitical situation, it is important that all the stakeholders who have the common interest should work together. And working alone is risky in this political environment also. And for that purpose, for example, Keidanren partner with other business organizations throughout the countries. Like we work with BCC, we work with CCC also, but we work with BCC, and we work with US Chamber of Commerce, Business Roundtable, or other US CIPE. So we collaborate constantly on common issues that we are facing as challenge. And the perfect forum for those kind of discussions can be either B7 Summit or the BIAC, the Business at OECD, is also a perfect forum for that kind of collaboration, so that business can work together and come up with constructive policy proposals to the governments of the members of the OECD, perhaps, and try to achieve policy goals that all the businesses have in common. And also at the same time, I want to emphasize the dialogue between public and private is essential in shaping policies. And you mentioned that the post-war institutions, and one of them, the WTO, is an essential infrastructure for businesses to do business globally. And Keidanren particularly quite active we with this WTO reform. We invite Director General Okonjo to Keidanren, and we even preparing a kind of a high-level delegation visit to Geneva to engage in that policy dialogue with the WTO leadership. How the businesses, especially the Japanese businesses, can help the effort of WTO reform, for example. Because we are not the users of the system, we are the stakeholder of the system, but we also want to be the proactive partner to help reform the current system we sincerely need.
And Neil, as you look at the chamber, where do you see your unique ability on relationships? I think one advantage I have now is I'm a little bit older than I was when I showed up in Washington to work for Ronald Reagan, and I'm seeing third generations of relationships, right? It's something I'm very much seeing. All of a sudden, the sons and daughters of all these people are sort of following the same path. That's unique. That's different than when it used to be concentrated in the hands of wealthy families or heads of nations. And I think the chamber has a very interesting perspective on that, where it's a combination of relationships, but also an understanding that you gotta stay with the rules.
Yeah, I mean, one of the most important things we do at the Chamber is convene, right? And it is bringing people together, whether that's political and business leaders domestically or political and business leaders globally. I think that's incredibly important, and maybe no more important than in this time, because I think in the process of convening and having those forums, it becomes really important that we articulate a few key things. The first is that these global institutions really do matter, and that there is no substitute for them. It's not to say that they don't need reform, as you mentioned, the reform of the WTO or the WHO or the International Postal Union, or you can go through the whole alphabet soup. They all serve a very distinct purpose, and there's no substitute for replacing those. And particularly as we're talking to our leaders here in the US, there's no substitute replacing them simply with US kind of imposed solutions. That these institutions work because we're bringing people together, we're vesting people in the solutions that are being created. I think the reason that's important, the second thing that we have to do when we convene these folks, is that to successfully counter China and to successfully counter this move towards unilateralism, transactionalism, fragmentation that would exist if these institutions break apart, we have to refute the idea that this is a zero-sum game, that for China to get ahead, somebody else must lose, for any one country to get ahead, someone else must lose, and that this is really an exercise of divvying up the fixed pie. It is not an exercise in divvying up the fixed pie, and if we become to think of it, it's only going to fuel the things that we're concerned about. If instead, through the institutions, these international institutions, it returns to the idea of how we grow the global pie for the benefit of all of us in our respective capabilities and our respective economies, then I think that's a thing that reinforces what made these institutions kind of great from the beginning. And so if we can, through the convening process, move beyond the we've connected so-and-so to so-and-so and get back to now that so-and-so and so-and-so are connected, it's really time that we use our collective voice to those two ends. I think we can be quite successful.
You know, it's interesting you should say that there's no substitute for replacing these basic functions, these functions of rules and standards that we set up in the post-war world that we're highly dependent upon. And John, not to put you on the spot, but we had a little difficulty with our relationship with our next door neighbor, Canada, at the beginning of last year, but we moved through that. And one of the things I saw is that we moved through it because of relationships. And I'd be curious how, as you were managing this difficult conversation, which we've seemed to have moved through, where did you tap into for those structural elements that enabled you to ignore the political conversation and sort of keep all of your partners moving forward?
Yeah, I think a really important question in the context of that challenge. And the way that we did that was to tap into the existing relationships that we had in the private sector, but also in the public sector, but it's clearly in the private sector. I think one of the things that is really important to remember from a private sector perspective is they're not just faceless institutions of investment, they're employers of women and men as well. And one of the very important things that we do as investors in the United States, our members do as investors in the United States and abroad, is import the values that are important in Canada to the regions that we invest in. And I think that that's something for years that the private sector has done. It was mentioned earlier that before the 24-hour news cycle and instant information that we get right now, diplomacy was so important when it came to the I think identification of what values a country had when they were coming into that country for diplomacy. But oftentimes, the private sector was also coming into that country and representing those values for good or for bad. So I think dipping into those relationships, ensuring that the folks in the environments that we were investing in understood how important the connection was between the United States and Canada was completely invaluable. And ensuring that we had connections at the local and subnational level was almost more important than the discussions we had in Washington, D.C. So really, I think kind of having those relationships and I wouldn't say exploiting them, but valuing them is something that was really important.
And you had some great commercials during that time period, too. I'm just going to tell you, your creative marketing people really helped bring home that reminder of the connected relationship we had with our friends. You know,
Ambassador, can I add one
Yes, please.
last point? And it's sort of dawning on me as I'm listening to our commentary that this goes to Andrew's point about hand-wringing, but I think it's something we, again, in the business community have got to recognize and deal with it. And that is, here and abroad, there is this huge perception of the elite and the privileged not having to really abide by the rules, and all the rest of us have to suffer through it. And until we can break that down and somehow demonstrate that we in the business community, like you just said, we're the employers, we pay the taxes, we're the real economy, for God's sake. We've got to demonstrate that we are not the privileged, we are not the elite, and that the elite and the privileged are not necessarily above and beyond the law. And until we can start to grapple with that, and this is a growing problem. This is not something, of course, that just popped up last week, but it is growing. And until we can, in the business community, start to recognize that too as a really significant topic for us to address, I think we're going to lose this battle.
I absolutely agree, because the thing I took away from what John said was we are not just investors, we're employers of women and men. And I always think about Margaret Thatcher, other people's money. Until we recognize that we're stewards of other people's money, we're here for a period of time with the responsibility to steward their money. It's not our money, it's their money. And this is interesting because it leads to one of the points that I know the group really wanted to lean into, which is we've got a lot going on right now where it is challenging these structures, which is you've got the AI revolution, you have Bitcoin. What is Bitcoin? To some degree, it's control of your money. That is how many of the libertarians who are big proponents of Bitcoin would talk about it. It's non-governmental control of money. It's my money. I'm keeping my money. AI is going to create even greater challenges. But we also have a rise in protectionist policies. So each of you, what are some of the things that you're putting forward? You've just articulated that, but some of the others of you, is there something that you just keep reminding people of? I think that's part of it, is we have these institutions, we have these frameworks. What do you want those young people who are struggling to remember? Neil, what are your thoughts?
I think, well, let's start with the vantage point that business has. In a world in which decline in all institutions, church, state, the individual organs of the state here, our judiciary, our executive, our Congress, are all falling. Business, and particularly small business, remain trusted. We've fallen a little bit too, by the way, but we're still more trusted than kind of all of these other institutions. That gives us both an opportunity and a responsibility about what the private sector can deliver, what the private sector has delivered in terms of prosperity and opportunity. I think in some ways we've allowed the debate to move away from the reality that we're almost too quick to apologize for the failings of our free market system and too slow to talk about what it's done to lift people economically. We're too quick to talk about the ills of globalization, not quick enough to talk about what we've done to lift billions of people out of wrenching poverty. And so we shouldn't be surprised when we're all focused on the things that are wrong, that people, particularly those younger generations, never were educated about the things that are right. I think this extends to our politics and how we engage in things too. One of the worst things in the political sector is watching, let's just take the Congress for example, elected officials here lament that Congress isn't trusted, that no one respects the institution, as they promptly run to a microphone to denounce their colleagues, talk about how corrupt they are, and how they don't care about America the way that they do. Well, no wonder people think that there's no trust in the institution when we've told them they shouldn't have trust in it. And so this is not to negate the need for reform. This is not to negate the need to improve the system, to address issues of affordability, to address issues of economic mobility. We always have a need to do that. But to the extent that we're only focused on what we've gotten wrong, we shouldn't be surprised when people say, well, I guess this little system that you've created for us really isn't all that good, since it turns out we can't fix any of these problems. Maybe we should opt for a different system.
Yeah. Wada-san, what are your thoughts?
Yes, thank you. It's just this kind of discussion kind of reminded me of the positioning of Keidanren in Japanese internet society, actually. Keidanren is like symbol of big bad business. And whenever anything happens bad in the Japanese society, they accuse big business, and Keidanren can be the target of the kind of discussion in the internet. But I think it's that we need to explain ourselves. The Keidanren needs to explain ourselves what kind of system we have, what kind of governance system we have, and that each corporation have responsibilities as a great corporate citizen, and they're doing so much good in the society, but they don't know of it. So there's a part of a responsibility on Japanese business side because they tend to be quite quiet about what they're doing for the betterment of the society. And we need to sometimes make sure that people understand what kind of contributions Japanese businesses are making through paying taxes, bringing employment, and contributing to the, like for example, the infrastructure they're enjoying. Mm-hmm. They're maintained by businesses. You can enjoy the convenient lives because those infrastructures are maintained steadily by the employees of the companies who are steadily working toward to make sure the system runs smoothly. So we have to be accountable to the society, the shareholders, the stakeholders, but also for the future generation, next generations. Sometimes people tend to forget how the system works, and we need to keep reminding that we are here to be responsible for paying the part of as a business. Delivering those kind of services requires a certain responsibility, and the businesses are sincerely doing that.
And John, what about you? You've had the opportunity, and I know you're not representing the British businesses yet, but you've got two countries that have had a lot of interesting conversations on some of those points. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, so my first point on this panel was about predictability. And I think it rings slightly true here as well, although I think I would couch it in a different term in the context of this question. Living up to our commitments is incredibly important. One of the big challenges that existed between Canada and the US was the fact that Canada wasn't living up to their commitment when it came to defense funding and NATO funding. And that was something that was a bipartisan issue here in Washington, D.C. in the US. It wasn't something that came from one administration or the other. And if you look at the public in Canada, the Canadian public was wholeheartedly in favor of Canada living up to their commitments that they had made under the NATO treaty to fund defense in the way in which that they said they would. So living up to that commitment was incredibly important to the general public. But living up to your commitments in business is incredibly important as well. Doing that so you can ensure that the public that you're investing in and you're employing believes that you are going to be a valued partner is essential. But having partnership within government to be able to live up to those commitments is equally important. The red tape that business has to deal with, muddiness or opaque transparency and regulations, makes it incredibly difficult for business who want to invest hundreds of millions and billions of dollars in our communities to live up to those commitments that they want to make. And the private sector being able to live up to those commitments is what will build prosperity in our communities. So I think living up to commitments is incredibly important in the context of what we're talking about. Sure, regulatory transparency. So if a business wants to invest billions of dollars in a pipeline, they can actually do that is essential. And that just isn't specific to our individual countries. That goes to the bilateral and multilateral agreements that we have as well. We need to be sure that we have the capacity to live up to those commitments because those agreements are going to be respected and they're going to be transparent.
What each of you have talked about is the rule of law does provide better returns. We got that, right? You have commitments, you can keep those commitments, you have predictability with those commitments. So then that leads to the question of which, how much rule of law is enough and when do we go too far? And we are talking about individuals who are, again, you have a heavy libertarian population that's growing around the world. You have an extremely large populism, sort of motivation and conversation going on. People can see stuff, right? They can see it. And so, and they want to run. They want to run and they want to, they want to go as fast as they can. And we see it from the street vendor in Istanbul or, Costa Rica to the big multinationals. So what's enough?
Well, it's, from a business perspective, of course, I would say it's safe to say we all feel we're a bit over-regulated. But I think that a case in point to what you're asking, the OECD just did a review of their multinational enterprise guidelines. And at BIAC, we weighed in heavily with the OECD because that's our job, that's the mission, to suggest that perhaps it was a bit of overreach, a little bit too much reporting, so on and so forth. And I think the answer to your question ultimately is, and it's an overused phrase, but really making the public-private partnership a partnership, not sort of a one-way dialogue, or not here are the rules, we'll let you comment, but we really don't care what you have to say. Right. So I do think that perhaps an approach that would help modulate this overreach, and it certainly government is, like you ask people at the European Commission, what's your raison d'etre, and it's to regulate. And I think the Europeans, unfortunately, are coming to the conclusion that's maybe not always the best approach. But I think it needs more of an emphasis on really trusting the private sector to tell you and government and the regulators, just how far you really can go before it becomes untenable, unreasonable, and frankly, not implementable.
Right. Yeah.
I think we have to be careful not to confuse rule of law with abundance of law and regulations. Those are two very different things. And so, by the way, it also tends to be that when you have an overabundance of law and regulations, it becomes very easy to find yourself in the normal course of the day violating one of those regulations or violating the law. And then it becomes really hard to maintain a rule of law because the more that we have, the quicker all of us become criminals because everyone's going to do something in the course of the day that violates some regulation promulgated however many decades ago. So having separated those, I think in addition to the private sector having kind of a seat at the table, I think in free markets, we ought to emphasize how, and not just the process of regulating, meaning private sector at the table, but the process of how regulations function themselves. So one way of regulating is to say, I would like you to do X this particular way. And so I'm going to manage how your business makes loans. I'm going to manage how your business provides benefits to your employees. I'm going to manage the content of what you as a manufacturer produce. The other way of doing regulations is to say, here's the goal or the thing that we want to achieve and protect. and we're going to allow the freedom of private sector innovation to figure out the best way to get there. And if you take the example of the United States, we had in the 70s and 80s awful industrial-induced acid rain, very destructive to the environment. And it would have been very easy for the US to say, well, we're just going to ban X, we're going to ban Y, we're going to tell you. We actually didn't take that approach. We said, we want to limit emissions. You figure out how to do it and meet these goals. And it turned out that was quite successful, and we managed to reduce emissions, clean up our air, and we did it without harming growth. And so that's a difference once you get to the regulatory structure, I think in free markets, that we want to prioritize how those regulations function.
Wadasanyi.
Thank you. I need to jump in because the deregulation or regulatory reform is one of my favorite topics. So Keynote has been a strong advocate for regulatory reform for many years because that's primarily what we do representing Japanese businesses in collaborating or asking the government to change their laws and regulations. So we started our advocacy effort by saying we should deregulate. But the government people, of course, didn't like that concept. Of course, they naturally want to regulate. So we changed the term to regulatory reform rather than deregulations. And each regulation should have some objective they want to achieve through that policy or regulations. So that's where the businesses should step in to have a dialogue with the government to make sure those regulations are more reasonable and feasible on the ground and enforceable on the ground. So we constantly engage with the government and give our feedback to the government, and the government come to us asking whether this regulation is working or is there anything that we can change. So that kind of very positive, constructive dialogue benefits both government and the business. So it is important to have this kind of relationship. The partnership between the government and private is essential. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
John?
I think dialogue is key. There's no question in my mind. Dialogue between the public and private sector is so important in this discussion. Canada for a long time has been an environment where there's institutionalized dialogue in the development of regulations. Advisory councils and investment roundtables have been incredibly important. In practice, do those things work perfectly all the time? Of course they don't, because we don't build perfect institutions. But one of the things that I think is incredibly important for government to remember in the context of building these regulations is when you're talking about regulating the private sector, you're making regulations for us, but they're laws that are built to help us succeed, not laws that need to be built to help us fail. And if you think about that in the context of a trade agreement specifically, I mean, who is a trade agreement for? It's not for one government to another government. It's for the businesses of one country to invest in the people and businesses of another country. So if you can't bring business and the private sector into the dialogue around how to structure those trade agreements, or if you can't do so in a way that's consistent and transparent and clear, then I think you're creating an environment where business will look elsewhere, where that consistency, transparency, and clarity does exist. So that dialogue to me is I think, the most important point that all of my colleagues on this panel made so much more eloquently than I did.
And Neil, I'll let you do the wrap-up comment there.
Yeah, just to take this one step further, I do think it's absolutely critical that we're at table. But when the business community is at table, we have to resist the temptation to use the power of the state to lock in rules that protect how we do things, or our business or our industry, or how our particular company does it. And we see that temptation a lot, because the table is never going to be so big that you capture the entrepreneur, the innovator, who's going to disrupt the entire sector. And so, regulatory capture of the private sector is a real thing. Mm-hmm. And I think we have a responsibility as advocates of free markets to warn against the business community not just succumbing to regulatory capture, but becoming an advocate of regulatory capture because it works for this quarter or this year. And so that is an important thing I don't think we can lose sight of.
Well, I appreciate so much this panel. We've really covered a wide variety of issues, from morality to rule of law to all of the underlying elements that create that concept of predictability. And I think what you all have done an amazing job is provided more of a richness to the predictable nature that people are looking for. And one thing, just going back to it, which I just loved, is we're not just investors, it's employers of men and women. And it's not just investors, it's fulfilling the individual dreams of men and women. And I think that the leaders here on this stage get that concept, and I so appreciate your being people who are part of this unpredictable time that we're in. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have, before you all get up, we actually have a Q&A opportunity here, which I just realized. Sorry about that. So it was a good wrap up with what we've said, and we're not taking any pictures quite yet. Do we have questions from the floor?
Can you see the floor?
Can you see the floor? Any questions from the floor? You got a long time to answer questions. No questions out there?
Really?
Please, go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you for a great discussion. My name is Manuel Glave. I am a Peruvian economist working at a think tank, a group for the analysis of development. I have a couple of questions, comments. First one regarding compliance. No? As you know, the private sector has been under scrutiny in terms of how to engage and to embed civil society in the compliance certification. No? For example, in extractive industries, the narrative of the self-regulation or the self-control by the private sector is highly criticized by civil society organizations. So in the challenge of building trust and the challenge of building predictability, how the private sector tackles the challenge of how to certify and how to generate trust in the compliance narrative within the sector and engaging with the civil society. No? That is one question, and if we have more time, I can add another one.
That's a great question. Rick, you want to go ahead?
Sure. I'll give you one anecdote about Citi, for example. Obviously, banking sector is very, very heavily regulated. But in my time with Citi, which is now, I don't know, I've lost count, it's something like 17 years. But our compliance group has tripled in size in the last 15 years. And it's sort of apropos to the point earlier about regulation. How far does regulation go before it really starts to be counterproductive? And I would say that given the fact we're spending so much more money on compliance, and I mean, I'm sitting there so many times having to take training now in order to ensure that we are in compliance with all the rules and the regulations that obviously are imposed upon us, that I think it's a demonstration of, yes, the corporate responsibility to comply, but much to my point earlier about when the OECD was drafting its multinational enterprise guidelines updates, we at BIAC at least felt that there was a bit of overreach, that it was going to make compliance incredibly difficult for particularly small and medium-sized firms, and that when you do that, much to Neil's point, you sort of get to the point where you can't comply. It's just not in your, it's not possible. It's not that you have malintent or anything. You just can't comply. And that creates an environment of, well, they're not in compliance, so why do I have to comply? And then it turns into a dangerous, vicious circle.
Santi and Neil?
Sorry. Yeah, I think, I'm sorry, were you going to?
No, please.
Particularly when we have kind of self-compliance, internal compliance, I think it's really important that those systems have a mechanism for when you identify something that has gone wrong, that you can bring that forward and show what you're doing about it without fear of being punished for identifying the thing that went wrong and bringing it forward to say that what you're doing about it. Because listen, mistakes are going to happen. They're human nature. They're bad apples in this world, and the strength of a kind of a compliance system really isn't in the did we achieve 100% universal compliance. It's did we have a mechanism to self-correct when things were out of compliance? And so I think that's a part that the state has to do. I think the part that the business community has to do is when someone realizes that they're not in compliance and tries to bury it under the rug or get away with it, we should have zero tolerance for that. Because if we don't have zero tolerance for that, then no one's going to establish the civil society trust that you mentioned that you talked about, and that I agree is so necessary.
Aslan?
Thank you. I quite agree that compliance is essential, but in order to make sure that compliance is working and it is always there, that's why we need a sound corporate governance system, not just the structure of it, but we need to make sure that system works within that governance system. So not having the right people and have a right communication channel to secure the safe kind of line that you can kind of ring a bell when something goes wrong. And also the disclosure is also important to make sure that everything is happening is kind of clearly seen by the stakeholders. Of course, too much disclosure is always a troublesome, and I'm not asking for more disclosures, but the appropriate amount of disclosure may be necessary to gain the trust from the public.
John?
I think the only other point that I would make is just be careful with how institutionalized compliance gets, right? I mean, make sure that it's not top-heavy and that you have regional expertise. And if the regional expertise doesn't exist in the areas that you're working in, invest in building that regional expertise. So investment on the business side is I think, as important as a partnership with government on that.
And it seemed as if we were hearing about blockchain a lot as a mechanism for ensuring compliance, or at least being able to track, especially how we treat different points and times of the distribution process into the manufacturing. But we're not hearing about it as much anymore. Does anybody have any inputs on where did it fulfill the grand plans that we had for blockchain, or are we still working on that?
Still working on it, but I mean, for us, for example, in the banking sector, artificial intelligence, the ledger system, blockchain, all of that, we're still adopting, and I can tell you, for me, for example, I am told that my compensation is based on how much I start to use artificial intelligence in my work. Mm-hmm. So there's much more emphasis on all the digital tools that are becoming available, but are also still evolving. And I think we're all going to be confronted with this for several years to come in terms of being adaptable, but also, I think, somewhat responsible and not completely captured and becoming victims to all the demands that are going to be made for us to learn new ways by which to work in a digital economy.
John, you were shaking your head. Thoughts?
Oh, no, it's just there's not a finite amount of work, right? So, I think AI is not going to make us any less busy. It's just going to make us more productive, and being able to use that in a way that is consistent with our values is incredibly important.
What about the tracking process, Wada-san, in the manufacturing process?
Especially
because that's where some of these hiccups happen in other countries.
Especially sometimes the government asks the private businesses to prove where this item came from,
right,
where they're sourced. Yeah. But because the supply chain is so long and complicated, it is sometimes almost impossible for the manufacturers of the final products to track down all the way to the origin of the material or the parts. So there should be a line, of course we want to be responsible for what we are supplying, but you know who you're buying from. Mm-hmm. But we don't know who this person is buying from, because sometimes this supplier wants to keep it secret because they could be kind of bypassed if they know the original supplier of the product is. So it's part of their business secret, so they want to keep it so they want to keep it on their own. So keeping track of the items or the materials all the way down to the origin of it, it's almost impossible. So maybe with some very strong regulatory power, maybe you can ask each supplier to tell me did you buy this from? And then you go to the next seller and then ask, who did you buy this from? But it's too costly, and I'm pragmatic from the business point of view. Of course, if there's any digital solutions for this, that will be welcomed, but still, currently we're tackling this problem quite seriously. It's a serious burden on businesses.
Neil?
I agree with everything that's been said. Sometimes we get enamored by technology, particularly blockchain. Well, we could track everything all the way down. Sure, that has a cost, and we owe it to do a little cost-benefit analysis. Is the benefit that we're getting from whatever it is problem that we're going to try to solve, is it worth the cost of implementing that? And I'm not sure it always is.
Do you have any other questions? Yes. This gentleman right here. There we go.
Good morning. Thank you for work here. Yeah. Thank you for a great discussion. Askar Siddiqui from Kyrgyz Republic. I was wondering how you would comment the recent moves, the new administration moves to, a bit of lower down the role of ESG practices in business, and with this posing the action of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. How do you see the role of ESG in, good governance and FCPA in the future? And is it still about good governance, better business, or it's just about, profit governance, better business? And with the increase of right-wing movements across the world, do you see any threats posed to the ESG practices and good governance practices among businesses? Thank you.
Neil?
Sure. So let me take each of those in turn. On foreign corrupt practices, this is another example of where I worry we may have confused the need for reform. I think from our perspective, there's need for reform of FCPA with the message that was sent when we said, we're just not going to enforce it, right? And so what we, in my opinion, we should be doing is having a discussion about how we have a stronger, more workable Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, not injecting these kind of questions about essentially whether we're going to have one or not. So it's one of those things where it's not that there wasn't a problem, but we have to get the right solution to address that problem. With respect to ESG, I think the biggest issue is that it's a term that both has a million meanings and no meaning whatsoever. And so people have been able to impose onto ESG whatever it is that they like or whatever it is that they fear. And that certainly is what's happened in our domestic politics here with respect to ESG. I would suggest that the right way to look at ESG is that ESG has always mattered and will always matter to the extent that you define ESG as things that are material to the operations of a business. And so governance is almost always material to the operations of a business for the reasons that we mentioned. That's why you don't hear a lot of criticism about the G in ESG. The environmental and the societal can often vary from business to business. So if you're in the, if you make soda or bottled water, environmental factors about accessibility to clean water and manufacture, like that is really material to your operations. If if you're selling insurance, maybe it's a lot less material. And so I think we have to kind of get back to understanding that the source of what should matter in ESG is the source of what's material in terms of impact to the operations of any given business.
Wada-san, or do you have
Yes. About the foreign corrupt practices, it comes back to the point that I mentioned in my initial remark that if the rules are different from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, even though how much we want to comply, it is practically quite difficult and costly for the businesses to comply with all those rules. It's not just about foreign corruption practices, but the rules that regulate those practices. So we want to convey the message to each government, actually, to work together and come up with a kind of more unified rules on those regulations. And maybe OECD is the perfect forum for that. We've been working on that issue, actually, to make sure those rules are essential, but still maybe feasible and practicable on the ground. And for that purpose, the policy alignment among countries is essential, not just OECD countries, but throughout the globe, actually.
Rick or John?
So I can only speak to the businesses that I work with, or I will only speak about the businesses that I work with. But I can tell you that democratic values are something that they think about really regularly. It's not amorphous. It's something that they talk about in the boardrooms. It's something that they talk about when they're looking to places to invest. It's what they talk about when they're looking at their home countries as well. I think they look for reciprocity. So I think that's incredibly important when it comes to making investment decisions in foreign countries, for example. But again, I don't see it as something that's completely static and specific to one country. Reciprocity is important, but it's not always practical.
Any thoughts?
I just on the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, I'm a recovering lawyer, and I found it rather remarkable that it was subjected to that executive order. I think that when I go overseas, I get asked that question a lot about what's the United States doing, and the unfortunate signal, of course, is decided we're not going to enforce the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act that aggressively. I think what was probably intended was to say, and this goes to the whole point of our meeting today, that corruption, unfortunately, is out there. Mm-hmm. And it's out there to a point where it's the corrupt are undermining the ability of American business, which tries to play by the rules. It's undermining our ability to be competitive. So I think there was a point trying to be made, and I note, by the way, that the Department of Justice issued some follow-on commentary and frequently asked questions regarding the enforcement of FCPA, and they sort of walked back a little bit. But I think in the context of the corporate community, in terms of how you conduct yourself, much to the point made earlier, you're always going to have to operate under the laws and the rules and the regulations of the jurisdiction you're operating in anyway. I can't think of any jurisdiction where CityWorks, we have a presence in over 100 countries, where it says it's okay to bribe. So we're going to go along with basically following the law and not obviously to undertake corrupt practices and obviously to deal. I think the biggest issue on corrupt practices, frankly, is your external contractors and how you monitor that. And the more you can monitor that effectively, the less you reduce your exposure to possible prosecutions.
Thank you. And we had a question over here.
Hi, I'm Malati Knight from Verity Research Sri Lanka, and thank you for a really, really interesting session. My question is more about on the ground, practical nitty-gritties of getting this done. So we know all the elements, the variables that need to be in place to get to this ideal or even the second best solution, right? Now, when you have to deal with challenges like crony capitalism, regulatory challenges, informational asymmetries, and where the rule of law is not robust, and where you have both market and government failures, and a breakdown in trust, obviously. How do you get to accountability in this situation? And real regulatory impact assessment, does that have a role in simplifying regulations, creating awareness, and what are some other workable solutions? For instance, what can we do in Sri Lanka, which has all of these variables? Thank you.
Rick, would you like to, I know with your,
I wasn't hearing it real.
okay. So you were asking where there's.
I have a thought on it.
Go ahead,
that's okay.
and also if I'll repeat a
Yeah.
little bit. I think what your question is that when you, are you trying to operate in a economic environment where sometimes the rules aren't as concrete and easy to follow, but you're trying your hardest to do that. And you have international relationships perhaps with other people in the room, so you fall in the boat of the person that's trying to maintain this and help everybody else with those compliance issues. Is that what you were asking? Okay, John.
I would say if you're operating in an environment where compliance issues or regulations are not as robust as they are in your home country, then look to your home country as a guide. If they have robust compliance and regulations. I mean, take the Anti-Bribery Act in the UK, for example. There's probably no country that Citibank operates in where bribery is legal. But the reality, of course, is even if it was legal in the country, you still wouldn't engage in bribery because you'd be subject to litigation or challenges in the UK. And that's not just it's not just in the UK. That's legislation that's replicated in many countries. So, I think living to the high standards is incredibly important if you're in government or business rather, and investing overseas.
Yeah, I think too, one of the beauties, if you will, of multinational enterprises is that the corporate hierarchy requires everyone to abide by the same principles and operating procedures. And if you're a company like Citi or any one of the MNCs I can think of in the United States, for example, you're best in class when it comes to compliance, when it comes to dealing with questions of operating within that jurisdiction. A lot of times it's the gold standard by which you're going to operate. It's not necessarily what's permitted in that country. So and it goes sort of to some of the points we've been making here today, which is corporations they don't have to sit back and just wait for the government to tell them what to do. They have to establish their own principles, their own codes of conduct, their own mission statements, and then they have to obviously self-enforce, and that happens. I mean, there are a lot of people who don't work for many of the companies that we know of who no longer work there because they violated the mission statement, they violated the code of conduct, whatever. So there's a lot of self-enforcement that goes on, and that's where I think American business, when it's operating in some of these jurisdictions, really uplifts the standards by which other companies would like to try to operate themselves. And it's something that's so important in terms of U.S. commercial diplomacy, is to continue to operate that way.
And Neil, I know the Chamber has companies of all sizes, right? And so and I think probably one of the questions you're asking is for smaller companies that are servicing or trying to get into service large multinationals. How do you all, and we have within the United States many times have conversations about, well, yeah, a big company can follow those rules, but a small company doesn't have the resources in order to be entrepreneurial and effective. How do you deal with it in the Chamber, and what advice might you give?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is one of the chief missions of the Chambers, right, to be an advocate for those small businesses who, as the ambassador described, can't comply, don't have scale. It's about creating kind of that level playing field. I think to your question, I think that in addition to the role of the Chamber, that's the role business organizations in Sri Lanka and around the world. It's the role, I think, of CIPE. I think it's the role of the international institutions that we've talked about. When U.S. trade policy is at its best, it's an objective of U.S. trade policy, right? To lift the corporate governance, operational, regulatory, predictable standards of those who we are trading most intimately with. And so I think it's kind of all of those things should be working together to try to lift those standards.
Yes. Usually, if there's room for interpretation and if the rules are too vague or the policy objectives not that clear, we would, if you have a lot of money, you can hire lawyers and help you interpret the situation, the law. But in other cases, KDRN usually kind of collect good practices, how other companies are doing in that kind of situation, to help understand what would be the better way for each company to come up with a solution to meet with that compliance needs. So we may collect good practices from within the country, but sometimes we go to other countries and other foreign companies who are operating in other jurisdictions, but with a similar situation, so that we can kind of synthesize what's the better way for the businesses to comply in that kind of situation.
I have to say, it made me think that perhaps CIPE has a new activity on AI, so that someone sitting at this table could go, what do I do in this situation, and how do these other people handle it? So I know that's my default. Yes, this will be our last question, so we'll go right here. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations to all of you for this very interesting panel. I would like to make a question maybe for Mr. Johnston. It's about OECD. How can OECD can help governments in order to assume some of the good practices from the private sector? I am a former public servant in Colombia, and we were very focused in assuming the compliance system for the public sector, for the executive branch. And of course, we, as a member of OECD, we asked in OECD if there were some kind of experiences in other governments. It was not. Colombia was the first to do this. So we asked to some of the governments who are members of OECD. The South Korean government was so helpful for us. And this is something I would like to invite you to think, because private sector and government are different, of course, but both are institutions. And we all are, have to be committed to build stronger institutions. So stronger institutions in the public sector means a better economy, better rules of law, better possibilities for the business community. But it's also necessary to have this kind of a partnership, how the private sector can help public sector, because sometimes people want to do what it's correct to do. And when so many companies has a lot of money to invest in compliance, public sector doesn't have sometimes the same amount of money, don't have the same technology. So companies could be so committed in order to help to elevate the quality of governments and the quality of institutions, because this is the best business for all of us. And the Japanese government was so good also in terms of compliance. So thank you.
So Rick, you'll get to be the last answer.
Okay, real quick. I think, number one, I agree with everything you're saying about the need for that working relationship. And frankly, the government and the OECD were finding in the last several years that the OECD Secretariat, which obviously does a lot of the work, but takes on Business at OECD's recommendations and considers them, they've been actually much more receptive in the last couple of years to what the business community, the global business community, as I said, BIAC representing about 11 million different enterprises around the world in all the OECD countries. What we are suggesting is doable. BIAC itself, and I think perhaps a vehicle for you to think more about, and for those of you who are really interested in the OECD, which, by the way, is in my opinion, the international organization champion for free enterprise, democracy, the things that CIPE is all about. I can't think of another international organization that is more in tune with what we talk about here today and is trying to push that into not just the OECD member states, but other aspiring countries to be into the OECD, which is a rather interesting exercise in and of itself. They call it the accession process. And countries like Brazil now want to become a member. You know, it's a little bit on hold with President Lula, but countries like Brazil do aspire to be part of the OECD. Indonesia is another example. So the OECD, for all of us in the business community who are trying to look at a place to focus our efforts to encourage greater corporate governance, less corruption, et cetera, the OECD is a great forum for that. And I'm going to be a bit biased in pushing BIAC as an organization representing the private sector in making these kinds of recommendations and communications with the OECD. I'll point out to you that, by the way, December 9th apparently is Anti-Corruption Day. And
write your LinkedIn post now.
Yeah, and BIAC is hosting an event in Berlin on that day. We have a Zero Corruption Forum, BIAC is calling it. We meet annually, and the next one will be in February 2026, so stay tuned. And we're also collaborating with the B20 on a business integrity as a driver of growth at the South African B20 that's coming up. So I think that you know, I'll finish by simply saying there is an opportunity for business partnership, working with government through these kinds of institutions that are really the true champions of a free market democratic system.
Well, thank you this really does conclude our session. I'm calling this part 2 of our session. And I would say what part 2 of our session did for us is it reinforced the importance of CIPE and the work you're doing today. Trust with the private sector, having an abundance of law and regulation makes it too difficult for people. So what can we do by following some of the work coming out of OECD, the work coming out of CIPE, the Chamber, Cateron, the Business Council, and how do regulations function so that they can allow us to maintain what we've had since the fall of the Berlin Wall, which is billions and trillions of dollars moving back and raising people out of poverty and giving people greater opportunity to participate in the free market that supports people's freedoms. So thank you for your time. Our group is going to take a picture, and then I believe there's a break. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me tell you, Lisa, this was wonderfully moderated, rich discussion that I really enjoyed, and I know there was a lot of enjoyment. That's my feedback right now. But please take a look at that little square. In addition to the panel title and the information about the panelists, that's a way for you to give us feedback on the entire conference today. So please take advantage of us and tell us how we can make this better. I know it's already great, but tell us how we can make it better. The the breaks right now, it ends 11:15. So please correct your agendas. We end at 11:15. We're back for the second panel. I just want to comment on Marta Lucia's question. She identified herself as a former public servant. That position is former vice president of Colombia. So just a little clarification there. She'll be on our next panel after the break. So please enjoy it. Please come take the pictures of the panelists. Thank you very much, all. Enjoy the coffee break. Everybody, please take your seats. Well, it's time for our second panel today. This one is on business leadership in building economic resilience, partnering with emerging economies to address corrosive capital. It's there, you can read it. But moderating this panel is Jeff Lightfoot. And I'll start by saying, on this issue, resilience, I remember Jeff and I conspiring in Prague one day about the issue of resilience and developing the idea of supply chain in the automotive industry that has grown into a program on critical minerals and others. I remember the brilliance, I remember the excitement, I remember how he brought passion into the idea, and now look where we are. So thank you very much, Jeff. But I still want to tell you about his bio, because it's a very interesting bio also. So Jeff is now CIPE's Senior Director of Strategy and Impact for Strengthening Economic Resilience and Democracies. Fits like a T. He previously launched CIPE's Europe office in Slovakia and served as Deputy Director for Europe and Eurasia, managing programs across 18 countries. His leadership helped position CIPE as an authority on economic security and media finance, amongst many other issues, while securing diversified government and private sector funding. Before CIPE, Jeff worked for former National Security Advisor General James L. Jones at the Atlantic Council, where he led a $25 million capital campaign, spearheaded new policy initiatives in DC and Europe, and expanded the organization's global influence. Jeff, it's all yours.
Thank you, Abdu. Can you all hear me okay? Is this mic working? Great, it's great to see you. That was a very excellent dinner in Prague. Abdu is quite the foodie, and he took me to Cantina in Prague. If those of you who know Prague, I know just see John Glenn out there. Nobody knows Prague like John Glenn. And he put me into a meat coma, and so I had to fight through that meat coma to have ideas about economic resilience and get Abdu on side. So thank you for that. This is a wonderful panel. The theme, business leadership in building economic resilience, partnering with emerging economies to address corrosive capital. We have an absolutely first-rate panel to address these topics, and there's really many different kind of sub-themes within this panel. If you think about it, the topic of business leadership and collaboration between the private sector and the public sector in achieving economic resilience. Unpacking what we mean by economic resilience, perhaps if you sit in the public sector or if you sit in the private sector. The topic of corrosive capital, and I see my colleague Eric Kantz out here, and Eric and Kathy have done an absolutely phenomenal job of organizing this convening and bringing us all together. And Eric really helped spearhead a lot of the work at CIPE on this topic of corrosive capital, which we'll talk about. And in my travels around Europe, and I know this is even more true in other emerging markets, that oftentimes the private sector would say, well, corrosive capital, maybe they want to talk about that, but they really wanted to talk about constructive capital, how to bring in that kind of high-quality investment that would really raise all boats and improve both the prosperity situation and the governance situation as well. So we'll certainly be talking about that. And we have a privilege to have a really first-rate panel here, and it's my privilege to be able to introduce them now. To my immediate left, we have Marta Lucia Ramirez, who is board member of the Fundación Ciudadanía o Nación. Forgive my pronunciation on that. She is a lawyer by training with 46 years in public and private sector at the most senior levels in Colombia. And it almost might be faster to introduce your public sector career by describing the jobs you have not had in Colombia. Former vice president of the country. She was Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of Foreign Trade, Minister of National Defense, Colombia's ambassador to France. That's just in the public sector alone. President and CEO, for example, of the National Association of Financial Institutions, and a number of other august business roles in Colombia and academia, a senior fellow at Harvard. So she brings an absolute wealth of experience about the situation in Colombia and in the wider Latin America region. In the middle, we have Delian Dobrev. He is the chair of the Parliamentary and Budget Finance Committee in the Bulgarian Parliament. He's a senior figure in the Garib party, which is part of the ruling coalition. He's really made a name for himself in economics and energy. He was previously the Minister of Economy, Energy, and Tourism, and in that role played a major role in canceling a Russian nuclear energy project. He's in his 9th term in the Bulgarian Parliament, representing the constituency of Haskovo, where he's been focused on Bulgaria's European integration, transatlantic ties, And that country is a frontline state. You can read the news this morning and see how difficult it is to be a frontline state of the Russian Federation. Just ask Poland, just ask Bulgaria. So there's a lot for us to talk about in terms of corrosive capital, but also efforts to build constructive capital as well. And finally, we have Margaret Olele. She is the CEO of the American Business Council in Nigeria and a longstanding CIPE partner. She was previously the head of corporate affairs at Pfizer, West Africa, East Africa, and South Africa, and brings to this panel and this discussion more than 30 years of engaging the public and private sectors across Africa in government affairs, business development, regulatory communications. She also hosts an American Business Council podcast, do check it out, and uses that platform to promote, among other things, women business leaders and entrepreneurs. I wanted to start by going back to Andrew's opening remarks, because he gave, I thought, a really excellent definition in his remarks about economic resilience and giving a definition of it. And there's an old Washington saying that where you sit determines where you stand. It's an old expression about bureaucratic politics. And people have different perspectives based on their geography, whether they sit on the public sector side of the table or the private sector side of the table. So this concept of economic resilience is quite broad, and I thought we might start with a definitional conversation about how you see economic resilience. What are the economic resilience challenges in your country right now, and how do you think about defining it? Because I think that will help set the tone for the conversation that follows and also inform some of our own thinking at CIPE as we delve deeper into this topic. So I might start with you, please.
Okay, thank you very much for this invitation, and I want to say that resilience is a word that I really hate, because this is a fashionable word. Everybody wants to explain something, so it says it's resilient. So we have to be resilient, and I understand this is something that means that we need to evolve. But this is something that we have to do always, to evolve from difficulties, to evolve from tragedies, to evolve from challenges. And we are having big challenges today in the entire world. This is not only in emerging markets with 3R, it's also in the entire world. The United States, Europe, everybody is having a lot of uncertainty. In the last panel, we heard about predictability, but it's not easy to predict anything now. The World Economic Forum shows in the report this year, in January, that the risks for the next 5 years and the risks for the 10 next years are very related with uncertainty, and uncertainty about everything, institutions, democracy, of course, the social unrest, which is clear in the entire world. So that's why I think it's not very easy for me to define economic resilience. I just understand that after COVID, everything has changed a lot, and all the countries have the responsibility to work, the private sector and the governments, in order to improve conditions of the economy, conditions for development, conditions for the well-being of the people. And that's why I really believe that we need to work together in each country. We need to work together, governments and private sector. I'm absolutely convinced that we need the private sector to invest, to create jobs, to innovate, to create markets. But this is something that we need to work sincerely, because sometimes when you are in government, I have been in both, public sector and government. When you are in government, sometimes you feel that people in private sector can use you for their benefit. And this is not fair. You have to work together in the Colombian benefit or in your country's benefit. So that's why I think it's not good to have the idea that when you are in government, you are working for one specific company interest. You have to work with the private sector for your country's interest, how to diversify production, how to diversify markets, how to have better and more stable rules in order to have a good development of new businesses in the country. So for so many years, I have been working in this conviction that we have to develop a credible and trustable partnership relation for the good of Colombia. But it's also something that we need to understand, that because COVID and because inflation and because Russia and because everything, now there is a lot of instability about institutions. multilateral institutions are unstable, are not, it's not easy to predict what's going to happen with WTO, with the international norms, international rules. So that's why economic resilience needs trust, needs confidence, needs a good faith in order to work together in each country and also in the international community to promote development, to promote jobs, and to promote better conditions of life for everybody. So.
Thank you. It's an excellent definition that also ties it into the democratic governance aspect as well. Delian, how does economic resilience look from Southeast Europe and Bulgaria?
Thank you, Jeff. Let me first thank you for organizing this event and choosing the topics, because they're really very important at the moment. Secondly, let me correct you. It's my 11th term actually in Parliament.
Excuse me.
But since they go so fast in Bulgaria, we have elections every couple of months. Every couple of months, who is counting anymore? So, I've been a member of Parliament for 16 years now, and this is the 11th time I've been elected as a member of Parliament. This is an example of resilience. Resilience is important, seriously. Resilience is important for the government. The most important thing to have economic resilience is to have a government. And in Bulgaria, thank God, we have a government for almost 8 months now. But before that, for the last couple of years, we had 4 or 5 elections and interim governments that kept changing the direction. On the other hand side, the first thing that's most important from a government point of view is to have a government. To have a government with its policy, and this government should stay for 4 years. The second key thing about economic resilience from a government perspective is the budget. It's the budget that can actually help the economy come back, or it's the government that could actually make things worse. And if we look at all the countries around the world, especially countries in Europe, what we see is that countries, they increase their budget deficit through crisis. But the problem is that after the crisis is over, they kept running these large budget deficits, which hurt the debt to GDP ratio. This is something that we see all around the world. This is something that we see in Europe. In Europe, some of the founders of the European Union have a debt to GDP ratio above 100%. They keep running budget deficits. For example, you're seeing what's happening in France. They keep running budget deficits for years. And it's difficult for politicians, because once they try to do what's right and reduce the budget deficit, they fall down. This is what happened yesterday in France, right? They were trying to cut spending, and what happened was they lost support of the majority in Parliament. So it is really difficult for governments, for politicians to do the right things, because the more you do the right things, and if you don't explain it well, usually that's the case, you lose support. So I'm lucky that my party has its 4th government since 2009, and somehow we have managed to keep budget deficit always within the 3% Maastricht criteria. In some of the years before the COVID crisis, our budget was balanced, which is a success. In my country, we have 24% debt to GDP ratio, so we are outperforming most of the countries in the European Union. Actually, we're number 2. Due to these successes, although not easy from a political point of view and public support point of view, but due to these successes, we are becoming a member of the Eurozone from the 1st of January next year, and we are considered a high-income country since the beginning of this year. So it's worth it. The decisions are not easy. In order to have economic resilience, we all need to make difficult decisions. Thank you, Jeff.
And to tie your point, Delian, back to Marta Lucia, it's so difficult to have a partnership between business and government when the government's always falling every 5 months. We had worked when I was based in Europe with some of your associations, actually trying to advance a constructive capital agenda to drive forward reforms to make the investment environment better for the ICT sector. And they would advocate relentlessly and get a law past the first reading of Parliament, only to have the government fall and have to start basically push that ball back up the hill. And it was so difficult for business advocacy in that context. So to Marta Lucia's point about a partnership, how difficult that is if the political institutions aren't resilient, it makes economic resilience difficult as well. Margaret, what are the economic resilience challenges coming from Nigeria and West Africa?
Yeah, so before I talk about the challenges, I would just like to tie to what Marta said about not liking the word economic resilience. For me, I kind of think that the word is incomplete if you don't tie it to some level of economic vibrancy, because it talks about a situation where there's some level of solid, like almost like not a sleeping giant, but a giant that knows he exists, and and that's it. And so we need to look at it from that perspective. From where I sit, I see the whole idea or concept of economic resilience as an economy that has what I call a solid gold trust coin. On one side of that coin is the internal piece, where you have both the individuals in the country and the small businesses and even the local businesses. You have the individual having a sense of the freedom of expression, being able to being able to communicate, being able to trust judicial systems, being able to trust the electoral process, again, so I spoke with one of my colleagues who is in Zambia, coordinating an event recently, just today, and she said to me, "Oh, I can't talk with you on WhatsApp," and I was like, "Why?" She said, "No, you can't talk on WhatsApp unless you have you have a hotspot from a phone that has a SIM." And I just could not imagine the level of independence we have, the freedom we have in Nigeria, where a lot of this does not even happen, right? So that's a part of it. Again, where small businesses like SMEs, are able to thrive, and there are opportunities where the regulation works. But on the other side, which is the external, where private sector, has that confidence, to engage, to want to do business because there are clear policies here. There are opportunities for public-private, conversations that are meaningful, that can move things forward. And so that is really essential. And when I look at what we currently have in Nigeria, I've seen a lot of progress in terms of how we are. I would say that this is the first, have like 25 years of uninterrupted democracy after some past existence of interminglings with the military. And so I would say that for what I would call a still young democracy, Nigeria is really on track as an economic resilient country. We're seeing policies that make sense in terms of regulatory updates, things that are making the ease of doing business easier, so that you have FDI inflows that also make sense. You're seeing things like the stabilization of the currency because of more FX transparency in terms of having a kind before we had like different tiers, but now you have a unified kind of FX system that has a willing buyer, willing seller type of thing. So it's like an open market opportunity, and this makes sense. We've seen tax reforms that have been. So we talked, the last panel talked about sometimes the multiplicity of regulations. So you have regulations at different levels, federal, state, local government, but you're seeing some level of unification of some of these things. And the tax reform is one example of one project, one area that can really help accelerate and make things grow. However, there are still teething issues around the electoral process. Digitization is also making things work better, making operations, public sector operations work better. We have a government that's able to engage with private sector, and we have not just a foot in the room, we have a strong voice in the room, which is super great. Where I see that we need to do some more work is really the implementation and enforcement of some of these regulations. So you have these beautiful regulations and all, but it has to be for everyone, and it has to mean everything for everyone. So it would not mean one thing for instance, US companies and another thing for a Chinese company or a Russian company. I think we are at that point, and I believe that when we begin to intentionally enforce rules, and laws, then we're moving towards economic vibrancy. And again, when you talk about Nigeria, you cannot talk about Nigeria without talking about Nigeria within the context of the continent. Comprising of about 1/6 of the population of the continent, and having very large youth population. We talked about the strength of social media. I mean, I can go on, but this is where we are.
You open up a couple threads I want to come back to. One is, which is demography differences, perhaps that Bulgaria versus Nigeria, and we'll come back to that if we have some time. And I also, the question of consistent enforcement of laws, I imagine many of you sitting around this room are shaking your head. This is something we hear from CIPE partners around the world. We have a really great law that was perhaps brought into force with some technical assistance from some international institution, and then it really isn't actually put into practice. And that's a good segue for me to say that we're going to have kind of an open discussion here, but let me be clear, there will be a chance for you all to chime in and ask questions, and so we'll get to that a little bit later in the discussion. So as you start to have those questions in your mind, please think of them, and you can flag me just a little bit later. I wanted to come back, maybe, Margaret, you opened the door to some of this with your last answer, is thinking about economic resilience, but each of you has been engaged in efforts to increase transparency and accountability in your nations to foster greater foreign direct investment. What's been most effective in your efforts in your career in either public or private sector, and then what are the main obstacles that your country currently faces in attracting the kind of high-quality FDI that could elevate both prosperity and governance alike?
First of all, let me say that I really believe in democracy, and democracy means that we need solid institutions, and we also need to have the decision to fight against any form of corruption. In Colombia, we have had narcotraffic for the last 30 years, and narcotraffic has been feeding the Colombian terrorist groups, the FARC, ELN, some others, and that's one of the reasons why for us it's clear that we need to work in the strength of the Colombian police and army in order to fight these groups and to provide security for our country, but also we need to provide better environment for investment and for the private investment, not only foreign investment, it's the local investment. So working on that, we work as a defense minister, we work in order to have a very transparent government procurement in the military sector, which is not easy. The military sector has so many secrecies because of security reasons, of course, but you have to separate which is security and which is not security. So I decided to centralize all the government procurement for uniforms, for shoes, for all this. And when we do that with the private sector, I open a very clear public tender. And I said, the private sector, if you give me the best conditions, we are going to buy the Colombian uniforms. If not, who knows, maybe Chinese or others, I don't know, but we need to buy the best uniforms in the best prices conditions. Of course, the private sector organized, they did so many alliances, and at the end they were very competitive, and we bought the Colombian uniform. So it was a very important experience to centralize the procurement. Now, the Colombian government, not now, until this government 3 years ago, now we have a central agency for the government procurement. So we start in the Ministry of Defense, but now we have this central agency which is called Colombia Compra Eficiente. Colombia buys in more efficient way, because it means also efficiency and also transparency. So you need to use your budget in the most effective way. So it's an agency. The problem that we have right now is that we have a populist, leftist government in Colombia who is very close to Maduro regime in Venezuela, to Chavez, to all this authoritarian dictatorship in Latin America. So that's why we are, for the first time in our history, in a risk to lose our democracy. Because these people is serious against democratic institutions, against the private sector, against everything, against, of course, the relation with the United States. We have a president who is challenging every day President Trump. He wants to break the relation, and of course we are promoting that. I mean, we have to maintain this relation. So because the democracy is on risk, we are clear that we need to strengthen more and more this relation with the private sector. And in terms of positive experiences, that was one, the military experience. But a second one was 4 years ago, we worked with all the private sector in order to identify red tapes in different sectors, agribusiness, in manufacturing, whatever. And we identified 932 red tapes and difficult procedures. That means more costs for the private sector. That means less results in companies. And after we identify all this, we worked for a year, during the COVID year, to eliminate all this red tape. And we did it. And it was so important. So that's one of the reasons why Colombia grew 10.7% in year 2021, after the COVID. 10.7%. And the next year, we grew 7.2%, the GDP. When this government arrived, they said, this is not a good idea to have GDP growth, because this is something that we need to change. And they decided to stop oil, gas, everything, and now we are having 0.9% of GDP growth. So that's why I said we need to work in this solid alliance, thinking in the good for the country, but these two experiences have been good. And the third one, not the last one, I'm so sorry because it's too long, we did in terms of infrastructure. Because of course infrastructure is one sector with a lot of risks of corruption, and after all this Odebrecht scandal in Latin America because of Brazil and everything, we did a format to standardize all the contracts for the infrastructure. So we standardized all these contracts with the private sector. We work together with the Association of Infrastructure, with the different offices of lawyers, in order to have a transparent, but also a very demanding and very good for the government to contract concessions with the private sector to build the Colombian infrastructure. And let me say, just to finish, Latin America, it's not only Colombia, Latin America has a lack of infrastructure, which is a big opportunity for American companies, of course. So the gap of infrastructure is something like $150 billion US. So if we can develop these kind of standards for concessions for infrastructure contracts, this is something that can create opportunities and also to attract foreign direct investment from USA, from Canada, from others. Because at the end, some businessmen in Colombia, in United States, said, oh, we don't like that Colombia has now the Chinese metro. But the reason why is because when the Colombia Bogota mayor opened a bid for the metro, no American companies, no European companies, it was only the Chinese companies who were attracted for this kind of investment. So if we want to have a good investment, good capital, constructive capital, we have to understand the Chinese capital is ready to invest sometimes when American companies or European companies are not interested in some specific project. So this is something that we also have to build together.
Absolutely. It's a refrain we hear around the world, but not always that kind of energetic regulatory framework to try to solve the problems. So that's great to hear. Delian, so in terms of your efforts to increase transparency and accountability and FDI attractiveness, what's worked and what are the challenges still to come for Bulgaria in achieving what it's hoping to in terms of FDI?
It is important to fight corruption. We are also trying to do the best rules possible for public procurement, to have transparency, to let the best company win. But at the same time, transparency and fighting corruption is not enough, because you mentioned corrosive capital, and we have seen it for the last at least 30 years, even more. In Bulgaria, it is mostly Russia, less China, but mostly Russia. And I know that it is tempting for all developing countries to attract whatever investments they can find, including Chinese and Russian investments. I believe that this is dangerous. I believe that this is very dangerous because it comes with negative influence from these countries. Mm-hmm. And I'm glad to tell you that, to tell everyone that with the support of CIPE, with the technical assistance of CIPE, in Bulgaria we adopted investment screening mechanisms that actually, for significant projects, reviews the companies that would like to participate and rejects companies that we believe would influence or would bring corrosive capital to Bulgaria. So it is really important to make sure that in addition to transparency, in addition to fighting corruptions, we need to make sure that we don't end up in a situation with corrosive capital. Bulgaria, for example, until the beginning of the war in Ukraine, was 90% dependent on Russia for energy. We were buying nuclear energy from Russia, we were buying all our oil, or most of our oil, from Russia, and we were buying gas from Russia because that was the pipeline going directly to Bulgaria and to many other countries in Eastern Europe. What this was bringing, we have the Lukoil refinery in Bulgaria, what this was bringing was negative influence from Russia and burdens or obstacles to the European development of the country. And we have seen it before, we continue seeing that. Good news is that since the beginning of the war in Ukraine, we have stopped buying Russian oil. So for almost 2 years now, we haven't bought a single barrel of Russian oil. We have stopped buying Russian gas completely. The state is not buying any Russian gas. Bad news here is that the state is not buying any Russian gas, but the market is liberalized. So what is happening is our neighbors, in our case Greece, is buying more Russian gas and reselling it in Bulgaria at a higher price. So we thought we are not buying any Russian gas, and at the end of the day, gas is again Russian. We're not buying any nuclear fuel from Russia anymore. We have diversified. We have 2 nuclear reactors, 1,000 megawatts each. For one of them, we're buying Westinghouse fuel, and for the other, we are buying Framatome. That's a French company. We are building 2 new reactors, which would be Westinghouse, and will be the first country in Europe, actually the first country outside the US, that would build Westinghouse AP1000. There are 2 reactors up and running here in Vogel, in the power plant, nuclear power plant in Vogel. So we believe that it is really important what type of investments you attract. And it is very dangerous, in my opinion, to attract, because we have seen it before, to attract the wrong kind of investments. So my advice would be to be very careful with those Russian and those Chinese investments, because what follows afterwards is negative influence for the development of the country. And unfortunately, there is one other bad news. We have seen in the last 3 or 4 years the pro-Russian parties in Bulgaria, because they are pro-Russian parties. They're parties that come out from nothing, just being created, in my opinion, with Russian money in the country. So the pro-Russian parties are gaining momentum, And I'm afraid that if there are preliminary elections next year, we might end up with a pro-Russian government, which would be a real pity for Bulgaria. But this is what corrosive capital does in the countries that it goes into.
Thanks for that stark warning. And Margaret, how does this perspective look from your side in terms of the achievements of perhaps reform to attract the kind of high-quality FDI you're looking for? But you alluded to it earlier in the economic resilience conversation about maybe some of the work that's still to be done, but where do you see the task ahead for Nigeria in this regard?
Yes, so for me, I see, first of all, Nigeria, and that's typically what we use as a key messaging, is a natural partner, business partner to the United States, which means that typically Nigeria would rather do business with the US than with any other government, my perception. When, for instance, the new government started, one of the very early things we did was to, before the election, we got in the 3 top vice presidential candidates of the parties into the small sitting room of the U.S. Consul General in Lagos with the U.S. companies to look at, okay, what would relationship be like in terms of public-private existence? How would they work with in terms, FDI and all? All of them, the 4, said they were going to have a private sector-centric approach to doing business. And so we felt, yeah, anyone would work. And we were very deliberate about the VP position, because the VP position kind of oversees the economic space of the the country. And since then, this was like a foot in the door, just getting in to further engage. And once the government came in, we observed the champions, within the government that we could speak with. And these are stakeholders that have worked in the private sector. I mean, we're happy to have Bata here, who's played in both worlds. But yeah, identifying the stakeholders and looking at how through position documents and through engaging, we're going to resolve critical issues. That worked a lot, for instance, with the central bank. The central bank governor was once the chair of Citi. It worked with, I don't want to start mentioning a couple, but these were very helpful in being able to move things forward, in being able to support the work that we're doing. And so moving beyond that was also to address the lingering concerns, like, certain issues maybe around customs, around the whole bit of transparency and all. And we got the VP's office to work on what we call the first existing foreign direct investors forum. So we were very happy to bring in other stakeholders, including the European Union and even the Chinese Chamber of Commerce. But we drove that project just to get people in the room and say, look, these are the private sector concerns. These are some of the things we feel the government is also doing well, because you don't always want to be that person that you're complaining all the time. And these are some of the ways that you can work with government to achieve what you need to achieve. So we've gone to the second level of that project, but that has also pulled what we call the PEBEC series. So the PEBEC series is PEBEC is a council and an organization set up from the VP's office, but looks at the ease of doing business. And what we have done is to find out from members, what is the critical agency, ministry, or department that's the challenge from a private sector perspective. So we address that. A lot of people said, look, they're having issues with customs, as people who bring in stuff from the board and the ports and things. And so we had the first PEBEC series with the Comptroller General, and we talked about communication. We also moved from just having a podcast talking with private sector, but also bringing government stakeholders to this podcast. The Comptroller General was the first one we had on our podcast, and just sharing exactly what needs to be done. And since then, we've had this open one window approach to doing business. We've seen opportunities coming out, from the work they're doing to drive also transparency in the work they do. Another area that has been has been successful so far is being able to look at how we can digitize some of the projects, that are happening. But I would not end this without talking about, so again, the PEBEC series, in September, we're going to be bringing it to New York. We're bringing in a lot of stakeholders, the DG of the Ports Authority, the Comptroller General, a couple of state government agencies, and even state governors, because that is another area where you have challenges where you have a regulation at the federal level, but at the state level, it's also something else. So really being able to bring these folks in the room and have them, engage with government, with private sector in the U.S., and in some cases even have some expressions of interest on existing tenders that are coming from these organizations. We're talking about digitization. We had an engagement with the Bureau of Public Procurement. Now, the Bureau of Public Procurement is in the process of digitizing their tenders, and one area that we are looking at is how we can, and I spoke with the CIPE partner counterpart in Nigeria about how we can integrate ethics first into the work they do. Because currently, one of the ABC members is working on, that's Dun & Bradstreet, to see how they can do work with them. So these are like ongoing projects, but I think the most interesting is the work we're doing as the private sector development for democracy forum. And that project came really while we were having the conversation with the VPs, and Lola moved to me and said, Maggie, we need to do something. I said, yes. And so, this started in 2023, looking at how we would convene a platform that would drive, conversation that would, help improve the strengthening of democracy, ensuring, transparency, ensuring even building capacity for the public sector in a way that can make this business a lot less convoluted. And so we had the whole bit around steering committee, organizing not just the US companies, but organized private sector who are members of this, the academia, the media, and looking at, if, for instance, you look at one of the priorities, which is strengthening democracy, we are saying to ourselves what would work in terms of ensuring the rule of law, ensuring media, more media freedom, ensuring that people have confidence in the electoral process, the judiciary is a bit more transparent, and we're beginning to see. We've got to a point where we have what you call the National Agenda for Democratic Strengthening document, which we are now trying to integrate this into the National Development Plan of the country. So it's a whole lot of projects with different stakeholders, but with the intention, even though we have some government stakeholders, like the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council, that have bought into this project. It's a whole project that the value of that project is not something you're able to see fully now, but I believe that it is one that can really help and support and help drive not just FDI, but make the country very solid in terms of being a democratic government. Yeah.
Well, what you seem to be talking to there is, I think, something that Marta referenced earlier, which is a kind of a spirit of collaboration, of business not coming and pointing fingers at government as a problem. and vice versa, but really kind of trying to come together and achieve the kind of economic resilience and prosperity that everybody's looking for. So I think that's an impressive model to follow. I want to ask one more question to the panel, but start thinking about questions you may want to have, because we've got about half an hour left, and I want to make sure that you all have a chance to share your experiences and your thoughts as well. Marta Lucia, I wanted to ask you about peace and security, and where does economic resiliency fit in this? Because the situation in Colombia has been turbulent over the last 25 years. Some hope, I suppose, about 10 years ago that things were improving, but my understanding is it degraded again quite seriously. We've been wrestling with this question at CIPE. There's been some work, and I believe even with our Latin America program, but also our Middle East, been thinking about the role of the private sector in fostering economic resilience in conflict zones. We've seen this dramatic examples, as Andrew kind of described in his opening remarks, maybe what hasn't always worked well, but the private sector really stepping up in Ukraine in that conflict. So what is the theory of the case in Colombia now about, what are ways in which the private sector might be able to support private sector or peace building, peacemaking, peace sustaining in Colombia, or is it too early to talk about that because the situation's just too difficult from a security perspective? What does that look like, and what is the role of the private sector in perhaps bringing about peace and security and lasting peace and security after a conflict?
Thank you. In the previous panel, Mr. Neil, I think so, from the Chamber of Commerce, he said when he made a kind of analogy between democracy and economic freedom. And he mentioned how democracy is related with rules to elect people for some time. And economic freedom is rules to manage companies for the long time. I think this is not enough for democracy. Democracy means rules, and stable rules and predictable rules to run institutions, public institutions and private institutions for the long time in a country. So if we want to preserve democracy, we need to understand that this is not only election, it's how to manage government, how to manage the state. In Colombia, we have had this problem with narcotics. So 24 years ago, we had a government, Álvaro Uribe was the president, and we developed a program which was based in security, democratic security. Second, economic investment to promote good conditions for investment. And third, social cohesion, because the third parts are so necessary. You cannot think only in business community and in government and whatever if you don't think about how to make this social cohesion, how to provide opportunities to everybody. Unfortunately, sometimes in democracy, people think that new government has to change everything, and this is a big mistake. Companies are for the long time, and strategies are for the long time. We also need democracies and institutions in public sector thinking and maintaining stability for the long time. So when we changed government in the year 2010, new government decided to make a peace agreement with FARC. And that's fine. Everybody wants to have peace, but it depends of the meaning of peace. If peace means that you accept that people who kill others or who kidnap others for many years are now sit in Congress, this is your definition, but this is not the correct definition of peace. Of course, you need to negotiate, you need to accept so many things from the past, but you cannot negotiate about the rule of law. You cannot negotiate about maintaining narcotics in the economy or in the politics or whatever. So that's the failure in the peace process in Colombia. This process was very important. It was a big vision, and it was so many positive aspects. The involvement of the private sector was also important, but they were so weak in terms of negotiating the elimination of drugs and narcotics in the Colombian politics and in the Colombian society. So that's why FARC has been strong and stronger and stronger in the last 10 years. We negotiate in year 2016, so in the last 8 years they again have a lot of power. They increase the amount of hectares which are coca crops in Colombia. In year 2010 we used to have 40,000 hectares. Now we have 330,000 hectares. So everybody was naive. The private sector, the international community, everybody. The European ambassadors, the American ambassadors, everybody says, oh, good to have peace. But what kind of peace? At the end, we are suffering a lot because if we have drugs, we have violence, we have crimes, we have kidnapping, we have the weakening of the Colombian institutions. So the private sector was so important in terms of participating and offering development in some rural areas, but at the end, nobody was enough clear about how to maintain this, how to maintain the surveillance about the process in order to have the goals, in order to have the real results. So now we have in the private sector so many people who are very conscious about how to promote investment and development in rural areas, which are very poor areas. But I think it's not enough. And I am absolutely convinced that what we need in Colombia is to make a sustainable change of these coca crops for food. For example, cacao, coffee, palm, so many very productive and competitive goods that we have in the agricultural sector, which are needed for food security, for food implementation. And let me say, this is one important sector for the American companies to invest in Latin America, because we can become the food security for the Americas, the entire hemisphere, and for so many markets. So we have a lot of opportunities. So we need to think more long-term strategically, working together, American companies, Canadian companies, Colombian, Peruvian, others, but with one condition: democracy is not is not only for elections. Democracy is not something that we can concede. We cannot accept that being naive about democracy or about narcotics, we are going to have peace or development or better conditions of life. So I believe that the Colombian private sector has been committed, sometimes very short-term vision, and what we need is to have this strategic and long-term vision in order to develop the country, in order to create opportunities, and in order to have strong and definite position against narcotics and against any kind of corruption which is based in different sectors. Because now what we have are all these international criminal organizations. It's not only Colombia, it's not only FARC. We have, in all Latin American countries, now we have branches. So it's money laundering, is narcotics, is arms trafficking, arms which are sold very easy here in the United States, arms trafficking. Yesterday, the Ecuadorian government made a big operation last night, and they stopped a big arms trafficking from Ecuador to Colombia. So those arms are two strength terrorist groups in Colombia. So arms trafficking, the smuggling, of course, which is so bad for companies, and also human trafficking. So all these international organizations are creating a big damage, and also are creating a big threat for different countries. So that's why we need to work together in order to develop, in order to invest, but also in order to demand this strong justice and institutions.
Well, it gets back to the pretty much the central theme of the day. The private sector can be an important element of locking in peace and security arrangements, but only under a proper foundation of rule of law and democratic values. So let me see, do we have questions to the audience? I think I see Mikel out there, and I also see our other Colombian here has also a question. You had really good, interesting point yesterday about attitudes towards American business, which I also was curious for her perspective on. But Mikel Vagel from Finland, please jump in.
Thanks so much, and thanks for a really interesting panel. I'm Mikel Vagel, founder and CEO of the Economic Security Forum based in Helsinki in Finland. I want to sort of lay out one consideration here that I think we all need to sort of recognize when we talk about economic resilience, is that there's a certain tension between economic resilience on one hand and economic efficiency on the other hand. So economic resilience takes investment, right? But it's a bit difficult to measure the return of investment when we talk about resilience. We don't have very good metrics for measuring resilience. We have very good metrics for measuring efficiency. Productivity is we can measure, we have those metrics. But how do we measure economic resilience? And I think to get to that, we probably need to take a longer-term perspective so that resilience can actually become very efficient over the longer term. And a resilient economy over the longer term is also probably more efficient. Let me take one example, which is being a bit trivial perhaps, but Germany was very with the energy networks of Russia. So Germany became very dependent on the energy networks, on Russian energy. That was efficient over the short term, right? That provided productivity to the German economy. But we know now that over the longer term, that was not very efficient. It was detrimental to the German economy, right? But in order for us to start investing in resilience and be sure about that we get a return on investment, we need metrics. So that's something I would like to lay out for discussion here to the panel and perhaps broader as well. How do we measure resilience? What are the metrics? Because I think that would be really, really important if we want to sort of have more resilient economies. We need to be able to show return on investment in resilience. Thanks.
Well, Mikael has been sort of speaking the language of our strategic offsite from yesterday and in the weeks forward. How do we measure these things? Economic resilience is one of those things you sort of know it when you don't have it. Perhaps when things are going fine, it's easy to just assume it will always be that way. That's a tough question, though, and I also see our monitoring and evaluations team. I think they're here, so we might put them on the spot a little bit later. But would anyone like to take an assessment of that? Yeah, Delian, what is economic resilience? How do you measure it?
The example was really good. I gave that same example yesterday in another roundtable because before the war in Ukraine, the US was warning Europe that we should not be that dependent on Russian imports of energy products, especially gas. But until the first day of the war, Germany was importing about 80 BCM of gas from Russia, which was half of the export of Russian gas to Europe. So 50% of the Russian gas to Europe was going to Germany. And your question and the connection with resilience is really good here because Germany did not have a single LNG regasification terminal, not a single one. So at the beginning of the war, it was clear that they could not continue buying Russian gas, but at the same time, they did not have the terminals. They were not prepared. But what Germany did, and this is what I want to say with this is that history teaches us how to be more resilient. What Germany did was in a matter of months, in a matter of 12 months, it built all the terminals that it needed. And right now, what Europe should do, it is time. It was too early 3 or 4 years ago. At the beginning of the war, it was too early because we couldn't do without Russian gas. But right now, Europe has built enough LNG terminals. We can substitute 100% of the Russian gas with non-Russian LNG. So this is the next step, and we should do this next step to show that we can be resilient and will be even more resilient in the future.
Yeah, from where I sit, I see like a free market, a fair and free market as one of indices one of the indices you can use to measure resilience, right? How this equals more of these equals more FDIs, more opportunities. I see that as one solid example you can use. So when, for example, when we before we had the one FX, unification of the FX for Nigeria, we had this whole uncertainty from the private sector. People were not sure of how to invest. Investors were pulling out, within the last few months, we're beginning to see, the investors' confidence increase. The government went for I call it a roadshow on a bond that was oversubscribed in Europe. The bottom line is that the central bank has been able to build, that trust currency I'm talking about, that has helped because of this, openness in being able to say this is one for all, as opposed to this one is for this and this one is for this. Just having a free, a fair competitive market, I believe is one of the indices to measure economic resilience. Perhaps it could be an outcome, but it depends. It's a long study.
Thank you very much. And anything you want to add to that?
Yes, I think that if we agree that resilience is also evolving, we have to evolve from different circumstances. So when we have this COVID and Russia and everything, now we have to think how we can evolve. And it means it's not only GDP growth, it's also how we can evolve as a society, how we can evolve investing not only in companies but also in people, how we can educate better people, and how we can understand that sometimes these kind of investments are not only for the short term, or for the long term. If we invest in people, it means that we are going to have higher productivity in some time from now. If we invest in infrastructure, we are going to have also higher productivity. So how we can invest in order to reduce gaps within the society and also within a country. In our country, some regions are so apart from the capital or from the main citizens, or from the main cities, so they are in a very bad conditions for their own development. So investing in reducing capital, in reducing gaps is so important in terms of economic resilience. So at the end, I have to say, it's how you measure the quality of investment, the long-term commitment with people and regions, and also how do you invest in order to have more R&D, more innovation, how you can use all this investment in order to strengthen value-added chains, for example. So this is different aspects that you have to measure, people, institutions, and the quality of your value-added chains in order to bring more development for the country.
Thinking about it holistically as sort of a systems approach.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jeff. This was a very interesting panel and conversation. My question is directed to Marta Lucia Ramirez. I think many of us agree that under the Petro administration in Colombia, the business sector and the government have drifted apart. And that has resulted in the sinking of foreign investment and also in slow GDP growth, as you mentioned before. So what I want to know, taking into account your previous experience in the public sector and in the private sector as well, is what kind of lessons should the incoming government, since we have elections in 2026 in Colombia, whether it's left-leaning or right-leaning, but what lessons can they draw from the management of this relationship with the business sector, and how can they repair it? Especially taking into account that many other countries in Latin America are also close to this electoral cycle, and what lessons can we draw upon that can also be useful not only for Colombia and the incoming government and business leadership, as mentioned, but also something that can be useful for other countries in the region which are also going through government changes in the next years?
Thank you for that question. And I know you're going to have thoughts on that. I also, because I know we've got about 10 minutes left, so let's take two questions at once. And then we'll do a quick turn on these, and then because I know there's a number of different questions in the audience. Can we get a microphone to the gentleman here at the table in the center, please, Sydney?
Yeah, thank you very much. Very good panel so far. Akintunde Babatunde, Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development. My question is actually to the Member of Parliament. And we all know that a lot of time in emerging markets, there's the reason why most governments decide to agree that investment comes into the picture is because sometimes they are very vulnerable and they see some of those investments as opportunity. So it's sometimes the excitement to sort of attract such level of opportunity takes away the need to perform due diligence. And so that way investment then turns corrosive. So I wanted to check in, Europe has been has led a lot of ways to screen and regulate investment, and you also mentioned a lot of the ways that you've been able to screen out these investments to ensure that what you have is tight. So I wanted to ask, what lessons do you think emerging markets in Africa, in Latin America can learn from that process? Thank you.
Excellent. So we have two really good questions. We're at about 22, so let's see if we can have pretty brisk responses because I know there's more questions out there. So Marta Lucia, how could the incoming government, what lessons could be drawn to improve the business, the relationship between business and government in Colombia?
Well, we are going to have the new election in 8 months from now. I assume that we are paying a big cost for this populist government. So I also assume that Colombia is clear that we need a change. But what kind of change? Nobody wants to go back to the past, because in the past we made some failures. We were indifferent maybe to some poor people in Colombia, so that's why I said it's not only to go back to the past, we need to strengthen this commitment with the inclusion of people, but we also need to educate people. It's educate people about the value of democracy, it's educate people about the value of institutions, the separate branches in power, because sometimes you see that when government is powerful, they want to take decisions in the name of, on behalf of the judiciary, in behalf of Congress. This is something that we are having right now. The president, he wants to take decisions instead of Congress, instead of justice. This is something that somebody has to defend. And the private sector and also the academy, universities have a role to do on that. How to educate people about the value of democracy and also about the value of the private sector. I have said many times to some of the associations of business men in Colombia, of the business community, you have to promote what the private sector means. It's not an advertising campaign for one company, not for one day. It's maintaining this information about what are you doing, how are you investing, how many jobs are you creating, how many are you paying on taxes, how many social activity are you doing with communities in order to make people to understand that it's not true that the private sector is the enemy or abusing all the time. But also about the importance of democracy. Of course, are corrupt people in politics, are corrupt people in government and also in the private sector, but we cannot accept that this idea that everything is wrong, everything is corrupt, everything is damaging, makes that the citizens are completely uncertain and they don't know how to participate. We need to educate people. We need to educate about how citizens' participation can make a change, and this is the big challenge. Now we have 8 months to educate people about democracy, about the economic growth, and about opportunities that we really have. But it also means that we need to make a clear decision as a society to stop drugs and to stop all this corruption and illegal activities which are related with drugs. It means that we need people with the strength and also with the will, the political will, and also the private sector will to stop this.
And it sounds like it's not just up to politicians to educate, but it's also up to chambers of commerce and associations to educate on what the good things that the private sector is doing to make the lives of Colombians better. Delian, a good question about the eagerness to attract significant FDI and balancing that with security considerations, due diligence, particularly in your part of the world. How does this look from your perspective, from Bulgaria's vantage point?
This was a really good question, so thank you very much for it. I'm really happy to hear that you have understood the message that I wanted to leave with you. My practical advice would be to create legislation in your countries that would make sure that does not stop investments, but at the same time do the necessary screening. In the meantime, in Bulgaria, that's what we did. We were supported by a Bulgarian NGO. It's a Center for Study of Democracy. The members here from the center, they're partnering on the organization of CIPE. So organizations like this, they have enough experience and they could provide you technical assistance that would help you create the necessary legislation. And I understand that, and I get it that you're enthusiastic about investments because investments are so important. They're in a way life-saving for the region. And here we should all confess that the Western world has not done enough to invest in Africa, and actually the Western world is missing incredible opportunities. So we should all think about doing more. Investing more in Africa so that countries there get the necessary investments that they need and don't have to rely on China or on Russia or to corrosive capital just because there is no other investments. Because in some cases, it's better to get investment from corrosive capital than get no capital at all. I understand that. So we should do more. What you could do is create legislation that would allow you to screen these investments and make sure that there is no negative influence on your economy later on.
So we're really drawing to a close. I would take another question, but I have a feeling that it's going to take us overtime. And I know going overtime with lunch is always really a bad idea. And actually the lunch is a really great opportunity for this discussion and conversation to continue. So I wanted to thank this panel. I mean, I think a few key themes come up that are coming up time and again in these sets of discussions, and there'll probably be a throughput throughout these panels. This need for some sort of, to achieve economic resilience, there's a need for a spirit of public-private collaboration, right? It's a spirit of dialogue between business and government. The private sector's got infrastructure in its hands, and you see this in the cybersecurity conversation, for example, that's key for national security, and there needs to be this open and public exchange and a dialogue of trust, and so this is something that CIPE we're always trying to foster and facilitate. That economic resilience has a cost. Measuring the benefits of this is a challenge, but it's kind of part of this process of dialogue. And I think you kept hammering home, Lucia, the importance of rule of law frameworks as a foundation for economic resilience and for prosperity, including in conflict zones. So this is a really wonderful panel discussion. I'm sorry it went as quickly as it did, but I do hope this conversation will continue over lunch. Thank you all very much for being with us, for all of you for traveling and being part of this conversation.
Thank you for being with us.
Apologies for those who had questions, but we know there were so many questions because this was so interesting. But let's take advantage of all of us being here. Let's get lessons learned, best practice, whether it's from Bulgaria or elsewhere. Let's try to benefit from all of us being here. I want to thank our partners who came from all over the world. I repeat, every corner of the world. So thank you very much. I want to thank friends and colleagues and supporters of CIPE who are here today. But in particular, I want to acknowledge Her Excellency Ambassador Carla Sands, Vice Chair of Energy and Environment at America First Policy Institute. Thank you for being here. I want to acknowledge His Excellency Fatmir Mediu, Member of Parliament, Republic of Albania, our colleagues from State, Department of State, other government agencies, our partners and colleagues from the NED, without whose support this would not have happened. So thank you all very, very, very much. I also want to invite you to lunch, but before you go, remember that beautiful QR code tell us how we can do better. Please scan it and tell us how we can do better. But also grab your lunch. I understand there are some good vegetarian options if you want, and bring it back and enjoy it here. But by 1:15, please be ready for our keynote address by the Honorable Peter Roscom, Chairman of the National Endowment for Democracy, who's been here with us throughout this panel, following the panelists and the deliberations. Thank you very much, Your Honor, for being here. So please enjoy lunch and bring it here, and we'll see you after lunch. Take care. Bye-bye. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you've enjoyed your lunch. You're enjoying dessert, maybe not now, and a cup of coffee. Everybody ready for our keynote address? Again, my name is Abdul Al-Kipsi. I'm the Managing Director for Programs at CIPE. And it's truly my honor to introduce the Honorable Peter Roskam, Chairman of the National Endowment for Democracy, as our keynote address. Congressman Roskam, a former 6-term U.S. representative from Illinois, is a partner at Baker Hostetler, where he leads the federal policy. He provides strategic counsel to clients whose business needs involve law, government, media, and public policy. While in Congress, he served in the House leadership, chaired 3 major subcommittees of the House Ways and Means Committee, and was a primary architect of the historic 2017 overhaul of America's tax code. He chaired the U.S. House Democracy Partnership, a bipartisan commission supporting emerging democracies abroad, and co-chaired the India Caucus, the Korea Caucus, the Bipartisan Task Force to Combat Anti-Semitism, and the Republican Israel Caucus. He was a member of the Select Committee on events surrounding the 2012 terrorist attack in Benghazi, Libya. Representative Roskam serves on the board of directors for the Center for the U.S. Global Leadership, and in 2019, he was a resident fellow at the University of Chicago's Institute of Politics. But I want to add a personal note to that. I've known Congressman Roskam for a while as the chairman of the National Endowment for Democracy, and I know his energy and engagement support his net programs, net partners, and CIPE's programs as well. I know for a fact. We had organized a meeting of our regional partners from the Middle East and North Africa. Congressman Roskam was there, not just listening like he was today, fully engaged, listening for the entire time of that meeting. So thank you very much. Please join me in welcoming Congressman Roskam.
Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. Well, what a joy to be together and to have the opportunity to visit with you this afternoon. So in my short few minutes that we have together, I want to tell you 2 stories and make 2 points. The first story will be about my mom. The second story will be about my dad, and 2 points in between. And the first point is to recognize the moment that we're in. And the second point is to recognize our responsibility in the moment. Okay, my mother. My mother was almost 95 years old when she passed away last month. And when you lose somebody close to you, it creates a tenderness, doesn't it, as you think about your relationships and you think about memories. And one of the things that came to me over the past few weeks was a memory that I have of my mom. I was still in school, living at home, and we found ourselves in the kitchen late at night when the rest of the household had gone to sleep. And it was just her and I just visiting. And this was not some parental intervention. I wasn't being admonished for driving too quickly or anything like that. We were just chatting. And one of the things that she told me was growing up in Oak Park, Illinois, which she did, she remembers as a young girl listening to the news on the radio. Now, this would have been in the 1930s. And hearing Adolf Hitler's voice on the news. Well, she didn't speak German. She didn't understand what he was saying, but she knew it was menacing. And I remember thinking that night, oh, how interesting that would have been to have been alive in such consequential times, and even as a child, to recognize the significance of that. Well, friends, I'm here to tell you, we are in a significant moment. We need to recognize this moment. And part of the recognition is to see what's going on around us. Vice President Ramirez, in her remarks, brought our attention to the challenge that the private sector is under in Colombia. And it's not just Colombia, it's all around the world. There is a level of cynicism and suspicion that is pushing up against institutions that we know are spectacular. We know has created more prosperity for more people than the world has ever known. There is no economic system that has brought so many people out of poverty than the free market and free enterprise. And that is right at the heart of CIPE's mission. So we need to recognize this moment. There's also the idea that in the recognition of this moment, we need to be incredibly articulate in telling a good news story. Now, let me tell you a story. I served in the Illinois legislature, which is our state legislatures, our local legislatures. And I was down there as a young man. I'm in my early 30s at the time, and some of the various constituencies are coming in to see me. And they would say, well, Representative, the state of Illinois is 40th out of 50 in funding in this particular category. And, frankly, I would listen and I would think, okay, so we give more money and we move to number 38 or 37. I just wasn't really that interested. The librarians for the state of Illinois came to see me, and in their presentation, they were kind of giving their pitch, and they happened to say, oh, by the way, the state of Illinois has the best library system in the country. I said, what? Oh, yeah, the state of Illinois has the best library system in the country. I said, stop the presses. Every other meeting you have for the next 2 days you're in Springfield, Illinois, that needs to be the first thing you say. Go in and tell every representative and every senator that we've got the best library system in the country, and you need their help to keep it number one. Why do that? Because everybody loves a winner. Everybody. It's human nature. We love winners. So I think in the context of how we're going about and thinking these things through, it's to recognize that constituencies that we all long to serve and we all long to see flourish around the world, people longing for their own voices, people longing for the scandal of being able to say, I get to determine my future in a free enterprise system, and there's real buoyancy to that. And they're being told a lie, aren't they? They're being told the lie that says, oh, it's all a hustle. It's completely corrosive. You can't break through. You're going to press your nose up against the glass and look in at other people who are feasting, but you're never going to actively participate in that. And that's what the strong man says to keep people down. He says, sit down, be quiet, you're going to get what we give you, and do not dare take the initiative. And what we're doing is we're saying, oh, we've got good news. And the good news is, you don't have to live like this. The good news is, there are institutions like CIPE and others that are partnering with people around the world that are building and creating bulwarks and defending institutions and building those institutions to defend the free market system. And that is so scandalous, the idea of real freedom. It is very, very provocative for tyrants, and it is unacceptable to them. Which brings me to the point of our responsibility now in this moment. We're not smarter than anybody around us. There's a lot of smart people who are out there. But we have the burden of knowledge, don't we? We have the burden of knowing that this system, that is the free enterprise system, private initiative, is the solution. It's part of the solution for sure. And the question is, what do we do with that knowledge? Do we just sit here and say, well, I've got it, it's good for me and mine, and I'm fine, thank you very much? No, that would be ridiculous. What we've got to do with that knowledge is we've got to communicate it. We've got to articulate it. We've got to be clearer than ever, because there are cynics out there that absolutely want this argument to fall flat on its face. And so this consequential moment that we find ourselves in will have a ripple effect for years and years and years. So the consequential nature of being alive and aware in a season like this, there's a real brightness to it. I mean, anybody can sort of be moving along at a time when all the underlying assumptions are everybody assumes the same thing. But those underlying assumptions have shifted, and they have shifted dramatically. And the strong man, the authoritarian regimes are being more and more and more aggressive, more and more and more coordinated. And what they want to do is they want to overwhelm people and to keep them down, keep them discouraged, and keep them, frankly, intimidated. Okay, a story about my dad. My dad grew up with a tough background, and it was difficult. There was a couple named Roy and Ella Jenkins, whose only son, George Jenkins, was killed in the Normandy invasion in World War II. And Roy and Ella Jenkins decided to do something to honor George's memory. What they did was they plucked my father out of complete obscurity, and they completely changed his life. It was providential, absolutely. They said to him, "We're going to pay your tuition, room, board, books, fees, spending money." They bought him this class ring, and they put him through 4 years of college. They absolutely changed his life. He was moving in this direction, and they changed his life, and he moved in this direction. So you can imagine this sense of gratitude and responsibility that he had as a young man, and then going up and going through the Army, going into business, and so forth. Ronald Reagan gave a speech in the early 1980s where he called on the private sector to take the initiative. And you remember, this is a time when President Reagan was pulling back from government support from certain things and said he called on the private sector to step forward, and this was something that really resonated with my father. Now, interestingly, Ronald Reagan gave another speech that was the forbearance or the foreshadowing of the foundation of the NED and the core institutes too. So Reagan gives this speech, my dad hears it, he decides, he's a very successful businessman, and he comes up with this idea to solicit inventory donations from corporations and trade those with colleges for scholarships for disadvantaged kids like him. Well, what's so interesting about that, to me, is that organization has now helped over 30,000 kids go to college. And as I think about the hero of the story, I'm not pointing at my father, I'm pointing to Mr. and Mrs. Jenkins, who had no idea of what their generosity was doing, but they were incredibly generous, and it turned out to be a generational blessing. And I think that the work of this gathering is not unlike that. I think the work of this gathering can be a generational blessing in the future. And I think there will come a point at which 5, 10, 15 years down the road, people will reflect back, and even further down the road than that, they will reflect back and they will say, wow, that was a tough time for pro-democracy efforts around the world. That was a tough time for free enterprise. Who were those people who answered that call? Who were those people that decided to go out and to be clear, to be articulate, to be not defensive, and to be invitational? Oh, that was those folks at CIPE who were gathering and encouraging. So let me leave you, I know if I'm quoting a saint, I'm not playing fair, but let me quote a saint to you. St. Ambrose of the 4th century, it is said that he used this phrase to describe his faith. He said, we don't impose on the world. We propose a more excellent way. We don't impose, we propose. Now, for those of you who are familiar with the New Testament, you realize that what St. Ambrose was commenting on is 1 Corinthians 12, where Paul is writing to the church in Corinth, and then he turns to the love chapter, 1 Corinthians 13, where he says, there is a more excellent way, and that is love. And so herein, I think, is our real opportunity. Our opportunity is to go out and to be communicating to people really what they're longing for. They're longing for brightness. They're longing for opportunity for their family. They're longing for autonomy. And they are willing to actively participate in that. And the institutions and the partnerships and the relationships that are centered at CIPE can be far more significant than just the warm bodies in this room, but can be generationally impactful around the world and for decades to come. So I know I speak on behalf of the leadership of the National Endowment for Democracy when I tell you it is our great honor and just a great privilege to be partners with you, and we wish you the very best. Thank you. I think we need a break. Congressman Roscom, thank you very, very, very much. Wasn't that inspirational? Again. All right, we have about 12 minutes or so. Continue your coffee, but meanwhile, if you don't speak Spanish, one of our speakers, Henry from Bolivia, will be speaking in Spanish. So please grab your translation, interpretation equipment there and come back. We start sharp at 1:45? At 1:45.
Good afternoon, everybody. That was quite the keynote speech, so I was really impressed and energized. So now we go into another fantastic panel. This is the third panel on unlocking constructive capital, building trust, transparency, and opportunity in emerging markets. And my friend and colleague, Becky Johnson, will be moderating that. And Becky joined us a couple of years now, and we've worked so closely together. She has brought energy, changed a lot of things we used to do at CIPE, and I'm very proud to count her as one of my closest friends at CIPE now. So thank you for everything, Becky. But let me still tell you about her impressive biography. Becky now serves as CIPE's Chief of Staff. As soon as she came in, she and Andrew led the process of moving CIPE into a new phase of its development. We call that CIPE 3.0. Everybody at CIPE got to know her. She interviewed almost everybody at CIPE, including all our staff in the field offices, of course, at headquarters and everywhere else, and effected quite some change. Prior to CIPE, she spent time at the Healthy Weight Commitment Foundation, the U.S. Departments of Commerce and Homeland Security, and in these roles, she saw firsthand how the private sector can make a positive impact on the communities in which they operate, and how open markets can drive measurable change to the benefit of society. She was just being trained to come to CIPE. Becky grew up in Georgia, very proudly, and attended Union University, earning a Bachelor's of Art in Political Science. While running a foundation, she earned a Master's of Arts in International Commerce and Policy from George Mason University and a certificate in globalization from the University of Oxford. Most recently, Becky worked at Kimberly-Clark Corporation as a Senior Director for Global Public Policy. All yours, Becky.
Thank you so much, Abdu, and I share your sentiments. Wonderful friend, great leader at CIPE, and I'm thrilled to work with him. I'm also equally thrilled to be up here with these distinguished experts, and I have to tell you that these chairs are much more comfortable than yours, and so we might stay up here for a while. As I mentioned, joining me are distinguished experts who will discuss how to unlock constructive capital and build trust, transparency, and opportunity in emerging markets. First, I'm joined by Kwame Owino, the CEO of the Institute of Economic Affairs in Kenya. Kwame's work has made the Institute a premier think tank for sub-Saharan Africa, serving as a trusted resource, driving evidence-based policymaking across the region on issues ranging from economic regulation, public expenditure, international trade, and other critical policy areas. Kwame is a notable economist with a unique ability to bridge the gap between policy experts and stakeholders to drive positive change that is resulting in more transparent and inclusive policymaking for the betterment of Kenya and the region. I'm also joined by Dr. Nishan Damel, who is the Executive Director of Verite Research, a leading think tank in Sri Lanka. Nishan and Verite are known for their expertise in public finance transparency. He has led groundbreaking work on budget oversight, debt documentation, and fiscal accountability. His work continues to shape data-driven public finance reform. He holds many degrees, but notably a PhD in economics from the University of Oxford, where he also served as a lecturer. But we also had him here for a time, where he earned a degree in economics from Harvard University. I am thrilled to have Henry Oporto joining me today. Henry has accomplished what many CIPE partners hope to achieve. He is credited with restoring democracy to his home country of Bolivia in 1982. Henry served in the Bolivian government and is now the executive director of Fundación Milenio, which leads groundbreaking research on the influence of corrosive capital coming from authoritarian regimes, particularly in the mining industries, working to protect Bolivia's lithium reserves. He's a sociologist and an expert in development, democracy, and public policies. But this panel would not be complete without Farouk Irnazov, who is a co-founder and country director at the Central Asian Development Institute and RANSIF Group. He has more than 15 years of experience working on economic development and investment strategies, trade and transportation, labor migration, and agribusiness, and manage projects for U.S., multilateral, and international institutions and companies. From 2014 to 2019, he was a visiting scholar at Johns Hopkins University and George Washington University. Thank you all for joining me today. I look forward to our discussion. Many of us are very familiar with notable corrosive infrastructure investments that have occurred around the world. The rise of Russia and China, their control over mining industries and critical minerals and rare earths, the takeover and control of ports by China. But it's also Venezuela seeking to purchase control of over 60% of Colombia's fertilizer market, potentially exposing the country to control from Venezuela. This panel will discuss the challenges, what has gone wrong with large-scale infrastructure financing, and why, and will hopefully be able to discuss where these experts see opportunities for constructive investments and how they should be structured for success. But first, I would like to turn to each of them to provide some brief introductory remarks related to the challenges your countries and regions have faced with large-scale infrastructure financing, while also telling us a little bit about your organizations. So Kwame, I'm going to turn to you first.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. And thanks to CIPE for this invitation. Now, let me say my complete understanding or my expanded understanding of corrosive capital is not complete until I tell the story of Kenya. Now, this is a country, $120 billion in 2014, $120 billion in GDP per capita, a population of about 43, 44 million people. And then here comes a government investment which was sold to many African countries. I contest it, but the average idea is that many African countries lag in development and growth because of an infrastructure challenge. Be that as it may, the government of Kenya invests or takes up a new investment that is equivalent to 5% of GDP. And that's spooked me. So I start to say, fine, if you're going to have one investment that is worth 5% of GDP, all in 1 year or in a couple of years, what are the details? And I searched and I searched and I searched, and we could not find them in the public domain. So that's another red flag. Now, the information that has come out through since then is it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter that this was with a consortium of Chinese banks, and some of them are state corporations, some of them one way or the other, but the entire loan, as I say, it was equivalent to close to 5% of Kenya's GDP for 500 kilometers of a railroad. So the funny thing that we do is we simply go back there and ask, okay, if this is what it costs, what's the equivalent in terms of benchmarking globally? And this railroad, is 3.5 times equivalent of what everybody else would construct for a similar length. Another red flag. So all I'm trying to say here is that if you did not mention names and looked at this corrosive, and had the idea about corrosive capital, this would be it. One, it's overly leveraged. Two, it's a complicated infrastructure project. Well, not necessarily complicated infrastructure project, but let me just say that it's a complicated series of agreements to bring it in. So in as much as this is one construction, there are 11 different, in the admission of the public sector in Kenya, 11 different contracts, some servicing one part of it or the other. Very, very complicated with many moving parts. That's not a good thing because you'd expect, what are the terms of this agreement? How much is it going to be paid for? So there's a leakage out and out of what it means. And so what we understand so far, it's since become a white elephant, but what we understand so far is that this was a 17 years project, basically 5 years of 5 years of grace period and then 12 years to pay for the entire amount at 6 plus 2, LIBOR plus 2.5%, which brought it to 8.5% of the interest rate. And if you're spending close to $5.46 billion, that's a ton of money anyway. And the assumptions would be this would have to raise close to in my calculation, about $800 million every year to be able to pay for itself over that 12-year period. My assessment back there, remember, this is just using Excel sheets without much knowledge about anything else. So it was predictable, regardless of which country. And then when you look back and say, with this amount of clouds and absence of transparency, which kind of person would go into this? And you find invariably that the countries that partner with some African countries or low developing countries tend to be non-democratic. They have a history of wanting, or rather specifically pursuing, under the guise of we do not interfere in domestic politics, being covered with an inadequate disclosure, and obviously with all the liabilities borne by citizens such as myself. So that's what this idea, that's when I became completely alert to it. And then finally, what does tend to happen is regardless of what the prerogatives of the state might be to hide those contracts, what we have come to right now is when this contract was opened, it was completely unviable, and then it forces the state to diminish the economic freedom of private sector firms by forcing them to have to use that railway line for its viability. So do you see this, a cascade of one, it starts with the information that is hidden, then over time the state starts to erode everybody's economic freedoms by forcing them to raise the viability of this, and that then becomes a question that actually ended up in Kenyan courts, and even with the courts giving judgment that these contracts are supposed to be disclosed, I think only half of them, of the entire 11 are. But all the same, Kenya has had a debt overhang and obviously a problem over the last, maybe 6 years now. I actually think it's not just a liquidity problem, it's a fiscal solvency problem in which this project, not the only one, but is part of the bigger problem over Kenya's debt. So if you put all these together, it tells you that the idea of corrosive capital, in whatever way we understand it, is very, very real. And for some countries such as Kenya, where I live, it is completely connected to the government's very fragile fiscal position today. Thanks.
Thank you, Kwame. Nishan.
Thank you, Becky. So, over the last 2 days, one of the things we've discovered as we spoke with each other, and of course, we also read each other's work, is that pretty much the same story gets played out with different specifics in different places. Politicians with incentivized out of personal gain are implementing extremely consequential public infrastructure projects that are not well planned, not well thought out for the sake of society, that over time gets the country into serious trouble that needs to be then addressed as a crisis and fixed. Sri Lanka went through a debt sustainability crisis over the last few years, and that's really what woke up people to the problem, because as long as the money keeps flowing in and it looks good, people don't think about it so much. But I want to zoom out a little, because Becky has so many detailed questions that will unpack some of the details. So I thought, let's zoom out a little. The title of our talk is about building trust and transparency and opportunity. And of course, being with CIPE, we've always had, together with increasing the role of the market and the market economics, has been increasing the power of democracy, that these two things go hand in hand. I want to say that the greatest threat to democracy is not the rise of authoritarians, but the erosion of trust in elected leaders. The greatest threat to democracy, and often we think of democracy and the counter or the opposite of democracy as authoritarianism. I think that maybe we want to think differently. The greatest threat to democracy is the erosion of trust in elected leaders. Democracy, as we all know, is defined not only by the institution of public balloting, which we call elections, it is defined also by the doctrine of public trust. That's a judicial term that we've actually incorporated into our judiciary. We've written documents to help judges understand the doctrine and use it, and these documents are now quoted in Senegal, in lots of parts of the world. What does it mean? It means that those elected to office, and this is what democracy means, that those elected to office are expected to protect and advance the public interest, the common good. And that is what they're expected to use the power that we give them to do. We had Ambassador Lisa Gable, we had Colombian ex-Vice President Marta Ramirez also talk about trust. Lisa Gable said responsible stewardship. So I think we mustn't forget that when we say we are protecting democracy, we are not just protecting the system of elections and voting. We are protecting something far more fundamental than that. That is that you can get leaders who are going to represent or protect or advance public interest and that they can be trusted to do so. When that expectation is repeatedly and it becomes chronic after a while, chronically disappointed, electoral democracy falters and becomes unstable. And I think if we think of it that way, there's a lot we can understand about what's going on in democracy in many parts of the world. The way that corrosive capital and other corrosive influences, you get them in media as well, not just in capital, undermines democracy is not by getting rid of elections or supporting or financing authoritarians. It is more insidious than that. It is by crippling the public trust in the elements of democracy. It's crippling public trust in the functioning of elected leaders while maintaining the elements of public balloting. So you get the structure of democracy working but not the substance, and suddenly democracy itself loses credibility and you get real social crisis and upheaval and you're wondering what to do. I'll move to my second sort of significant thought as I zoom out. Because if public trust is the foundation to protect of elected leaders, how do you go about doing that? I think we have worked by also understanding that transparency is to public trust in a democracy what markets are to private production in an economy. We've heard it said today and spoken about how amazing markets are, how markets have unleashed private production, how it has unleashed productivity, innovation in an amazing way. And when we talk about transparency, we also mean that it is not just about information being available, but transparency should be for public trust what markets are to an economy. Markets, I think we have to be careful that many people think markets is letting people just do whatever they want and it's sort of unrestrained freedom, but markets are a kind of technology. It's an architecture that we create and has emerged in modern societies to get self-interested people to function in a way that serves the social interest. That's an amazingly interesting technology that we build. So as an economist, this is what makes it enormously interesting. This is why Adam Smith says it is not to the benevolence of the butcher, the brewer, the baker that we look for our dinner, but to their regard to their own self-interest. But that sounds crazy. Why should we promote self-interest? We don't. But through the technology and architecture of markets, we have learned how to tap self-interest to serve the social interests. And transparency, I want to suggest, or in the way that I'm talking about, the way that Verite Research does it in Sri Lanka, so I'm from a think tank, and we don't think of transparency as just data, but it is the architecture that we build, the platforms that we build, and the kind of analysis and understanding that we create through transparency is to get untrustworthy politicians to uphold and serve the public interest and to function as somehow stewards of public trust. And that is let's not think of transparency as just expansion, the availability of information. Let's think of it as an architecture that we create, and I think we have so much knowledge to share on that, to actually do in government what markets do in the private sector. So as I said, competitive markets don't exist in the state of nature. You don't see animals sort of having markets. It's a genuinely ingenious human invention that's put in place carefully and nurtured by government to allow private production to thrive, just like that. I think transparency is not just about governments giving you information and making it available. And the architecture of transparency has to be constructed and created and nurtured by social institutions to make politics work in the public interest. And so this is a symbiotic relationship, right? That while governments must maintain and act in a way that makes the market work in the social interest, society must put together an architecture of transparency or social institutions that make politics work to serve the public interest and public trust. I think I feel sad that the Oxford Dictionary, I think, got it wrong when they coined this term, post-truth society. I haven't met anyone who said, I don't care about the truth. Have you? I think it's an incorrect diagnosis. We don't live in a post-truth society. We live in a post-trust society. The crisis of our times is the loss of trust amongst social institutions and with our politics and with our political leaders. And if we can't build that back, democracy is in trouble. And the task at hand, and everything is in trouble, right? So the task at hand, and the corrosive influences that we will talk about, that Kwame talked about, their real danger is not that they're undermining elections and shoring up authoritarians and dictators, that they are undermining the fabric and architecture of trust. And I see that as our mission, to build it back and restore public trust in the service of public interest in government through what we do in social institutions. So I think we are going to go into details about what we do, how we do it later on. Let me stop there by just setting the framework for how we think about what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Nishan. And Kwame, you've brought up transparency, you've brought up trust. Henry, you have a unique perspective from Bolivia. We'd love to hear from you.
Hermosas reflexiones las que acabamos de escuchar sobre la importancia de la confianza.
I want to talk about the importance of trust. I subscribe to that totally. Thank you for facilitating this presentation. I want to share with you in this first intervention, especially a sentiment. Many Bolivians are going through a moment of expectations, of high expectations. Well, we are living in a more hopeful time. It has to do not just with yesterday, the national Bolivian team won to the team from Brazil. Although that's more, that opens up the possibility of coming here for the World Cup. No sé, the winds of change have arrived, fortunately, to Bolivia after 20 years of a long period of an autocratic regime, communist. Fundamentally, the country is now living a transition. And what we hope, the Bolivians hope during this transition, is that it consolidates itself and that we arrive with renewed democratic regime that opens up opportunities for economic freedom, political pluralism, for further strengthening of the private sector, and for a state of law that is constituted, which are factors that we were lacking for decades. I want to insist on this point. We are at the beginning of a cycle where where there is a tiring, a wearing out of the economic system that gave to the state a central role in the economy. And that had the effect that the private sector was delegated to the sidelines. This model, this economic model, also could be described as state capitalism or authoritarian capitalism. For a few years, was popular, and it coincided with a moment of high prices that affected many countries with lots of mineral resources like Bolivia. But for about 10 years, that economic cycle that was favorable changed. And since then, the Bolivian economy has fallen into, has stopped growing to the point where the last 2 years, Bolivia has an economic crisis and social that is more and more, becomes deeper, more profound. And this has political consequences. The most important is that we just had elections, parliamentarian and presidential, on 17th of August, with results that were waited on for the Bolivians, but was still kind of a surprise in the international community. And that is the party called Movement Towards Socialism, which was led by the strongman Evo Morales, which was hegemonic for about 2 decades, has suffered a crushing defeat. Only one delegate from his party was selected from the party for the next parliamentary. That tells you the kind of defeat they suffered. And that's a result of the crisis that is the country suffering. But on top of that, there is a strong division that has occurred in the government party that's practically dismembered the forces of that party. The truth is that favors a political change. 2 candidates that were the top 2 candidates by popular vote in these elections will go on a second round in October to define who will be the next president of Bolivia. The good news is that both candidates that will be there in October have promises for opening of the markets, promotion of private investments, and offers a return to the institutionality of democracy and the rule of law. That gives us the hope that way the country will have more opportunities for investments. Bolivia suffers from a chronic shortage in private investments, but on top of that, it will be an opportunity, very important one, to channel constructive capital, which is one of the great challenges that Bolivia has, and that, in fact, has motivated a lot of the work that our organization, the Millennium Foundation, has been developing for the last 5 years with the help of CIPE in Bolivia, and which has been translated into a lot of help, and which has created conditions which are appropriate so that Bolivia can be an attractive destination for investment, and also a country that offers
so that they can offer opportunities for constructive capital. That it's the economic and political challenge that we hope that the next government will be able to channel in that way. And in that way, we are in a very different situation from the previous 20 years.
Thank you, Henry. That coordination between the public sector So thank you for introducing us to that and what's going on in Bolivia. Farouk, let's turn to you.
Thank you, Becky. Before I start, I would like to, first of all, validate what you just said. These chairs are indeed much more comfortable, but with one reservation. Because with these blinding lights, you all look like saints that are actually going deep down into New Testament in your hands. So it's actually a very interesting thing, and I wish I was a painter to actually, an artist to, were able to depict that properly. Since Henry talked about football, I should also talk about football, because for the first time in history, Uzbekistan qualified to the World Cup, and it's going to be here in the States. So we are totally excited. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you. That was a big moment where private sector looked at public sector, and public sector looked at private sector and realized they have no differences. So, we actually would like to build upon that. If our team would be able actually to progress, I think we would be able to attract more investment and hopefully constructive investment. But at the same time, Central Asia and Uzbekistan in particular, we are not, we don't have a luxury of choosing from different type of investment. It's not like, you just choose whether to go to constructive way or destructive way, corrosive way, whatever. It's more like if you are into big, large scale infrastructure project, you as a government think, okay, who are there to help us? First, you talk to multilaterals, and trust is there. So basically, when you talk to World Bank, Asian Development Bank, those guys, they already developed trust between the government and these institutions. If it doesn't work with them, you say, okay, let's try our East Asian partners, South Korea and Japan. So these guys are also quite accommodating usually. If it doesn't work there, you think, okay, we can of course try European and US, but it's gonna be a little lax, so why we should bother, right? And the last but not least, there are always these two good Samaritans, Russia and China, that are around to actually help you and arrange those things for you. And the supply side is actually much higher than demand side in terms of infrastructure in Central Asia, surprisingly. Because China is always there, and they are offering their services, and the governments try not to be too much dependent on China, listening, looking into different experience from around the world. And also Tajikistan, that notoriously lost a piece of their land as part of this hidden debt to China. And Russians are there. They cannot, of course, match the investment from the Chinese side, especially in current circumstances. But they would always be there and make sure that we do not become friends with their friends China. So it's basically a very complicated relationship that comes into play, but it clearly shows you the pattern that Central Asians in general and Uzbeks, they're into infrastructure projects, more into public-private partnerships, and also where the governments would like to be in the driving seat. They would like to make sure that they are the ones actually who tell what to do, how to do, and play on their terms. And here, I know I sound like a broken record, but I can't just, it's there. So basically, we're surrounded by these sanction states. Just if you look in the north, it's Russia, Belarus, China, Iran, Syria, Iraq is nearby, North Korea, like I said, Venezuela, Cuba, and we have a fantastic party there. So, and it is what it is. So in this type of circumstances, you look actually what is really doable, what is really feasible in terms of infrastructure development, and you can't say no, you just operate wearing this multi-vector policy and trying to have this investment, but without being too much dependent. So you see, it's not about analyzing or screening in terms of corrosiveness. but it's more like not being dependent. So this is the kind of the key message that is driven by the governments of Central Asia and Uzbekistan in particular. And I would like to finish here because I see Becky is getting impatient with other questions. Thank you.
I have so many questions. But thank you, Farouk, and certainly you're in a very difficult neighborhood. But really, some consistent themes across all four of you. Transparency, trust, a strong private sector, looking at the availability of investments that are out there and trying to sort of balance, how much you're going to have to give up in order to be able to make an infrastructure investment. Really, really compelling. Shifting a little bit, China controls 78 of the 231 ports in Africa. Many are available for dual use, which is military and commercial. And China notably took over a major port in Sri Lanka and brought large debt to the country. Nishan and Kwame, you have both worked extensively on public finance and budget transparency. Sometimes large-scale infrastructure financing comes with hidden debt and opaque requirements. What mechanisms do you see need to be in place to better assess and manage financial liabilities when countries take on large infrastructure investments? Nishan, let's go to you first.
Thank you so much. So we've had this play out in many ways, right? So some of Sri Lanka's kind of not so well done infrastructure projects range from coal power plants to airports to shipping ports. And one feature, if I jump straight to the kind of recommendation side of it rather than the problem side of it or how it happens, one of the features that are critical in trying to prevent this kind of outcome, we say is to have a public investment plan with a prioritized listing of what public investment the country needs. So the reasons most of these have been possible is because the country didn't have a public investment plan, and certainly not one that was prioritized in any way. So you could get what you call unsolicited proposals. Some third party comes and says, hey, we'd like to build this road for you. We'd like to build this airport for you. And the country says, oh, okay, right. And then, of course, perverts its own systems to do it. So what Sri Lanka did was really unprecedented. Even though we were taking it 100% debt and paying for all of it, we approved these projects under a law that was designed to do public-private partnerships. So we tweaked the public-private partnership law because when it's a public-private partnership, the law is designed on the basis that the private sector takes a lot of equity and risk. And therefore, the protections are done differently. So not only did we adjust the protections under it, but we kind of shifted what was effectively public investment into evaluated under a very different legal framework, and then set extremely lax criteria and basically allowed other people's interests to determine what got done in Sri Lanka, which was not in the public interest. So one of the things we have done, so sometimes a crisis does allow you to educate people better or get people to change better. I often ask this question, who did the technology who was most responsible for technology transformation in today's world? Was it, CEOs of Wall Street and the big tech companies? Was it the CTOs or the technology gurus and managers in sort of government planners and others who kind of designed it? Or was it COVID-19? Right, COVID-19 did an enormous amount to get us technologically savvy and functioning. Just like that, the debt crisis did a great deal in Sri Lanka to educate people on the economy, right? Get them to understand what was going on. And what we did was, when the IMF came in, we convinced the IMF that Sri Lanka you're not going to just do another macroeconomic fix. That governance is the foundation of a good economy. And if you don't fix governance, it's like building a house upon the sand. we have many biblical references today, and that's one of them. That in a little while it comes falling down, and Sri Lanka is in its 17th IMF program, right? Because you keep building that IMF program on the sand, and it keeps coming down. So, of course, with a little help from a lot of people in this country as well, we managed to persuade the IMF to do the first ever governance diagnostic in Asia. And then, knowing the IMF well enough, we thought, let's not leave it to the IMF. Let's us get together as think tanks and civil society organizations. We brought over 300 together. And said, we'll do a governance diagnostic of our own and do it before the IMF does it. So 80% of the IMF governance diagnostic got written by us then, which is really good. And one of the things we said is, look, the procurement law needs to change, public investment plan, prioritized. Now all of those things are as consequentially in the IMF program. And it's very unfortunate that governments in our parts of the world tend to be more accountable to the World Bank and the IMF than they are to the people of the country, and this is a feature that we all experience. But rather than mourn that fact, we used it, right? And we got it in the IMF program, and we had to keep persuading the IMF to take this seriously, not to forget about it after putting it in, and leverage that power. So I think the procurement law, the public investment plan, the prioritization can really help break this problem of unsolicited proposals. 91% of Chinese money came in through this special mechanism, we called it, that they created. But our writing and our talking about it had such a big influence that now it's been removed. And the IMF also has asked it to be removed. And before that also the government got so embarrassed. So, I'll end by saying this, there's a great deal of sanitization that takes place when you shed light on something. Light is a great sanitizer. And we use it very effectively. Part of the transparency architecture we do is we just get people animated about a problem by discovering it and shedding light on it and talking about its consequences. And you also say democracy is government by conversation. When the conversation changes, it's hard for politicians not to be responsive for it. As long as you have elections, at least, there is that thing that the national conversation creates some level of need to respond, right? Even the most authoritarian leaders depend on some legitimacy. People must accept them in some way. And the requirement to be accepted actually helps when you can drive and change the public conversation on the basis of crazy stuff you've discovered. If they could do it in hiding and in secret and in the dark and keep it there, it'll continue to happen. When we find it, expose it, shed light on it, and make it a part of the conversation in society, it's very hard to keep going. So I'm not going to give you a full-blown explanation, but just to say this is the kind of technology of transparency that we do, or some part of it. But in Sri Lanka, it is very clear that infrastructure projects were not done for the interest of the public, like you said. They were done for the patronage benefits, for the kickbacks, and for the interests of foreign companies and local politicians. But we are at the cusp of putting a stop to that right now.
That's wonderful. It makes me think of what you were talking about before, kind of that trust building and how people need accurate and reliable information, and bringing this to light helps them get that information. And several years ago, worked with another NGO, and they talked a lot about how progress moves at the speed of trust. Yes. And I think you've seen that in Sri Lanka, certainly. Kwame.
Yeah, okay. So I think, so let me go back in my first opportunity to speak here, what I did was define the problem. And I think one of the things we'll need to develop as we go forward is the ability to smell bad deals. Because, and let's be honest, I think some people in the public sector in Kenya actually believe this was a good investment. I usually find it difficult to impugn anybody's motives because I can't read their minds. But sometimes the data tells you. So let me tell you, in the year 2016, I'll plug myself here, I wrote I wrote a blog post. I used to write a weekly blog post for Kenya's leading newspaper. And I wrote a blog post in which, looking at the numbers as they were presented, I challenged anybody who thought that the standard gauge railway funded by China, a consortium of Chinese companies, would pay for themselves to actually take a wager on 1 year of my wages. Nobody did. I don't know if they were not impressed with the sum, but the point I'm trying to make is sometimes we have to stick our necks out. And let me tell you why. In Kenya's case, the absence of transparency. So for instance, they were making very aggressive claims for what will come. So for instance, they said, one, this railway line alone, 500 kilometers in a country that is 580,000 kilometers square, 500 kilometers of railway line would be responsible for 1/4 of GDP growth per year. Impossible. Impossible. So I think the idea about just fact-checking and placing information in the public domain, and sometimes making those ridiculous claims be as ridiculous as they sound, is useful for getting public opinion to be moved. The reason that is essential to win public opinion, or at least some people who make political commentaries, is I come from a continent, I don't know whether it's the same for you people, but let me just speak for East Africa and Kenya. There's a very potent power that politicians get from building big, shiny projects. Mm-hmm. There is. I mean, it's unquestionable. And that is one of the things, I don't know whether corrosive capital builders necessarily flatter them by actually building on that vanity of political leaders. So as people who sit in think tanks and academics, our work is actually to prick those bubbles before they get too big. Because otherwise what you have is 14 years later sitting here, 12 years later sitting here as we are, in which those payments have to be made anyway. Mm-hmm. And the dominant part, so I'll tell you that today, for every $100 worth of public revenues, right? $61 on last week's calculation, $61 is used to pay public debt. Hmm. And that was predictable 10 years ago. So basically, I mean, maybe we are too late, but the point is we need to learn the tactics of even aggressive communication to tell people, look, this is going to be wrong. And so that's fine. And as I conclude, one of the things is sunlight is definitely, and anytime people claim for domestic policy reasons, foreign policy, because in Kenya's case, the Constitution specifically provides under Article 34, the rights, the freedom to access information, that government has access to, or rather, on public initiatives. And what the government of Kenya then was citing was that, look, in our agreement with our counterparts from China, we committed not to provide that. In other words, trading off Kenya's constitutional protections through a private corrosive capital arrangement. So that's basically it. So I don't know that there's a easy things, but anytime people are reluctant. So for instance, when somebody makes a claim that one project is going to be responsible for 25% of GDP growth per year, that's a claim that requires serious investigation. That's one. The second is the feasibility study itself was so conflict-ridden because it was done by the same firm that was going to construct the railway line. So there are just certain things that if you look, the common sense approach in my view, I do not abandon my common sense to speak big language. Just ask yourself, if this thing is such a beautiful gift from heaven, why is it hidden? Even the Bible is written so everybody has access to the literacy. Why is it so hidden? So often when stuff is being hidden, it does. And then the final one is, I assume good faith. Responsible public infrastructure is not easy to achieve, but I think it's a necessary thing for us to at all times be vigilant. And in my view, every time big infrastructure projects are opposed, I usually think about two things. One, how do we make them smaller? And two, why don't we make it subject to competition? Because competition also so once one has been sacrificed, sometimes it's very big, there's no competition to allow for it, and who bears the risk? If all the risk is borne by the taxpayers, it's going to go wrong. Invariably, it is going to go wrong. And that's Kenya's experience here. So anytime we are trading away transparency and the responsibility for somebody to take responsibility for the claims they're making about the contribution to growth. And there's a lot of that on the African continent. Everybody seems to say as a cliche that Africa's growth problem is a problem of infrastructure. 14 years after the biggest infrastructure project in Kenya's 60-year history, I disagree. Completely disagree with that stuff. So please don't, when there's too much hype, I mean hyperbole, please just go back there and say, there's something about this that is too much PR, and the content isn't in there. So that's it.
Becky, can I come in briefly on Kwame? So Kwame said 61% of revenue goes to pay back capital and interest on the loans. Kwame, we've beaten you on this one, really bad, however. 66% or 66 cents to every dollar of revenue in Sri Lanka goes to pay just the interest, not the capital, on the loans. It was 80 2 years ago. It is the highest in the world. It will remain the highest in the world for the foreseeable future. Even highly distressed countries like Ghana, Pakistan, it's in the 40s. So you can imagine the scale of, poor thinking and mismanagement that has gone into Sri Lanka when you understand, how bad this kind of public, because the problem, of course, is people ignore future consequences, right? It's very easy, this sense of instant gratification. So you have to kind of make the future come to the present. And as Kwame said, hiding information is a classic way to do it. We managed to push through a right to information law. So we made progress, I must say, in about 10 years ago. But then that's not enough, because in that right to information law, there is a proactive disclosure component on public infrastructure, which is really important. With CIPE, we started measuring the level of compliance on proactive disclosure. In 2024, it was 36%. And on the critical stuff that can be subject to corruption, it's 20% or under. But actually, this measuring works because in 2022, it was 18%. In 2023, it's 25%. In 2024, it's 36%. Every time we talk about it, more and more institutions find they can't hide, or there's pressure to come out. Now, this is slow progress. But that's the benefit of this thing, right? So you get the law in, and then you kind of keep an eye on compliance and start talking. We actually measure every single government institution now, not just on public infrastructure, but on all proactive disclosure requirements. Our method is now used by the World Bank globally. And what's fantastic and interesting, this is another technology we use in transparency. We create rankings. So some guys are first, some guys are last. So this creates a sense where the public sector doesn't get upset about it, because the guys who are doing well, they say, well done, keep doing, because we look good, right? But then everybody is now competing to do better. The Prime Minister's office calls, the President's office calls, says, hey, how can the Prime Minister's office is very upset, the President's office is better than them. So they want to know the tricks and tips of what they can do to go up the ranking. So we create a whole kind of competitive framework for public sector to be more transparent, and they do it, right? So it's about the third time we've done this report, and what we find is the biggest supporter is different media ministry, different actions of government, because they like because there are now winners and losers in this thing, right? And you kind of leverage the support of the winners, and we tell those stories as well, who's doing the best, and we look at translation. So really, I think we have to take this kind of design approach to this thing. Right? So how do you design this structure of transparency and make it, give it traction and make it work? Go back to you.
Yeah, I think it's identifying what incentives are going to help drive that change. And
that's right. Yeah.
Certainly nobody wants to be in a competition between your 61 and 66%. Nobody's interested in that. But competing around who can drive more compliance and greater transparency, I think is a really great way to do that. Shifting to Henry and Farouk, both of your careers have been marked by successfully championing democratic values. How do you advocate for reforms within your own governments, such as strengthening the rule of law in a way that drives real results without sounding overly abstract or lofty or idealistic? Henry, you've successfully advocated for reforms both inside and outside the government. So let's go to you first.
Gracias por la.
Thank you so much for the question. I have the opportunity to have a reflection here, to reflect on something. The corrosive capital feels as a threat in many regions of the world, particularly in Latin America, but the impact that it has is different according to the conditions in the institutions of each country. So systematically, we can say that, for example, in Latin America, there are countries with these institutions that are stronger, relatively speaking. For example, Chile, Uruguay, Colombia, Brazil, and other countries, where you can see that resist a lot more to the influence and the penetration of corrosive capital. And they have rule of laws that are more consolidated. But there are other countries with a weaker institution, with weaker institutions and with lack of rule of law, for example, Bolivia. And these differences in institutions or strength and the strength of the state is also reflected in the way capitals flow to the region, especially corrosive capitals. In the particular case of Bolivia, there has been a predominant penetration of corrosive capital through public infrastructure. The Bolivian state in the recent 20 years have attributed contracts to Chinese companies because there was an appreciation of part of this public expenditure that was coming from Chinese banks. And that has translated in very dark contracts, not transparent at all, not legal in many senses, and with a lot of deficiencies in the requirements for the infrastructure that was being developed. And they were not directed to the interest for the interest of the Bolivian population. And these loans that we took from the Chinese banks were not cheap. The study that we have conducted over these contracts show that the interests that Bolivia has paid for these loans have been even more higher than in average to the interests that Bolivia has paid from other governments, and of course the international financing as well, and in comparison to the international financing as well. So it has been mainly through the adjudication of public work and infrastructure, and this is how the corrosive capital has penetrated in a country like Bolivia, because we also had gaps in governance, and it has been eroding the conditions. And on the contrary, in countries with a more developed institutional background, we can see that the flow of investment, even from China, has been conducted as direct investment. And that, of course, has been, and it's more, but for sure, more beneficial for those economies. So this presents a very important challenge, and that is in countries like Bolivia, where the level of institutions is at risk, the corrosive capital threat is higher if we cannot make institutions stronger, and we cannot guarantee the rule of law, and we cannot implement transparency in the execution of public work. And if we cannot conduct better quality investments into the country, that's not going to be resulting in constructive capital. So this is the the dilemma that we have and the problem that we're facing. So the question that you have is if a country with a small economy like Bolivia can generate or can develop opportunities to attract foreign investment, direct foreign investment, to build a constructive capital. I say yes. We can generate those opportunities. In fact, the Bolivian economy, as other economies in the region, has many opportunities in the international market. Bolivia can produce food, minerals, including lithium and other rich minerals, conventional energy, renewable and green energy, some kind of digital services, and of course, tourism. Of course, we have many industries where we can increase productivity. And even in a small economy like Bolivian economy, we can reach to the international markets if we have the national and foreign investment to modernize the productive system and raise the level of production. And that way we can also be more competitive. So we have this challenge in front of us. And of course, this is not going to happen if we don't strengthen the rule of law. We do not rebuild the democratic institutions. This is the opportunity that we see in the political change. Let's see if this is the space in which Bolivia can heal these institutional cracks, legal issues, rule of law. But of course, it also has an effect on the natural capital flow that reaches to our country.
Of course. You know, the need for strong institutions to drive change related to rule of law is not unique to Bolivia. It's certainly one that I think many of our partners face around the world. But then I also appreciated your reference to a role that the private sector can play and really modernizing production that will help encourage that constructive capital. But Farouk, let's turn to you.
Thank you. I'll try to be short because I see that now Felix is getting impatient with his Q&A sessions. Basically, if I'm not mistaken, it was former Peruvian President Benavides who said that for my friends, everything, and for my enemies, the law. Yeah. So basically, this is something that leads to emergence of oligarchic structures. And we see it around the world. So that's why when we see, like, you see even the connotation of law might be different. It really depends, like, what context we are using it and how we are using it. And in order to be successful, we often have to be pragmatic. We have to distinguish between, first of all, we have to acknowledge, accept the fact that we cannot change the situation overnight. All of a sudden, all those institutions will not become strong and the rule of law will prevail. We should be not that naive. So in that sense, if we're able to distinguish between three categories of institutions, the first ones, you realize that the government is quite resistant to change at this time. So it doesn't make much sense to get into that because you will see lots of resistance, maybe not open resistance, but it's going to be there. So it will be like, beating the dead horse. So what's the point? The second one is where the government is interested but lacks capacity. So this is something like a low-hanging fruit where you can jump in and try to work with the government and develop trust. Because once they realize that we are basically following the same principles and you have the same guiding star to follow, the government will be much more receptive and much more accommodating to follow particular initiatives. In that sense, every single bit matters. So sometimes we say that basically it's a waste of time, it's a waste of resources. Actually, it's not, because you realize in the long run, it pays off. And the third category, when you realize that this is something that that unfortunately many international organizations fail to understand. They look at the key strategies of the government, like let's say digital strategy 2030, or like agribusiness strategy 2035. And they use it as a Bible. They believe that the government is so much committed into that, so if they structure their policies, if their initiatives and activities around that, then the government would be very much happy to work with them. And to their disenchantment, they realize that it's not often the case. So they come, they have a beautiful talk with the public sector representatives, and then after some time, whenever they launch initiatives, because it also takes lots of coordination for them, they get disappointed because the government is actually less committed than these organizations are. So this is more like something like a wishful thinking for the government where they would like to be in that time period. But it's not necessarily like a Bible where they strictly follow what's written. And once you understand the context, it's actually much easier to promote at the grassroots level a number of initiatives to strengthen rule of law, democracy principles, and associated factors. I would stop here, and Felix.
No, that's wonderful. I've found in building kind of those public-private partnerships, you're never going to find someone that you agree with 100% of the time. I don't have family members I agree with 100% of the time, or friends. But it's figuring out what is that 60, 70% where you do agree, where you can work together around common goals and objectives and drive change where it really needs to happen. And I think that's really important. But obviously that comes with trust. Now, I have many more questions that I can ask these gentlemen, but I want to turn to you. So who has a question in our audience? We'll go to Abdu, who has shouted out loud if he can ask a question.
But the Zoom audience won't hear.
Yes.
I've been restrained not to ask questions as I have too much FaceTime already. But I'm intrigued by this panel in particular. For Kwame and Nishan in particular, you talked about 61%. And 66%. You knew this was going to catch us, right? 66, and it's interest only,
yes.
Right? So that's an even different playing field here. My question to you too, and then I have one for all of you, is: are these collateralized loans? So if you fail, then they take something back from the country, or are they development loans mostly? If you give us some more information about it, that makes a huge difference. And for all of you, can I hear more about some concrete things we can do together to fix the issue? You've talked generally in low-hanging fruit and things, but can you give us more concrete examples of what can be done to address it? It doesn't have to be short-term. It could be long-term. We can be patient, but what can we do together?
Yes.
Yeah.
Henry.
Me gustaría hacer referencia a lo siguiente. Hemos hablado de la necesidad de reformas institucionales, reformas legales que puedan favorecer el clima de inversiones, eso es fundamental, pero no lo es todo. También es indispensable trabajar para crear ambientes sociales más amigables con la inversión extranjera, principalmente, y con el capital constructivo. ¿Qué quiero decir con esto? Que países como el caso de Bolivia se caracterizan porque sectores amplios de la población tienen una cultura tradicional refractaria, de mucho recelo, desconfianza.
Distrust before the foreign investment, the one that perceives sometimes as a selfish investment, an investment that wants to be predator of the natural resources. They also talk about stealing the natural resources of the country. So it's not, there is a social environment of distrust, and that culture always rejects the foreign investment, and it exists, and we have to face that. So a way in which we found in the Millennium Foundation in Bolivia to work on this issue is to work on what we call a constructive capital index. It's a qualification that foreign companies that operate in Bolivia obtain in different fields, and we designed a methodology that has 3 simple criteria. The first one is transparency, the second one is social responsibility and environmental responsibility, and the third one is the impact. And the variables have been implemented, and this year we made the first publication of the report. And it contains 21, it has 21 companies that participate in these reports. And we provide the information to these companies in which are the areas of opportunity to improve from the point of view that we analyze, and they can look at that mirror and identify some items so that they can improve their work in our country, and that way is beneficial for them. But the second aspect of the report is to provide information that is objective, that is unbiased about the performance of these companies to the Bolivian population. These indicators, and in a very unbiased way, we can show the Bolivian population that there are companies that are developing their performance complying with the standards that are the ones that our population is claiming at the same time. They are conducting their work with integrity, with transparency, and they are contributing to the economy of the country. They are innovating and they have values, and this is why we need to encourage the presence and the development of companies from foreign investment in Bolivia. So yesterday, actually, I was telling about my experience in the roundtable, and this Constructive Capital Index, being that the name or other, we could actually apply it to the whole South American region so that we can replicate it, and it shows us also comparisons between the countries. This is a concrete idea, and it might be an experience that might be fruitful for everybody.
And his group has done with their ranking system. So thank you for that.
I will maybe reply Abdul very briefly.
Yes.
Abdul, there's a very large range of stuff you can do, but if I put them in buckets, there are carrots, there are sticks, and there are straitjackets. Right? The straitjackets are the laws that you like, the procurement law. We've got that in the new IMF program. Even taking away public acceptance of these things or public praise, that becomes a straitjacket. It just reduces the space legally, politically. The sticks are really the ability sometimes to even prosecute. So we've trained judges, I mean, it's come out of certain court cases, to apply the doctrine of public trust. And my goodness, it's really changed the ability to prosecute things that are not strictly illegal, but obviously in bad faith. And we recently managed, actually we advised that the lawyers and worked with them to prosecute on irrational decision-making. So we extended the doctrine of public trust to that the public officers or politicians must act with, the part of public trust is rationality. So if all the information that says don't do this is put in front of them, they can't go and do it and say, oh, we thought it'll work. Right? They must act on evidence that they have and be able to show it. So we got the central bank to release like thousands and thousands of documents, hunted them down, now we're putting it in a library, and demonstrated that the information that they required, that they acted against the best advice or the preponderance of advice that was available to them. And there's a case now that has held the past presidents, central bank governor, everybody as have violating the fundamental rights of the people because of this case. Now these act as real blockers, right? Because people don't want to retire and have their reputations destroyed. So it acts as pushback. But then Becky was going to ask me a question which speaks to the carrots. One of the reasons to do this is, as Kwame said, people want to, it's really grand politically to build infrastructure, roads, ports, and say, look what I've done, these beautiful things. And the problem with working with multilateral institutions often is they'll want a feasibility study that takes a month of Sundays. Then they'll want to look at environmental impact assessment that takes 3 months of Sundays, and so on and so forth. The political cycle, this does not work in the political cycle. So you go to somebody else, they're willing to give you the money tomorrow and worry about the feasibility studies day after tomorrow. Literally 3 years after the project got started, there are feasibility studies that are approved, etc. But I think you've got to address that by saying, let's get the let's parallel track this. Let's look at the country's procurement priorities. Let's put the feasibility studies in advance. So that you don't have to wait till you start thinking about it to do the studies. So it's very easy to kind of create a pipeline where everything is ready to go. And yes, at the beginning, it'll take a little time, but once you get that pipeline going, the environmental impact assessments are done, the feasibilities are done. And that's what happened after the war. Really, in the 1990s, I was working for the president's economic advisor, and we set up this office, and we did all this crazy stuff of research, studies, all that. But there was a war going on, nothing could be implemented. But the war ended, and everything was ready. And suddenly, you could unroll these things one by one very fast. But then they ran out of those ideas, and then it was silly season, right? Like anything could be done all of a sudden. So really, it makes a massive difference that thought and energy goes in advance to do these things. And there's a lot of leverage that these organizations have, because when they give money, they can ask for certain modifications of laws and regulations. For instance, ADB said, look, the involuntary resettlement. Sri Lanka can just throw people out of their houses to build a road and not give them any money and treat them really badly under the law. But ADB said that's not okay. You need a new law on involuntary resettlement. And it's first a policy, and that is made into a law. But then they kind of backtracked. As long as ADB projects follow the policy, it's okay that you don't have the law. It was so I think sometimes staying the course, because they have so much leverage, because they're bringing in money, they can actually improve the structures that the country has, and once it's in law, then it acts to kind of act more positively than corrosively. So I think it's just about focusing. So it is a real problem that development projects don't work in political cycles, but it's a fixable problem, right? And we must focus our mind onto that and say we will address that and make it possible. Private-public partnerships work when the private sector puts in a lot of energy and does it. But when you have corrupt government or incompetent government, these partnerships, as Joe Stiglitz says, are great partnerships. The private sector takes all the profit and the government takes all the risk. So they can go bad also. They're not an automatic solution. And in Sri Lanka, what's happened is corrupt private-public partnerships have brought private sector a bad name. So we don't help the private sector this way. Because now it's politically popular to say, I will not let the private sector do these things, because everybody associates private sector with corruption. So if you let that run for the sake of speed or just saying anything with the private sector is good, what you will do is ultimately create a massive social block for the acceptance of private enterprise and private sector, because crony capitalism, the private market and private sector is associated with cronyism. And that does nobody any favors, right? And I think the private sector should be interested in making sure these corrupt deals don't happen, because it's very short-sighted, because you lose the ability to succeed as private sector in the long term. I'll stop quickly.
Yes.
Okay. I'll say, I know we are short of time, so I'll say 3 things, not perhaps neatly packed. But the first is, one of the things we're working on in Kenya is to ensure that any foreign currency denominated loan for infrastructure or whatever, for whatever purpose, we require an ex ante notification to the public, with at least 30 days available to the public sector, to the parliament. The reason for that is then it allows for these conversations to be heard about what the real terms are. I think that would be a really significant minimum. The second one is, I think this perhaps is not in CIPE Street. Look, if you look at sub-Saharan Africa, taking that analytically flawed concept of sub-Saharan Africa, you'll realize one thing. 1/3 of sub-Saharan African countries are facing debt distress. So there's definitely going to be defaults. There is. It's a matter of when, not if. So what that brings us to is a question of international financial architecture reform. And by thinking about that is basically part of the reason this corrosive capital gets away with it is partly because countries are scared of defaults. Because part of the contracts usually state that, look, if you default on our loan or something else, then we recall this. And you know, the big country called China is not part of the common framework. And that complicates loan restructuring, which is sometimes required as a reset to get countries out of these difficult problems. So if a reform could allow for some kind of collaborative default in which everybody accepts, well, things have gone wrong, we need to do that, perhaps that would help as well, because it shifts incentives both sides. For somebody not to force feed a country that cannot take loans, too much of it, caring that if that happens and an administration changes, then you might actually lose your shot. So that's one thing again, something like sticks. And then the final one that I think we all should bear in mind too is, in June 2024, Kenya was in the news for 3 weeks, for bad reasons. All what we call generational protests. And generational protests in Kenya were driven by the fact that, as I said, if government is paying 61% of all revenues to debt servicing, it needs new income and therefore tried to raise by 2 percentage points of GDP in 1 year, new taxes, and that led to those generational protests. I think there's a connection between, and we should examine this specifically, but I think there's a connection between corrosive capital and when it takes over and the kind of instability that we've seen in a couple of countries for sad reasons. And the reason for that is because our first session this morning was about how businesses require predictability. And what we have now is if you're going to have this series of protests every now and again, and Kenya's had quite a number of them over the last few years based on government trying to raise taxes here and there to cover that, it might be something we can examine, because if we know that those are the consequences, then it is possible to use that to actually allow government to say, look, you're simply kicking this ball down the line and it's going to create a very unstable business environment. But more importantly, it will allow business people and business associations to be part of it and tell government, you need to be very careful about the consequences of some of these deals that you enter into. Thank you.
If I can just add a tiny piece there. You know, there's something called a DSA, a debt sustainability analysis. Mm-hmm. And you can very easily mandate that those be done on a regular basis, that any country that lends when a DSA says the debt is not sustainable gets treated in a particular way when you have to default, right? So, because otherwise these are corrosive lending at that point. Yeah.
Sure. Farouk, I want to...
I'll be even shorter than Kwame and definitely Nishan. So two things to Abdul's question. The first one is doubling down on industry leaders. So whoever follows this good governance practice, embedded them actually to incentivize them. Because after all, Central Asia, Uzbekistan in particular, it's a copycat economy. So so you don't have to invest into other players afterwards. Because if you see that you are successful with these practices, all other players will do their utmost to actually get this on board and actually to be equipped with these practices. And that's why it's very important to capitalize on industry leaders. The second one, even though like some of my colleagues said that these rankings are not really good, but I think in Central Asia, in the absence of a better motivation, because we don't have like a motivation to join the European Union, for example, or any other things, these rankings are actually quite helpful. Yes, in a way they camouflage the real reforms, but you try to do your best actually because you are in line with the general policy where the governments would like to see their countries high in the ranking. So, and that's a perfect opportunity to say, okay, actually we can be there. So there are, for Uzbekistan, it's like 20 key indices that are pre-selected by the government, and the government closely watching it. They're inviting consultants from all over the world to help them improve their situation ranking, because after all, they realize that it correlates well with the investment attraction and better enabling environment. Thank you. I'll stop here.
Thank you. Who else has a question? We have over here.
Yes, so I'm curious to ask about the credit rating. When I look at all of the countries, Sri Lanka, Kenya, Bolivia, and Uzbekistan, a lot of you don't have a good credit rating. What do you think that you guys are doing to improve that, to get off speculative or B- or whatever the grade you have? And when do you plan, what are your plans to get it better to where financial banks start trusting you a lot more on that level?
May I start?
Of course.
Yeah, pre-2016, we had really best ranking and the credit score because we're not actually indebted. We were not interested in taking any debts. And when the new government came to power, for that particular reason, so everyone was willing actually to lend money. And that's how we ended up actually in the situation where we have to restructure our debts and look like, for other ways to work mostly with the World Bank and to improve the situation. So basically, once it gets good, you are into that trap where you are looking actually for more investment. But I think at this stage, it's quite manageable. So it's about like, yeah. So in that sense, the situation in Uzbekistan, I think, is okay compared to many other countries worldwide. Thank you.
Anybody else on the panel want to talk about credit rating?
I think, well, credit agencies ultimately look at the likelihood of you being able to repay debt, right? So your debt sustainability is important. But governance also counts. There's a remarkable, I can show you slides and regressions, other things we've done, remarkable correlation between credit ratings and the World Bank governance indicators, like countries with better credit ratings have better governance indicators. Almost a straight line relationship between countries that will restructure again and countries that won't. You can just draw, if the governance indicators are better than a certain number, they don't restructure again. If they're worse, there's repeat restructure. So actually educate, and investors are actually quite savvy to this. So much so that, one of the innovative things we did, Abdul, in getting this in is we created what's called a governance-linked bond. So it's the first G bond in the world. You heard about ESG bonds. So this is the first G bond in the world because you realize in budgets there's a boom and bust cycle, right? Come close to an election, they bust the budget. Because, we'll worry about the problems tomorrow. This year we must win the elections. So effectively, these bonds create a commitment device. If you act in a certain way, then the country doesn't get credit relief that it would otherwise get. So we convince creditors that if the government kept certain governance KPIs, they would reduce, and we got 75 basis point reduction in the coupon payments, which is quite large. But the KPIs were designed to be governance oriented. But now everybody knows that the government must do it, and it's also a commitment device. Investors look at it, and when the government complies and meets the KPI, it gets a bump up in credit risk reduction. So creditors are also better off. They did it because they realized this is a risk-reducing instrument. And if they reduce risk, they do better. Mm-hmm. And government is saying, well, we'd like a coupon, we'd like some of that benefit back, so give us a coupon reduction. So it's a win-win. Right? It's not a zero-sum game here. Both parties can actually win. And we managed to convince creditors, the government was too scared, to put it in the Sri Lanka's debt restructuring as a new instrument that we designed. And it got through and we issued it. I think multiplying kind of innovations like that actually focus on governance as what we can fix, will be the how we unlock credit ratings as well. And some of these indicators are designed really to make sure that Sri Lanka has a plan to manage its debt. And is doing it in a responsible it's at least evaluating its debt constantly and is publishing a plan. And for creditors, they'll pay 75 basis points to avoid the extra risk.
Sure. Kwame, did you want to
Yes,
add something?
just this. I have a completely different view from many, including in my colleagues in the office, about credit ratings. The idea is that the credit ratings agencies, most of which are based in North America, for some reason, because they're based here and they don't have domestic, they don't live within the capitals in sub-Saharan Africa, especially in what we call the global south, whatever that word means. Therefore, rate those countries too harshly. That's an argument that's been made. It's a political economy argument. I disagree with it sitting in Kenya, for instance. The government of Kenya has had a plan, a long-term plan, in which the stated deficit numbers, fiscal deficit numbers, will be 3%. In the last 11 years, only twice has it been within that limit. So why anybody would think that anybody sitting at Fitch, or whoever else, I mean, I don't know any one of them personally, so I'm not pitching for any of them, would actually treat a government that is obviously fiscally irresponsible based on its own ratings. I mean, failing on its own
laws, yeah.
Yes, on its own laws is something that I find very, very interesting. There's an argument that you should have others. So yes, if there's need for more competition, the big four, maybe you should have others, that's fine. But the idea that if you have an African rating agency sitting in Nairobi to rate the government of Kenya well is actually something that I think is a lie. It could even be worse because they know more. Thanks.
Thank you. I have just been notified that they're about to get the hook out and drag us off stage. So just to sum up, I think you have provided us with some real tangible things that we can work together on. Common goals are so important. Access to good quality information, a strong private sector, all of these things help build trust that's needed to make good decisions. And drive countries forward to really avoid that corrosive capital investment. So thank you to each of you. Please join me in thanking our panel.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Becky. Wow, that was so informative. I really appreciate it. So we have now a short break. Please come back at 3:30, where we will have the last panel, but this panel wraps it all up. It's about practical tools that we need to map, identify, and track corrosive capital. How do we do it? How do we track it? Without the data, we will not be able to. So please, enjoy your coffee. Come back soon. See you. Thank you. Come and take a picture. Thank you. All right, everybody, please take your seats. If you're outside, you can bring your coffee in and all the dessert you want. Grab a lot. It's the last chance. Greg, Steve, can you get people from inside? Kick them in. It's the last session. We need to bring them in. And also, please look around you. If you see the interpreting equipment, please take them to that corner. We have some missing, so please make sure all the interpretation equipment is taken back. And also another announcement. I understand from Rola, our director of mail, that they will be printing the QR codes around the tables. Rola, correct? Because this is, some people are saying this one doesn't work either. So for those Samsung phones. Whoops. As long as you don't have a Huawei. Come on, everybody outside. Please come in. Please take your seats. All right, we will start. All right, again, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Abdul Al-Kibsi. I'm the Managing Director for Programs at CIPE, and boy, it has been a fantastic, fantastic day to be part of this. Our next session, like I told you, is where we get to the meat. And we're expecting some practical tools to map, identify, and track corrosive capital. And for that, we're lucky to have as a moderator, Bessie Chen. Bessie is a policy analyst working for Chairman Risch on the Senate Foreign Relations Republican staff covering Indo-Pacific issues. She was previously editor of the Jamestown Foundation's China Brief and has conducted research and analysis relating to China's malign influence, human rights, and foreign policy. She has a bachelor's degree in international relations and history from Johns Hopkins University, and is now, while doing all of this, pursuing a master's in technology policy at the Rand School of Public Policy. Bessie, all yours. Thank you very much.
So much. Really excited to be here to moderate this panel. I think it sounds like we have heard a lot about the sort of theory of the case on best practices on how to counter Chinese coercive capital around the world, and now hopefully we will have a chance to hear from people working in the field on their lived real-world experiences on how to do this. So without further ado, I'll go ahead and introduce the panelists and then open it up for brief opening remarks. Sitting right next to me is Zoran Nechev, who leads the Southern European portfolio at the Policy and Advocacy, and is the Policy and Advocacy Fellow at the Think Europe Institute. His research interests have focused on differentiated integration, EU enlargement policy, and the impact of coercive capital and external malign influence. In addition to many other titles, he is also an associate head of the EU department at the Institute for Democracy, a think tank that is based in North Macedonia. Sitting next to him is Orly Oxales, who's Deputy Managing Director of Stratbase ADRI in the Philippines. He has 25 years of experience as a communications professional, working in the government and private sector, and he's an expert on strategic communications and advocacy. In addition to many other accomplishments, he is also one of the co-founders of the Character Building Foundation, Inc., which helped launch the Gawin and Tama movement to promote integrity, honesty, and hard work in Filipino society. Next to him is Tigran Gerbashian, sorry if I killed that, who is a partner and director at the Ameria Management Advisory Services, one of Armenia's leading advisory firms. He's also previously served as the director for the Armenian European Policy and Legal Advice Center. He has a strong background in policy, public administration, and justice sector reforms, and over 25 years of experience working on initiatives that are focused on enhancing regulations to encourage good governance, economic growth, and supporting vulnerable groups, including the elderly. Finally, at the end, at the end of the list is Daniel Poveda Torres, who is the analysis coordinator at the Columbia Risk Analysis. He's a political scientist with degrees from the Universidad de los Andes and has experience in teaching, research, and digital storytelling. Some of his recent experience includes working as a scriptwriter for the Open Democracy web series on Latin American politics and co-hosting a podcast in Colombia on global affairs. So with that, I'm hoping to have this be a pretty open conversation, but Zoran, maybe I'll hand it over to you to talk about some recent work that you've done on PRC corrosive capital.
Okay, yeah, so we've done a lot of work on investment screening, trying to, the whole concept of investment screening to be put on the agenda of the, not only North Macedonia, but also, let's say, all the candidate countries for the European Union. So just to geographically locate where is North Macedonia, it's north from Greece, so it's part of Europe, but not part of the European Union. So with the other 5 countries from the Western Balkans, plus Moldova and Ukraine, they're all and Turkey, they're all candidates for membership in the European Union. So we have heard a lot this morning and also yesterday, but this whole concept of investment screening sounds very technical, almost bureaucratic. So it deals with procedures, thresholds, regulatory frameworks, etc. But how I see it, beneath that, there is that technical layer lies something which is much more political, much more strategic in a sense. So the question is who gets to influence certain parts of the economies and the societies. So what is important for me, because the whole, when we discuss investment, is not always that we discussed about the economic growth of a certain country. Sometimes there are a lot of situations in which capital comes with certain strings attached. So some foreign investors are driven not only by profit, but also by political objectives, influence, or leverage. It was important to focus on this work because we have lived as a country, as a region, through cases where capital didn't just build jobs or infrastructure, but it also brought a lot of influence, dependencies, and in some cases, quite a significant political pressure. So that's what corrosive capital in action means. So without the screening process, these risks often go unnoticed until it is quite late, and then the consequences will come. So how I look at the investment screening, so I can name 3 components, and then I will give examples from the work that we have already done. So first is protecting sovereignty and security. So the screening mechanism helps government ask the right question before they open the door for certain investments. So who is behind this investment? What is the origin of the money? Does it strengthen or weaken our national security, critical structure, energy system, digital networks, etc. So without screening, we risk selling strategic assets without even realizing the long-term consequences. As candidates for EU membership, but also members of NATO, this is of essential importance. The second element is level playing field with the EU. So for countries in the Western Balkans and across Europe, investment screening is also about aligning with EU standards and EU regulation. The EU has created its own framework for investment screening. Some countries had it way before, but on a European level, it has been promoted quite recently. And as one of the elements for us integrating in the EU is also integrating in the single market of the EU, we cannot afford to be the weak link and this kind of corrosive capital to to enter through our doors. So from this perspective, screening mechanism is a tool of credibility, but also convergence with the EU. In our case, as we are candidates, the EU member states will be also one of the target countries that the investments which are coming to the country will be screened. It's quite, and I will give you a story. I think Jeff is here. Yeah. So recently, a couple of years ago, we have been on one of the first advocacy visits to Brussels. So there was a delegation from the country, and Jeff was hosting us. And we went on a meeting with DG Trade. So DG Trade is the main director general that deals with investment screening on the level of the European Union. So when we started discussing and express our willingness to have an investment screening in North Macedonia, but also to express the interest that other countries from the region wants to have this, we have asked if there is a possibility to gradually integrate these countries into the system before the actual accession. So first, the response was quite funny, that we were the first one. So there was only one. So we had one person was from the Macedonian Chamber of Commerce, and the other one was from the government, and it was Jeff and myself. So the response that we got from DG Trade, that we were the first people that came from all the candidate countries that are willing to have investment screening mechanism. And they haven't thought of this, so there is no kind of way how this can be done now. And as we asked for gradual integration, so to gradually integrate before actual accession, they said that it won't be possible, at least for the time being. So these countries won't be gradually integrated, but it will be bungee jumping once we become members of the European Union. So this was the answer that we got officially from DG Trade. So it was quite a funny situation. The third element is building resilience against influence of foreign operations. And here, for this, I will give you the person how we started working in the institute, how we started actually working on investment screening. So we go way back with CIPE. We have started working on and detecting malign influence of China and Russia in the country. And after detecting it, after really detecting where the governance gaps that have been used to penetrate this such a corrosive capital, we said that it is right time to start working on resilience. I don't know who mentioned that, maybe it's not the right word, but kind of, trying to build a system, an instrument through which we can actually monitor where the investments are coming from. And that's how we started actually working. At that time, also, it was a novel instrument of the European Union, promoted on the level of the European Union. That's how we said, okay, anyways, we need to adopt this piece of legislation, so why not starting building these instruments even before the actual accession. In terms of how did we communicate it, I didn't thought of this myself. It was actually an opinion given by the vice president of our Chamber of Commerce that when we communicate the value of the investment screening, we often we can compare it with the security checkpoints at the airports. So everyone knows the process. You line up, you show the documents, your luggage goes through the scanner, and only if there is nothing suspicious, you're allowed to enter. So this is the analogy with the investments. This is how also we sell it to the political elites, to the businesses and everyone else in the country. So with the investment screening, we don't close the airport. So screening is just, shutting the door to investors in a way that for the ones which are not transparent, and we cannot track where the funds are coming from. However, most of the passengers, very similar to the airports, most of the passengers, around 99%, go through checkpoints without any problems. In reality, with the investments, it's going to be pretty much the same. So those that create jobs, innovation, and growth, they're all fine. But there is always this 1% of investments which will try to penetrate the will try to penetrate the country and the market. Proportional checks. So if you go through, checkpoint, that if there is something suspicious, they will put you on the side and check. Pretty much is the same. If you fall under the investments in a certain priority areas, then you will be checked thoroughly. If not, then you can pass through without any problems. There are no risk attached. The final element, how we try to sell the value of investment screening, is that same as in the airport example or analogy. Once you pass through security, everyone knows that they're safe because there are no instruments that can harm you. The very same goes with investment screening. Once the companies go through the system, then it is safe that this capital will operate in a market-based economy as it should be. So to conclude, when we talk about investment screening, we are not talking about this bureaucratic red tape. We're actually talking about something common sense as a strong security at the airport. So open to all who come in a good faith, but vigilant against those who bring risks into the system. I will stop there.
The airport screening analogy is a great one, and I think really helpful for having a direct metaphor for how investment screening should be applied. Can you share a little bit about, given that I know you've worked on sort of broader EU policy as well, some of the lessons learned that, like in the North Macedonian context, that you are able to, that you think are helpful as sort of the broader single market is thinking about integrating or sort of implementing their own frameworks?
Yeah, so any candidate country that wants to enter the European Union needs to, align with the EU acquis. So that's the body of legislation that the EU has. So sometimes it's regulation, sometimes directive, but in general, you need to align completely with what is the acquis communautaire. So all of our countries are, as we are officially candidates and we want to enter, that's our strategic priority, we need to align. Mm-hmm. So it's better to align with these policies which can also bring a lot of benefit to the country in the prior stages than actually waiting for the last stages to try to implement such a policy, because it's also familiarizing yourself and socializing with the instruments that are already there at the EU level. Mm-hmm. And this is, the meeting at DG Trace tells you that, we have our own, interest in being part of that system, because it's not just establishing the system. If you don't have the capacities, and we would not have the capacities, as many other countries outside the European Union that are candidates, but also countries which are part of the European Union do not have sufficient capacities to go through this, to work properly in the system. But this is something that we need to build in time, to build, to have more resources, to build the capacities that, once we become member of the European Union, then we can actually, implement sufficiently the policy, not being the weak link that through which, this kind of corrosive capital will enter. Not that, there is no corrosive capital entering through EU member states, far from that. But this is all process of learning. Previously, it was that it was not obligatory for all. Now it's an obligatory to be part of this system. So also the European Union is kind of learning through the process, and I think that in years' time we will find a way how we can actually communicate and be part of the system even prior to our EU accession, because most of these elements are very confidential. So that's why they don't give you access, because it's also it's also trust between the states and also European Union and states which are outside.
Yeah, that anecdote you shared aside, it's great that you're being forward-looking about looking to the future, what will be needed in order to not be the weak link. But hopefully your engagements with Brussels have gotten better since then.
Yeah, and it's also that our economies, so on average in the Western Balkans, the trade, around 85% of the trade goes with the European Union. I will give you just the example with numbers on North Macedonia. 50% of our export goes to Germany. And so we are kind of hub for producing car parts for German automotive industry. So, if you collaborate anyways with it, why don't we have that system
Might
that
as well
can
build it in to begin with.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Moving on to Orly, I wanted to ask you, first of all, I know that StratBase has had some really good success in developing coalitions and getting buy-in from various stakeholders. And so I wanted to ask you to share a little bit about the practices that you saw as being most effective when you do that. But also, I think you've had some good experiences both with the monitoring and the research and the information gathering side, but then also it would be great if you could share a little bit more about how you are able to build sort of strong advocacy networks and to build buy-in among various stakeholders in order to get to some of your policy goals.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you for this opportunity for us to be able to share how we are able to engage and change policy in the context of the Philippines and the environment that we are advocating in. First of all, you mentioned about monitoring and gathering the data. That is really foundational to every issue or advocacy that we engaged in. How we do it is that aside from our internal teams who monitor around 20 sectors actively on a daily basis, we also have networks in the academia, in the legal sector, and even in the technical sector. We monitor all of these things because the Philippines right now is really pushing itself and on the cusp of breaking through to become a developing country. And in so doing, of course, there are so many challenges, there are so many regulatory challenges and changes that for private sector, it tends to be a little bit volatile, and they ask us to give strategic advice on all of these regulatory changes, because as we know, when the regulatory atmosphere is volatile, it is not good for private sector or for any enterprise for that matter, or for the whole economy for that matter. So what we do is, like for advocacies that we've worked with CIPE, the first thing we do is we try to connect it with the people. We ask ourselves the question, how does this really impact us, the people? We ask that question because we learned through the years that that's also the first question that our media asks, our reporters ask. Because for them, the story is, okay, how is that going to be important to our audience, which is really the mass population of the country? And that is also important because all of them, all of the people of the Philippines, they're all constituents of both the policymakers, the private sectors, because they are the customers of the private sector and government. So that's how we approach it. We try to link it and really link it to some of our regular advocacies, such as good governance. Good governance, of course, has an effect on many consumers, because if a government does not function well, it affects all sorts of policies that results in, for example, in economics, inflation, higher prices of goods. And these have all a political effect on the political leadership. So what we do is we always go back to the foundation of research in terms of what the people want. We conduct regular researchers or even surveys, national surveys, on what are the critical or most urgent needs of the people. And we always use that as guidance for all of our partners in terms of how should we actually craft the messaging so that this would be responsive. The operative word is responsive to all of these urgent needs of the people. So that's how we approach things. We gather data and we link it directly on how it will affect the stakeholders relevant to an issue. And the research is one part, as I said, but the more important part is with that research, when we have crafted the messaging, is to who do we directly engage with. So for government, of course, in Congress, there are various committees that are in charge of all of these issues. And through the years, we saw that it is critical to have a solid network in both houses of Congress. In the Philippines, we have a Senate and a Congress, a bicameral form of government. And through the years, we found it very important to harness our networks within these houses of Congress to be able to, number one, sort of recruit champions, possible champions for possible policy reform. Number two, we get guidance in terms of what their priorities are. Priorities in terms of what their legislative initiative would be, for example, for this new Congress, because that gives us guidance on whether there are risks or there are opportunities for the private sector. Another sector that we seriously engage is, of course, the civil society. Civil society, we mean, is not just all the NGOs or advocacy groups, but also the advocacy groups of the private sector, the business groups, and also an important factor is the international community. I think if you know StratBase, we are the prime movers of the country's issue with regards to the West Philippine Sea. That's why StratBase ADR, which is Albert Del Rosario, our former chairman, the late Ambassador Albert Del Rosario, who was actually the main champion of the arbitral victory against China, wherein we actually nullified their 9-dash line, which is still a raging issue and ongoing. And this is, I mentioned that advocacy because this is just one of so many advocacies that we have actually initiated. That's number one, when we do these advocacies and communicate it and engage our stakeholders, we always make sure that we have the right facts, scientific facts, nonpartisan facts, because when we use that facts, especially with policymakers, they can't really debate about it. They'll have to disprove it. But whenever we come up with all of these facts and present all of these papers, research papers, it doesn't stop there. We use these research papers actually as impetus for forums, dialogues, articles. StratBase, for its part, we are published every week in the 4 major national broadsheets of the country. For one, I'm a columnist in Manila Standard. Our president is with the Philippine Daily Inquirer and Business World, and our other colleagues write in the Philippine Star, 4 of the top broadsheets. And we use this network in mainstream media to actually be amplified in social media, which is, again, another aspect of the communication, strategic communications part. Because I think all of us have smartphones. And several surveys have really revealed that people, at least in the Philippines, the one source of information is no longer TV, no longer radio. It's our cell phone. It's our mobile phone. It's social media, actually. It's through social media that they check the news. It's either they check the news or what their friends pass on to them as news. Okay. But that's the reality. And that is actually an initiative that we actually went into and really seriously got into during the pandemic, because all of us were forced to go online. And during the pandemic, it was a challenge, but we saw it as an opportunity to sharpen our skills in using this media. So this is the kind of ecosystem or method or process that we use whenever we do initiate some advocacies, especially with CIPE. And we found it very effective. And that in a combination, as you will see, is actually a campaign. We approach it as almost like a political campaign, because we may have a great paper, we may have the best data, but if nobody knows about it and nobody acts on it, it remains a piece of paper. And we feel that that is the real objective of our advocacy. It's really to be able to convert, to act, to recruit people to act with us, so that the regulatory reforms that we want will actually happen.
Okay. I really appreciate your line that you need the research and the facts to drive engagement. It seems like such a simple concept, but done well, one that can be so powerful. I definitely want to ask more questions about how you are able to sort of navigate competing interests. I think when talking to policymakers, that can be such a, especially when you're looking at reforming a telecommunication sector where there's so many vested interests already, being able to actually drive action with advocacy is so important. So I hope we can dig into that a little bit more, but in the interest of time, I'm going to move on to Tigran and just ask a little bit, given your experience in Armenia on developing an investment law, I wanted to ask your thoughts on the role that private sector can play in being an effective stakeholder to address illicit financial flows and coercive capital, and advocate for reforms. Sometimes there can be challenges in working with private sector, but where are the opportunities to do so and to create an environment that is attractive for new investment?
Thank you. Thank you, and first of all, it's a great honor and pleasure to be part of this distinguished panel. Such a professional specialist in the area, and it's a really great opportunity to talk about that. In order to answer to your question, I would like to start from the point, which is probably will echoing some ideas which was presented in the last panel by Nishan and our colleague from Kenya, and try to understand what is the interesting points related with this credit risk and why the credit risk ratings agencies sometimes not able to see the real problem behind. This is something is very, very interesting, because generally speaking, any investment is based on a very simple formula, risk reward. This is the investment origin, nature of that. The problem then, when we are facing the corrosive and constructive investments, we are facing a real problem of understanding where is the risk and where is the reward in different places. And we are comparing the two things which is not comparable. Because generally speaking, the risk of the corrosive investment is the following. It's opposite to the risk of associated with constructive investment, because based on building up the proper institutions, building up of the rule of the law, this will increase the risk in one case and will decrease the risk for another case. And this is the opposite risks in reality. About the award, it's also very interesting, because the award In case of constructive investment, it's a profit. It's an interest rate. In case of the corrosive investments, it's not a direct interest rate. It's a long-term impact on the decision-making of these governments, long-term opportunity to extract the additional premium from the country, and as a result of that, these two phenomena cannot be compared with each other. And this is create a problem. And in order to address this problem, I think the approach which we used in the building up the project and building up this idea of investment screening and corrosive capital assessment is based on a following approach. Of course, there is a huge work to be done in building up the proper institutions in all our countries. Let's agree that this is a way of changing the balance between the risks associated. When you are coming to the award, the issue is that if you are not able to create additional cost for corrosive investments, you are leaving the constructive investments to compete with the corrosive investments when it's obviously they will lose. And generally speaking, whatever you are doing now, the first beneficiaries and stakeholder is a constructive private sector. Because constructive private sector, otherwise you will leave in a position when they will compete with the corrosive businesses, and definitely they will lose with corrosive businesses. They are not ready to pay so much interest or to pay so low price as it is done by the corrosive interest. That's why the major stakeholder in the process of reforms is a private business. Private business who is driven by the modern standards of the corporate governance, modern standards of the transparency, modern standards of accountability. They have a direct interest to become a competitive with a not comparable area of the businesses. This is the first. The second is, of course, the other stakeholders of the process, because generally speaking, one of the big problems that society is sometimes not able to realize the long-term award which the corrosive investors are looking for. Because in a short term, it looks like, okay, and as it was mentioned today many times, what to do for a government who is facing the situation where there is any single constructive investors appearing to invest in this public infrastructure, and where is only the corrosive investors there, how to behave. In this case, the problem that corrosive investors will have a much more longer and much more non-monetary impact and will collect his interest over that time. And the constructive investor is not able to adhere or reach the level of the interest rate which is provided by the corrosive investors. That's why I think that one of the major area stakeholders which have to be supportive on that, it's of course the public media. Because they are creating, they are educating, they are providing the information flow to the society, explaining in reality what's going on. Explaining that, look guys, this road which was constructed, it looks like today you will benefit from this road, but at the same time your generations will pay for that road for many times more than it was assumed to be done. I think this stakeholder analysis and proper mapping allowed us in Armenia to build up in our opinion and in opinion of the government, very strong coalition of the partners able to promote and drive and motivate of development this reform. And this will ending up with a very real situation, because in comparison with North Macedonia, we don't have this European carrot in front of us, that European requirements demand from the regulation. We need to find some other motivation to drive this force. And I think this is very important to be able to build up this process based on a real interest of the different groups and to reach the results. I think this reform approach probably looks very interesting. And another idea which that just a couple of days and two years ago came to our mind, that in order to be able to make the proper analysis, especially in the investment screening, you need to clearly identify the critical sectors, because this is not also easy. Sometimes it looks like public utility is only critical cities, but for example, data access today or the technology access is even worse, even more critical today than just the mineral or the public utility. That's why I think this identification of these areas, this is the first, and second of the capacity building, because we have to admit that we don't have this level of the capacities within the public sector to be able to implement this investment screening in an appropriate way. And probably I will stop here. I will be happy to answer your questions or the questions from the participants, and that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I know we have one more presenter, and then, so maybe we will finish that up and then open it up to questions from the room. But Daniel, moving on to you, I think the research that you have done is very fascinating as it looks at sort of regional comparisons of corrosive capital examples between Venezuela and Colombia. So can you speak to some of the challenges that you have faced in conducting your research and trying to determine what investments are corrosive capital and what is maybe permissible? What methods and indicators did you use as you were going about that methodology?
Thank you, Bessie, for the introduction and the question. I'm embarrassed to admit that I'm dressed up exactly as I was dressed up in that photo. I should have mixed it up a little bit for this special occasion. But thank you, Bessie and CIPE, for recognizing the value of the work we've done with Colombia Risk Analysis on corrosive capital, a project that's still in its early stages. At least in identifying cases of corrosive capital in Colombia. We've already published one case study, which is what I wanted to talk about today. And it's an honor to join Zoran, Orlando, and Tigran on this panel to discuss the tools that we've used in each one of our countries to map and identify corrosive capital. Now, as many of the colleagues that we've been having these very interesting conversations over the past few days already know, because I've been repetitive on that topic, our work in Colombia is one of the very few, if not only, cases of corrosive capital, of regional corrosive capital outside of Asia. So this brings me to mention a little bit that first challenge that we had, that we faced alongside CIPE and the CIPE office in Colombia, which was actually identifying the case of corrosive capital in our country. And as you already know, Colombia has long time historically been the U.S.'s closest ally in the region. Its foreign policy, even under the Petro administration, remains very tied to Washington. And the U.S. continues to be Colombia's main trade partner. So this kind of relationship with the U.S. has, at least in my opinion, limited closer ties with other countries such as China, Iran, Russia, etc. The exception, I do have to be honest, has been China, which has very steadily expanded investments in Colombia, in infrastructure, technology, and mining, and has now become Colombia's second largest trading partner behind the US. Now, the thing about Chinese investment in Colombia is the fact that even in flagship projects, as Angela Vélez had mentioned before yesterday, as the Bogotá Metro, well, China has, in a very wide regard, followed the rules. The Bogotá Metro is currently being built by a Chinese operator. But I do believe that this is because of Colombia's strong procurement standards and oversights of both local and international financing, financial institutions, right? So that made us, with CIPE and Colombia Risk Analysis, to actually say, well, where is corrosive capital coming from? Especially because our relationship with China is still very underdeveloped compared to other countries in the region. And that's when we found the case of Monomeros, which is a Colombian fertilizer company that's based in the Colombian city of Barranquilla, which Becky actually mentioned in the panel before us. Now, this all came to our attention because when we were starting and identifying these cases of corrosive capital, potential cases of corrosive capital in Colombia, the Petro administration was interested in buying back Monomeros which the Colombian government had sold off to the Chavez administration back then in 2006. And then in 2023, with the current administration, we found out that it was interested in buying it back to be able to have a little bit more control on fertilizer costs and being able to protect the agricultural sector in Colombia, right? And the fact that Monomeros currently supplies around 30% of fertilizers being used in Colombia, well, this, we notice, opened a big vulnerability and risks for that sector in Colombia, being in the hands of an increasingly authoritarian regime under the Maduro government in Venezuela, right? Which is now, our food security is now dependent of a heavily sanctioned regime by many Western countries. So then when we were digging into those opaque company transactions and the fact that the Colombian government was interested in buying Monomeros back, we noticed that it was going to be a very difficult challenge as long as the Maduro government was to remain involved. And this is obviously even more so true when you notice that many of the decision makers on the board of Monomeros are heavily linked to other state-affiliated companies in Venezuela, such as PDVSA, its major oil company, which some have faced corruption allegations or have engaged allegedly in corruption practices. And also on the Colombian side, when former Monomeros board members, where we had a representation a couple of years ago, but we don't have that anymore, have been heavily linked to the campaign, the presidential campaign, and also to high-level Colombian officials. So you can imagine that when we looked into this topic, not a lot of people wanted to talk to us at the beginning. And that's what happens when you dig into sensitive subjects, and especially when you're trying to figure out how these kind of companies actually work. And what we did is, it's a very qualitative report, and what we did is obviously we tried to talk to experts, academics, former government officials, also present government officials. But something that I think was a bit innovative was that Colombia Risk Analysis with CIPE, we actually had access to and to original investigative work that was carried out by a local journalist there in Colombia. We aren't journalists, we're a consultancy firm, but then with that original work, we were able to have access to very high-level decision makers in Monomeros, and to be able to actually know what were the intentions behind the sell-off of the company at that time. Also, we carried out closed-door panels with CIPE as well to be able to gather recommendations on, and also their perspectives on the risks of having such an important company as Monomeros being in the hands of the Venezuelan regime, right? And then we did this other thing that I also think might be useful for other CIPE partners around the world that are going to dig into similar cases in their home countries, is that we also partnered up with a local legal organization that reviewed our work and ensured that we were safe from any kind of potential legal threats or retaliation, since we were actually tackling on such sensitive subjects. And I just want to say that we believe that maybe other partners in the region and well, at least in the region, because I know this operates very similarly in other countries in Latin America, but all around the world might actually find this useful to have similar safeguards for their work. So mainly when their work might be able to unsettle powerful actors, such as we were doing. And I'm also very happy to hear, and this is why spaces like these, yesterday we could talk to other regional partners, to know that my Ecuadorian colleague had also published a work on how journalists could actually cover these topics, and see that there are other tools in the region that we can share and use to be able to promote our work on corrosive capital. So that was, and I'll leave it there for like this first intervention, but that's the way that we tackle that. And as for the indicators, which I skipped on a little bit, is the fact that there are four, and I'll go over these very briefly, but the first one was the lack of transparency and accountability. And this is why I'm very happy to see that Tigran and Orlando mentioned media involvement in their research and in their work, because actually it was local Colombian journalists that noticed and reported on transfers from Anómeros to parent companies that were heavily linked to the Maduro regime, allegedly financing and funneling funds from a company that was working in Colombia to finance the Maduro government. The second one, and this is all criteria that was inspired by CIPE guidelines in other projects around the world, was the fact that we identified very direct adverse impacts on local businesses. The fact that there was a potential risk of price hikes, as well as potential supply chain disruptions if anything were to happen in the neighboring country. Well, that was a very big risk that could affect Colombian farmers and agricultural workers. Finally, these contracts involve actors who have been engaged allegedly with corrupt practices, as well as obviously working for a sanctioned regime, which makes it much more difficult, obviously, to engage, or for other private buyers or even public buyers from the Colombian side to buy off. And finally, what we believe is that the case contributed to democratic backsliding, since the influence of such a strategic sector, which Tigran also mentioned as well, and everyone here has mentioned, being in the hands of this foreign entity, or having a 30% influence in the sector in Colombia, obviously raised a red flag and alarms for us. So these are kind of like the indicators we tried to follow to actually go through with our research. And I hope these are tools that could be useful for other countries and partners, as well as my colleagues here on the panel.
Thanks, Daniel. I'm going to abuse my moderator privileges to ask the first question, but then after that I promised to open it up. I think we've heard a lot in very different country contexts about sort of the need to not only develop good data and have sort of fact-based analysis, but then to be able to use media campaigns and then leverage work with a bunch of different stakeholders to be able to sort of push broader awareness both of the problem of corrosive capital and the solution. I am curious, given that oftentimes, you know, Chinese actors can be lesser known in particular countries, maybe less in the Philippines, which is a little bit closer, but you know, in North Macedonia, Armenia, Colombia, a lot of times my sense has been you talk about the problem of China and they see it as somebody else's problem. So I'd be curious if, you know, anybody, please feel free to answer this, but if you could talk about how you overcome that challenge of trying to raise awareness about a problem that can oftentimes have quite long-term or abstract risks associated with it. How do you get that buy-in if people aren't already sort of on your side?
I'd be happy to.
You go first, I can go second.
So I go first? All right, sorry. I'm taking way too much of the time.
Don't go with.
But this is interesting, and I think the Colombian case is interesting for that question as well. As I said at the beginning, we have, comparatively with the region, an underdeveloped relationship with China. But that was when we were actually trying to track cases of corrosive capital about a year and a half ago. Now, circumstances have changed. And this is something that I wanted to, this is like kind of like some of the lessons learned from our work is the fact that corrosive capital can look very different depending on the context, but then it can evolve as well. And we do have to come up with tools that adapt to that, that evolution of how corrosive capital might look like. And so I don't have the tools right now to say, well, how do we raise awareness on this? Because we haven't been able to tackle the issue. But something that worries me at this time is the fact that obviously before, at that time, we had the example of the Bogota Metro, but now our ties during this first semester of 2025 have become much closer with China. And Colombia in May 2025 signed on to the Belt and Road Initiative. The Petro administration has also mentioned numerous times of its intentions of joining BRICS in the near future, though we haven't seen anything progress on that front still. But these are all plans within the administration's desire to diversify Colombia's foreign alliances. So that means that the context is going to change very, very rapidly in the incoming months. And I do think that the work that we do is valuable, as in it can be preventive. And by mapping corrosive capital early and not making the same mistake that we did, that we're now studying a case that actually started out in 2006, almost 20 years ago, we can be able to start projects like these, even if the relationship with China is incipient, and to also, work on making sure that the rules on public works and public tenders are transparent, competitive, so that, as I said with the Bogota Metro example, any kind of participation from China or other countries of the world who would like to develop infrastructure or tech, et cetera, in Colombia will have to abide and play by the rules. And the fact that, I wish that these tools help us in diagnose the problem, but also to be able to build strong institutions that let us benefit from investment wherever they may come, without sacrificing any level of transparency, and, as we saw in the monomerous case, not sacrifice sovereignty over market or economic decisions for a country like mine. So what I'm trying to say is that the future will bring us much, much more work on the subject, and we have to be prepared.
I would like to continue exactly from the point when Daniel finished, because the corrosive capital is evolving. We have to realize that the world is not standing on the same position, and the world, which includes also the sources of the corrosive capital as well. They are trying to change their nature, trying to change their ways and the targets in accordance with the developments of remaining part of the world. And this is something which is sometimes is missing. This is what yesterday I tried to say about the technological disruption. Because generally speaking, I think that tomorrow there is no need to invest in the public utility, and there is much more interesting place how to control the situation and to get the benefit that investing in data sets, in data access in the country, instead of investing billions of dollars into the building up the bridges and roads. You could invest much nominal amount compared with that, just to access, for example, the data sets related with the medical personal data, and you will control the society completely. I think this is something which we have to realize. This is the first point. The second point, that how to address this problem. First of all, to make the proper diagnostics in identifying the critical areas, which is, I think, is probably one of the problematic places, because when you see that we met here with many countries, 35, 40 countries presented here, there is common understanding that, okay, public utilities, critical minerals, something is very important. But if we are trying to say what about the technologies, which particular technologies is risky, what about the data sets, what about, this is becoming already vulnerable. I think we need to have the clear understanding where it is. The second, we need to understand what is the rules of the game. The rules of the game also is changing. Because generally speaking, in order to achieve the results, you need to create a transparent mechanism. You need to create the proper accountability. You need to create the institute of the ultimate beneficiary. There is a lot of elements which have to be done in order to build up a proper system which will protect the constructive capital towards the corrosive capital. Because generally speaking, we have to admit, in the current situation, without the interference, without the work to be done, the corrosive capital will win. They have a much more attractive, they have able to pay more interest to the government, bureaucrats, let's say. And this is something which we have to agree. Another point that in long term, they have the completely destroying the economies, completely destroying the prosperity of the society, completely destroying the sovereignty of the countries and the security. But in the short term, they looks like very attractive. And this is where the organizations like CIPE as a great work to be done. And that's why I think that we have to always refer, and this was an amazing speech today of the representative of the net, chairman of the net, because it was really emotionally presenting the real threat, the real problem. And this is something which we have to agree, all of us. Thank you.
Did you have anything you wanted to add?
Okay, yeah. Again, I will base the answer on our own example. So how we managed to, because when we started working with CIPE on this issue, there wasn't much talk in the country about it. Even the government didn't have it on radar, that we need to build kind of a system that will screen investment. How we did it, and it's a really interesting story. So we have started, and this was somehow also managed or facilitated by CIPE, to take all the stakeholders, at least the most important stakeholders, on board since the beginning. So not to approach only the government, but also to put businesses within that working group that will deal with the whole constructive capital and investment screening. So since the beginning, we had the three biggest economic chamber in the country. So we had the national one, we had the MCHEM, and we have the German economic chamber on board since the beginning. And through that, we penetrated all the other businesses that they are members of, the companies that are members of these chambers. Besides them, we had also people from the government and also civil society organization that were also looking at elements like integrity, transparency, etc. So since the beginning, we kind of nurtured this atmosphere, and that each member of the society has its own interest into promoting this kind of policies. In time, even we, when we started, we were skeptical that this will work. But obviously it has worked. We have built kind of, trust among the partners that we need something like this and that we should promote a policy. When we started actually working, we were told that also the investment screening mechanism is also part of this. We have kind of a strategic dialogue between US and North Macedonia. This strategic dialogue, when we started actually working, the US Embassy in Skopje told us that they have already tried a year ago, and they only went on a tour to see all the ministers. And because it's the US ambassador, of course, everyone responded, yeah, fine, we will do it, but nothing has been done. And they said, as you have started this work, us without knowing that they have done it already, they provided a complete support on our work. So, you can also realize, what are the limits of, the US in other countries, and how important is actually the think tanks, the civil society, this kind of public-private approach of putting, forward certain policies. And one thing that Tigran mentioned about, the ones which are promoting constructive and the other one, corrosive capital, what we have seen is that in time, as they understood that we will have this instrument, the guys that we know them, from previously kind of, facilitating this kind of corrosive capital entering the country, the only interest on the closed meetings with them was that if the law will be retroactive. Mm-hmm. So if their capital, which already
this is the major question.
Yeah, so
fully agree.
If the capital that already entered the country is safe, if their capital is safe, then we are okay with it, because we will not have, even more competitors with, this kind of corrosive capital entering the country. So somehow during the process, they switched from the ones which are opposite, the ones which are kind of interested in having this, because, you know, their money is safe because this would not tackle their businesses.
Sorry, may I just remark, because I think we are facing a real problem, because their corrosiveness is not disappeared. Their corrosiveness is there. The problem that they not have the competitor in form of the other corrosiveness. This is the problem, but the corrosiveness is still with them. They will create the problem. They will try to utilize their rights and monopoly positions in the economy because of their real origin. And I think one of the issues, and I don't have answer to that, but I think we need to think about that. What about the retrospective approach? How to deal with the investments is already in the country. Because this is a question mark, I don't know. We are now learning how to deal with the investments which has to come to the country yet. And we know how to deal with that. But how to deal with the investment is already in the country. This is a real yet to come. I don't know answer.
Those are different policies. You know, retroactively it will be extremely difficult, impossible. Although it was promoted in one of the candidate countries. In Moldova, you had kind of a system which it had the opportunity
it can have a negative effect as well, by the way.
But just to say that, you know, in our case, it will be extremely difficult, almost impossible. But, you know, investment screening is not a silver bullet that, you know, will, you know, kind of create the perfect business environment.
Agree.
Interesting.
I know we've got 10 minutes left, so I'm going to open it up. If anybody has any questions, please raise your hand. I think over here, sir, I saw you go up first. Somebody's coming around with a microphone. Sorry.
So, thanks a lot. I really like both the earlier panel and this one because it touches upon, I think, a really important thing when it comes to both unlocking constructive capital and defending against corrosive capital, in the sense that I'm hearing a certain acknowledgement of some economic sectors being more important than others. So when we think of strategic technology, critical infrastructure, certain critical inputs like raw materials, critical minerals, energy inputs, digital infrastructure, these are just sectors that are more important than certain others. So they come with multiplier effects for the whole economy. They also come with lock-in effects. So if you lock your digital infrastructure into a certain provider of it, you will be there for a whole long time. It's difficult to get rid of it then afterwards. So I think this gives us a pragmatic approach to deal with both constructive capital and corrosive capital. We need to focus our efforts on these strategic sectors. We won't be able to prevent corrosive capital all over the board, but we need to prevent corrosive capital in these sectors because these are so important. So I think when we think of instruments and our approach to both unlocking and defending, we need to focus our efforts here in these certain sectors and create those instruments for these sectors.
Just quick to end, or you want to continue? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Just in the interest of time, I'm going to ask for maybe one other question, and then we can just do responses to both. I think over here was the next one that I saw.
Yeah, good afternoon. Johannes Asafa from Stalwart Advisors. Yeah, again, great day, great conversations, and the last panel and this panel, thought-provoking. I wanted to ask the same question earlier, and I think it relates to the same panel as well. My experience is mostly around Africa. I work on corrosive capital. We've done work in Ethiopia, Angola, DRC, and Kenya. The question from all this, the work we've done that keeps coming to my mind is if we had transparency, if we have strong democratic institutions, if we have governance, can we avoid corrosive capital? There's another thought along that discussion. Capital has a marketplace. Corrosive, constructive, they both compete in that marketplace. So in our experience in Africa, the corrosive capital has won because constructive capital is not present. And the market, the way the market prices, right, is the way it draws the type of capital. I can't believe any country wanting just corrosive capital. If there was the perfect world, an abundance capital, in Africa, for example, for the infrastructure projects, pre-colonial infrastructure was really developed to supply colonial interests. Railways were built from mines to the port. The roads were built from, to this day, inter-Africa trade is less than 20% because there's no road connection between countries, right? So there's a lot of demand for infrastructure development. The way these countries try to fill that demand is by looking for capital. And the capital that keeps showing up is not always the capital they want. So how do we deal with this issue? I know I threw a number of things. I struggled with this issue, so hopefully you can shed some light. Thank you.
Okay. Zoran, I know you had an answer to the critical sectors question, and then maybe we can move to you, Tigran.
Yeah, so, well, at least in our case, the critical sector first, because of the alignment, we have to follow the regulation. That's the first instance. But then, we're trying to adapt to the realities on the ground and also add additional critical sectors that we are looking at. And if we have issues with that, there is always our, transatlantic partners. We also have the European Union can already, kind of assist us and even push us when we don't have the enough courage or, let's say, the political will to do certain things. And I will give you just one example. The 4G equipment in my country was completely Huawei and ZTE, the infrastructure. Although there was a commitment, at least for 5G, to kind of transition, there wasn't really political will until there was a genuine push from the US. And it was one trip of I think, Undersecretary for Economy. First he landed in Skopje and then he went to Sofia, and we signed the Clean Network Initiative. And although more expensive for our citizens, which we didn't know actually, or the politicians didn't know how to capitalize on that, we, as a country, although Deutsche Telekom is the main operator, we need to invest quite a large sum of money to buy 5G equipment from Sony Ericsson, because but at that point in time we went with Sony Ericsson. So when we actually compared the 5G equipment that was promoted by Huawei, and the one, Huawei was 3 times cheaper than Sony Ericsson. But, sometimes you put, the national interest in front of, and, kind of more long-term thinking. And just to touch upon part of the question that the gentleman asked, regardless of all the standards and the integrity and the transparency, if there is a political will by the top of the country to kind of deal also with, corrosive capital and to enter the country, it's extremely difficult to prevent it. Although that does not mean that you cannot fight it. It will create additional burdens because they're signing contracts. At least in our case, when we were one of the first countries that took a credit as part of the BRI to build 2 highways. They dealt directly with the prime minister and 2 ministers. They didn't ask anyone. So once they signed the agreements, it was extremely difficult because all the penalties that we had to pay in order to withdraw from that kind of a contract. So, but, you know, we learned through the process, and it's important to learn and also kind of, you know, to try to detect the opportunities that may arouse in order to have this kind of corrosive capital entering the country. That's maybe more important than actually, because you know, if you have a prime minister or a minister, that president of the country that really wants to get a lot of money out of a corruptive deal, it's extremely difficult to prevent it. But then, you know, all the other elements of the society can actually work in order to, you know, kind of put that out there in the public and make it extremely difficult for them.
Tigran, please forgive me. I think I'm being told that we are at time.
Okay.
So we will have to close this.
Okay.
But I think we've heard, you know, there's a lot of work that has been done, and it sounds like there is a lot of work that remains to be done, including addressing thorny questions as to, you know, looking forward to what the potential end states of all this work is going to look like. If there is room in the world for corrosive capital that is constrained by transparency and strong regulations. I know there's been a lot of conversation about this over the last couple of days, and I'm sure there will continue to be conversations. So we'd just like to thank all my panelists here for the really robust and interesting discussions, and then also CIPE for sponsoring this event. And with that, I will close it out. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Bessie. Thank you for all of you for a fantastic panel. Please stick around. We're going to take a quick photo, then we have the closing remarks. So who's going to take the photo now? Please, quick one, and then we're going to continue. I killed the battery. So again, on behalf of our chairman, Greg Lebedev, and the board of directors, on behalf of Andrew Wilson and senior leadership, and we have a number of us here, Oksana, Tony, Becky, and myself, and of course with Andrew, I want to say that CIPE, its staff, its partners are back. We are back. We are back stronger. We are back sharper. We are back more focused, and we are better than ever with our partners, right? So we're going to be working together, and maybe on a project that we work on sticks, carrots, and straight jackets, but among many other things, buckle up. We're going to be doing more things. But I also, on your behalf, like yesterday, I want to declare today a success. True success. I've been sitting here learning, benefiting, and getting so much energy, and it's a success because of the staff, but the quality of the partners we have. Look around you. We have amazing quality of partners that make things happen, that get things done. So again, thank you very much. But it's a success today and yesterday because of the hard work of the team. Jane and the unknown soldiers working around. Thank you all very much. You make this happen. Our communications team, again, hiding, taking all of this. So thank you very, very much. I want to also acknowledge Eric. Eric, I've been working with you for so long. All of us. Andrew has been working with you for so long. He took this issue of corrosive capital, worked on constructive capital, worked with Natalia and the team to make it a reality. And together we established the Center for Accountable Investment that has delivered so much. So on behalf of everybody, Eric, thank you. But the star of all of this show today, yeah, Eric, thank you. I'm going to invite Kathy Tai to come up and say the closing remarks, but not yet. I just want to introduce Kathy from my own perspective. I've been watching Kathy for a long, long time, proudly watching her grow from a program assistant at that time, working with one person in the Asia department, to building this global initiative, global work in Asia and the Pacific, and also all over the world. Now she's a deputy director of the Asia and the Pacific division, but not just that. She is our lead on China in the world and a top expert in Washington on the issue, right? So she's doing an amazing job, but she's a tireless worker. There's a rumor at CIPE that maybe there are 2 Kathys, maybe 3 Kathys. One is traveling, one is doing her job in Asia and the Pacific, one is doing in China and the world, and maybe a 4th one organizing things like this. So please join me in welcoming Kathy, everybody. I'm gonna cry, so I'm gonna go sit down. My partner.
That was too generous. I always joke that I grew up at CIPE. So I'm a true believer to CIPE's mission. And so really today, I think it's a moment for celebration. As we conclude today's event, 2 words really stood out. It's economic growth and economic resilience. Over the past 40+ years, CIPE has been working with the private sectors across the world to promote market-oriented reforms and create a level playing field for business to thrive. We have been working with partners to reduce red tapes, to streamline business processes, to create a more enabling business environment. The reason for that is to attract and to promote investments. Because investment brings jobs, know-how, and prosperity to emerging markets. Many of us here today, precisely because we enjoy the economic freedom and liberties that a market economy and free trade make possible. Yet, too often, we forget to celebrate the progress, the prosperity, and the opportunities they have brought to countless communities around the world over the past decades. I'll take myself as an example. I grew up in Taiwan. My grandparents, they ran a small mom and pop corner shop just around the street. They were able to raise 7 kids. It's because of the entrepreneurship that have lifted people like my family for generations. It's the entrepreneurship that have offered opportunities, that have provided educations for many kids like myself, like my parents. This morning, our panel discussed how investors look at democracy, transparency, and the rule of law when making boardroom decisions about where to invest. That is why we are here, to reaffirm our commitment to market-oriented reforms and to the roles that business can play in driving positive change. At the same time, we must confront the risks of corrosive capital with massive inflows of investments into infrastructure space without proper and appropriate safeguarding mechanisms. CIPE, along with our partners, coined the term of corrosive capital to describe the type of investment that undermines democratic principles, weakens the rule of law, and rewards only a few at the expense of many. Our partners have shared a lot of success and stories and achievement on the ways to mitigate corrosive capital risks. Verite reminded us that 66 cents of every dollar they're paying off of their loan right now, that doesn't go to the principal. It's only paying off the interest of the loan they borrowed. IEA also shared Kenya's experience of building a very costly railway that the general public is not able to afford. And they told us that transparency should be common sense when you make investment decisions. And it's in fact embedded in some countries' constitutions, like Kenya, like the Philippines. So the constitution's provisions actually ask the government to disclose the information about the loans they borrow. But there are secrecy clauses that's embedded in all the Chinese loan agreements that preventing from them to doing so. So the citizens do not have abilities to know how much financial liabilities their country are undertaking. We have to do more to shed light on these risks, and we have to do more to try to improve the situation for the future of the generations. And in our last panels, they discussed the importance of exactly that, to shed light of the risks and then to strengthen the conditions that market can be more attractive to conducive and constructive capital. That is the kind of investment that fuels broad-based growth, strengthens institutions, and supports small and medium enterprises. Throughout the day, we have heard from business representatives, thought leaders, and policymakers who share this commitment with us. Together, we will continue to build resilient market, advance economic freedom, and meet the challenges of the day. Last but not least, I really want to thank you all for being here to share your great ideas, your commitment, and your partnership. Thank you for being here today to not just celebrate the achievement and progress we've made, but also to commit to do more together. And so, thank you all for being here, and thank you, CIPE's leadership, to support us. An event like this really takes a village, and as Abdul said, Eric is my partner in crime in a lot of things we do today, so special kudos to Eric, and also to Jane and all the teams that have made this possible, all the junior staff, Allison, Emma, Naomi, Allison D., and Sophia. Really, there are so many people in the program teams that without all your support, this is not possible. And so while we believe it, we're working on it, let's also have fun doing it. So thank you all.
I have been instructed to tell you to please line up for a group photo. What a great opportunity. Come on, 2 lines.